The champions return to Hallowed Ground, Alpha 7. And the team that's looking to reclaim gold, Team Liquid. All Glory Gaming. Eco Gaming. Savage Esports.
Drop it.
Royals of War. X-Force. United for Gaming.
Bro, Fate looks like he's sitting down.
Vias Gaming.
Chat, can you hear me now? Testing. Alright, so for some reason, my other mic, wouldn't, or like the mic setting in my Streamlabs wouldn't register my Yeti mic. So I had to delete the entire section and re-add it for it to then register my mic. Fuck? What is that? Yo! Green Little Monster with a $10 dono. Thank you, appreciate it. What's up, Santo? What's up, Nox? What's up, Jamari? How you doing, Nick?
Drop it.
What was it, Bannon?
Globit.
Alright, I was missing those trying to fix it. Is that my GOAT remix?
Loop C Sports.
I wonder how that conversation was.
I mean, we're all chill with it. We all understood, you know. Oh, okay. You know, I thought you didn't know, bro. You know.
If my teammate left and we shut up in that.
Chat, Darklight is
Why
just.
did you leave me?
Chat, Darklight is mogging. That's all I'm saying.
Wolves Esports.
What's better, Streamlabs or OBS? I don't stream much, so I don't know. I've heard people like Streamlabs more. I've heard people like OBS more. OBS is easier on like lower end computers. Streamlabs is more higher quality, I guess. Remix the sellout. See, Remix is just not dumb. Like NA. NA is like, oh, why the fuck is that so loud? NA always wants to like play with their friends and never wants to leave. Like I mean, you just give opportunities to people and stuff, and they just don't take it. All right, chat. Realistically, where do you think we're placing X-Force? I want to keep in mind the team hasn't voted with me in like 2 weeks. So I don't even know how they're doing. Yeah, they haven't scrimmed, haven't voted, they haven't done anything in like 2 weeks. They basically qualified and then immediately stopped caring. In anythings. They were locked until Titans was over. Dude, I'm not gonna drink. I didn't get a drink, chat.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PMSL.
Nope, Alpha 7's winning another American.
We start once again.
Yeah,
fresh, hot,
I'm winning
ready. The stakes are at an all-time high. The money, hey, it could definitely be at least life-changing as far as I'm concerned.
Life-changing?
3 spots
Hell
for
yeah.
EWC. Now that's truly where the life-changing
Did
money
this shit
is.
start
It's gonna be
already?
a fun time.
Too much
Thank you
talking.
all for being here, and let us know who you'll be
Matter of
supporting
fact,
throughout the following
where's
days.
Valor Mobile?
I'm your host and caster, Taylor
All right.
Reflections Noble. Of course, I can't do the job alone.
Wait, 16
We've
teams,
got a
X-Force top
wonderful
2?
team.
What?
We're bringing back some familiar faces.
Are you
Of
supposed to
course,
be there?
talking
We
about
flew our
Seven
fifth instead of me.
and Enigma. Seven, great to see you once again, brother. You've been doing
I wonder
everything when
why.
it comes to PUBG Mobile. Now you're back for PMSL Americas. How you feeling?
Bro, you're
I'm
alive?
feeling great,
Yeah.
man. I'm feeling happy that
Go
I'm seeing some
Bone
familiar
Dog, alright.
faces too back in Americas as well. I'm talking about
Do you
Coops.
speak
I'm
English good?
excited to see
No.
what they're gonna be able to do. I know what they did in Titan Series, but yeah, I can't wait to see if anybody can stop Brazil.
Yeah, without a doubt, Brazil, obviously the favorite going into the Americas.
No.
Someone's
That-
got to beat them. I
Is
don't
that
know
my
who it's gonna
goat?
be, but
Is that my
it's
goat,
a
Enigma?
action along the way.
Bro.
Enigma, great to see. Is
Do
this the first
Enigma's
time on
teeth look
PMSL?
insanely
No, we've
yellow
done
in his
PMSL
lighting?
before, Taylor.
That's
Come
okay.
on, but
I know.
first,
Okay.
maybe in a long time, at least for
All right.
some of these players.
Enigma's
right?
mic is
Obviously, Coops, I think he
insanely
left
way
before it was PMSL.
so
way
much
back
louder
in
than
the
everyone else's.
PL days. But I'm as excited as Seven and you. I know these matches, these next few days are going to be exciting, and for the most part, I'm all for it for most of these teams to compete here tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they have to compete after all, and they are going to. Like I said, a lot of money.
What did you say? I said, does the lighting that Enigma has make his teeth look yellow?
This time around, things are shaking up quite a bit.
I don't
when
think
it
he has
comes
that
to
much
the
lighting.
format.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
that's what I'm
Top
saying.
speed without
It's like
ever
just
it's
bad
really
lighting.
dark.
We've got 16
He needs like
teams,
like
5 from North America, 5
like
from
3 or 4
Latin,
lights to
6
cut out the
coming
shadows
in
to
from
make it
Brazil. We've got 6
brighter.
matches per day. But that's worth the similarities from last season's end. This time we're doing
Group chat now says that I need to be invited. I'm not in a group chat,
finals.
buddy.
League phase will consist of round 1 and round 2. The dates are right there in front of you. Take note, take a screenshot, whatever you need, because we want you back each and every day. And of course, the grand finals is what's going to be truly fun. Now, let's talk about our points.
Oh, are you talking about
So this is
Remix?
the
Remix speaks
system
perfect
that
English.
Is quite consistent. You've got your match placement points, 10 points, of course, for your winner chicken dinner.
I like how they
Pretty
did
standard stuff, plus 1 point per elimination.
Grand
But I want
Finals,
you
the
all to
Apex
focus
Legends.
on the head
Yeah.
start
Fucking point
points. Now,
system.
after round 1 and 2, there's going to be head start points that will be earned based upon.
He
your
must have
placement.
trash
I thought it
bikes forever.
I wonder who thought of that one.
First place walks away
Oh,
with
man.
15 head start points. Second,
So
with
we're just
12,
copying
and
games
so
now.
on and so forth. The higher you place, the better of a head start you get. But a head start for what? Well, this time around, we move into our grand finals, the last 3 days of competition, into our Smash Point rule set. Now, this on the right hand, this graphic will eventually, of course, be filled out. But let's
All right,
just bear
I'm
with
gonna
me.
get something to drink,
Out the
chat.
7. Let's say they win the league phase. After League 1 and League 2,
Most
they move
likely.
into the grand finals,
Rocket
and
water.
then they play day 1 and day 2. Well, they then will have, let's say, 200 points heading into day 3. Now, with those 200 points, they'll then have to reach a total of 210 points because 10 points will be added onto their day 1 and day 2 totals. Now, when we move into day 2, or should be day 3 of the grand finals, the final day, we've got our Smash match rule set that will be taking place. Now, what does this mean? So like I said, day 1 and day 2 is to accumulate points, try and get as many as you can, and then after day 2, going into day 3, on day 3, you'll want to try and reach the point threshold. Let's say it's 210. Alpha 7, they get 210 points after game 1 of day 3. Now they have from game 2 to game 6, or maybe more, in order to reach the match point. They have to win. If they get a win after reading the point threshold, then they will ultimately become the champions. Now, I know we're throwing all of this at you very quickly. You don't have to worry about this just yet. We'll be doing a re-explainer as we head into grand finals, but just keep this match point in mind, or smash point, I should say. Now, I did mention the prize pool. A lot of money to be given away. We're talking $200,000 total. $60,000 will be earned throughout the league phase, and then $140,000 will be up for grabs throughout that Smash Point Grand
All right, I
Finals.
got Yeah, y'all fuck with fucking Canada Dry.
You definitely believe the
Kinda like
teams
Sprite.
are going to be playing their
Sierra
hearts
Mist.
out to
Sprite
earn
closer to
the
Sierra
bulk
Mist.
of the money. We look at our participating Team 7. I pass
Feels
it
like a
to
country
you.
thing.
Who are we
Canada
watching
Dry.
for besides the obvious?
I'm gonna be
What's good,
looking
Donnie?
at
How's Fate still trying with
this
this
game. This
PUBG
team
shit?
was
I don't
actually
know.
able to win it.
It is him.
PMCO from Brazil convincingly. Loops as well ended up getting second place. Those are two teams that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on. And going over to Latam, 9CG, I mean, this squad is absolutely stacked when it comes to players. They got Colega, a player that was able to get an MVP previously in the PMSL Americas. And on top of that, you got Milos, Remix, and Reyes. So a team very, very stacked coming in from Latam.
Stacked indeed. And Latam obviously very strong, but North America, we're hoping they get some W's this time around.
I like how we have the US logo under these.
X-Force VIP. But a partner teams is where I want to put a lot of focus in. These are the teams that have Obviously, they're here for a reason. They should be some of the best, right, Enigma?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm the
Bruh,
NA
Shield?
fanboy. I've got the hope for it. Wolves,
Wait, it's actually 3 NA.
Gaming, all being our NA representatives, but needless to say, obviously, there's Alpha 7, Team Liquids, just absolute Goliaths from last year from the Brazil region. And most of these teams, I know we've seen a lot of them in action, but over the last few weeks, the NA tournaments, especially even Titan Series,
Brazil.
our NA teams have been giving me some hope here, guys.
I hope so, man. You know, the NA, we need a W. We need a win. We're a region that's, it's been hard.
So which coach is there for X-Force? Neither coach.
But it's
They flew out their
beginning to
fifth
be a little bit
instead.
better for our North American,
Or
not
we
only
flew out our
qualifiers,
fifth
but
instead.
players because of a wonderful series called Titan Series. A chance for North America to truly show what they are made of. And Enigma, throughout the Titan Series, we had a lot of great moments and beautiful qualifiers. And I do want to say, by the way, this was not only the biggest qualifier with the biggest prize pool, but it was also the only qualifier to allow partner teams to play to earn some of that prize pool. We're talking $20,000 that was up for grabs, Enigma.
Yeah, the money is always a blessing for the most part, but for these teams like Wolves and X-Force, the experience is insurmountable. They need to get that experience going. We saw a lot of amazing plays, especially here in that specific match. X-Force
when they can only win using a
those
fucking
vehicle
broken
rotations
bow.
and
Oh
stuff
my
like
god.
that. I really can't stress enough just how important it is getting
okay.
those games under your belt, as a lot of these new squads.
It is
new
crazy that they
teams having all
kind
this
of developed a
experience
little
and
bit of a
stuff
boat
like that.
crutch.
New teams means new problems, and for these
The amount of times I've heard them be like, "Oh, if we got that boat, we would have."
Day one of PMSL Americas. I'm hoping that our teams are really able to kind of stand through and shine against some.
So
of these
Sis got better internet?
stars.
That's right. Well, we have
I
the
just
partner teams play.
think
Obviously,
my internet's
that
just
was
not,
Wolves and
you know,
X-Force,
laggy
but
right
through
now.
The
Like, give me a minute.
qualifiers, talking Titans.
I was watching get banned
but,
for a year, but now on
yeah,
A7. Well, he got banned for a
Shoot to
year, and then he's still so
Survive
good that
as well
A7 picked him
as,
up.
VIP Esports, or I should say Dauntless and Extreme Slayers now. Shoot to Survive VIP Esports. Two great teams.
I wonder how Coops
Dauntless
is gonna
Extreme
do.
Slayers had so many great moments throughout. Now that they're representing,
I wonder what a roster they're gonna go
you know
with.
they're gonna be a good
Because there's
team.
5 of them out
Bro.
there.
Good. The Titan Series is
I'm
not
seeing all
easy.
these
The
people
fact that
with
we
like
have the money, the $20,000
Red Bulls and
we
monsters
truly
and
saw
power
the best of the
fucking
best when it came to
bars
North America, and you better believe the
because
best
of
is
Valorant
for
dropping.
you alongside that of the North American partner teams.
Brother, you're gonna do
To
that.
go all the way. But it's
What
not
the-
just about
just
North
go to
America,
sleep,
it's
bro.
not
You ain't
just
grinding
about
enough.
Brazil. We also have to talk LATAM. And Seven, LATAM is a region that's incredibly talented. You mentioned a couple of them. Obviously, we're talking Savage Esports, United for Gaming, and so on and so forth. But what can this region do, and why is this region so scary, especially to the likes of Brazil and North America?
I mean, it's a
think the
region,
Russians
one
can be
of
a
the only
limb.
regions that was able
Bait,
to play
route,
a little bit
24.
higher than some Brazilian teams when we went to the 2024 PMSL teams. Brazil, I know we're talking about LATAM right now, but we gotta give them the flowers there for a second. They were able to get 5 out of 6 spots on the top 6. All were Brazilian teams. Only one LATAM team was able to do it, which ended up being Team Queso, which at the moment is not gonna be here, but we do have some players. That's why I was mentioning Colega. Colega was the player that was able to get MVP last fall season of the PMSL Americas. I'm interested to see what this player is going to be doing, especially with the new squad that he's going to be in as well. He's still going to have Milos with him, and he's still going to have some new players like Remix that was in the Titan series, now going to be part of the 9C team. And you can see there SVG and UT as well being able to qualify from the PMCO LATAM.
Yeah, but big news for them. LATAM looking scary without question, like you said, even at times outplacing some of the Brazilian rosters, which speaks volumes about the skill ceiling we have for the LATAM region. Obviously, there's
Yeah, Chet LATAM is actually kind of strong right now. Or compared to NA.
Performance in
They're
terms
way
of, like,
stronger.
the other competitors. I mean, dude, the other competitors, they fear this region without question. Of course, beside that of the Brazilian side of things. Loops, a talented roster alongside that intense game. Vios Gaming. Seven, we go back to you. Now, Brazil, one of the scariest region when it comes to this entirety of the PMSL Americas. They're looking to be scary this time around. They obviously have the champions too. Brazil, why are they so good and why are they so consistent?
Not sure why they're so good. Why are they so consistent? Because they honestly don't give a damn. They don't give a damn if you're
That makes them
holding
good.
down an area where it's unlikely for them to make a push. This is a team that's known for aggression throughout the global region. When you end up seeing them on the global teams, on the global stage, they end up just absolutely not being scared. Sometimes it
Where's
hurts
Enigma,
them,
bruh?
but sometimes it benefits them in a
You just not
huge
yapping right
way,
now?
as we have been able to see in the
Can
past.
Enigma queue
Now,
a
some of these
deadlock
teams,
game
like,
while
Scott mentioned
analyzing,
earlier,
bro?
intense game,
Bro,
being able just put up a lights out performance when it came down to the PMSL Brazil.
My attention span's too short, bro. They've been yapping too much. I need to see some Deadlock Bebop game.
Last year, it seems like they were a bit of on a rookie season. Some of the players, hopefully their managers have been able to work down with them in case for some reason they don't start off hot here. They'll be able to go back to the drawing board and be able to react quickly.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Loops. I'm hoping they find success this time around. I really do. They're a special team that even if they have 2 members left out of the 4,
Hello, Afro.
they find some type of way to make an impact in the late game and potentially finish top 3. Brazil's scary, not only because, of course, of the qualified teams, but also Alpha 7, right? Alpha 7, the top dogs who are looking to once again claim their throne for gold. Last season in fall, they started off a bit slow, but they finished off at the top. So this time around, I'm going to try and stop my alarm bells from ringing a little bit too early. Alpha 7, they're going to be just fine. A lot of eyes, though, on Team Liquid. More on that discussion in just a bit. But I want to talk about North America, because North America is a region that still has their back against the wall. They've and North America truly does
I'm dying.
improve if they end up at the top. Now,
Nox in the VC?
Talk about North America truly.
What kind of question is that?
I mean, I've seen a big improvement throughout
Oh,
the
Nox
series.
in the VC,
I've
dog.
seen a big improvement even from the spring season going into the fall season last year from PMSL.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be even better now in 2025 PMSL America Spring?
Listen, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. Last year, I don't think we had a single NA team on that first page after the second or third week. So this sort of tournament format, we've shortened it a little bit. I'm expecting at least hopefully Wolves or one of our other partnered NA teams to be able to finish in this top bracket. But these teams, man, I want to see signs of life early. It's not like we have 4 weeks of competition like before. You got to start off strong, and you got to be able to do it now.
You have to, man. And Seven's smiling. I want to hear why he's smiling in just a little bit. I think I know why, but we had a chance to hear from some of our North American teams and players. Let's hear what they had to say.
All right, chat. Let's hear this. Let's hear this from our North Americans. Let's see what the boys are saying. Alec, did he get a fucked up haircut?
This journey wasn't easy. Every game, every scrim, every late night brought us closer to the stage.
Wait, who's this?
Fate, you got fucking invited to... You didn't struggle at all, Fate. Buddy, you got invited to the team after we had already got the partnership slot, buddy. There was no struggle for you.
May when I have to get on and play the game.
Let's be real here, okay? Let's stop lying. This is why no one likes watching the NA interviews. They all just make up bullshit, bro.
We've sacrificed, we've struggled, but together.
Oh, these are things that they definitely told him to say.
Yeah, after seeing the caster, I didn't realize because Fate's a good actor apparently.
We
chat.
know we're up against some of the best
Caster
teams from across the
fucking
Americas.
sucks at that shit. What? This is.
Cada partida será teste da nossa habilidade, nosso trabalho em equipe.
Dude, what is these? Could they not give them like a good mic and tell them to say it?
opponents. We're ready to face every challenge head on.
We know what's at stake. We're not just playing for ourselves, but everyone who believes in us.
That Bob?
This is our chance to prove that
Chat, was that my go Bob?
can stand tall among giants. We're ready for the challenge.
Why is this guy talking like he's a North American?
More than just skill. It demands resilience.
Your entire
teamwork,
team is
and the ability
Brazilian.
to adapt under intense pressure.
This is our moment.
Chat.
The world is watching. And
Chat, this team right here. They're talking about being North American. None of these guys are North American. None of you guys have even stepped foot in North America. What are you talking about being a North American?
we're ready to show what North America is made of.
Why did it look like this is like a charity to
Together
North
we are
America,
NA.
bro?
Together we rise.
Why you stared into the fucking...
They're like there as a charity, bro.
If that video doesn't get you pumped up, I don't know.
It doesn't get me pumped up. You know what gets me pumped up? Good North American players, okay? We don't have those.
to go all the way. You've got a lot of great players, obviously, competing throughout North America. Wancho, 24K from the X4.
Sounds like they were asked to record on their phone and mail it overnight. But they're literally at a LAN tournament for the last 3 or 4 days, dude. Like, come on.
That's a name you can't forget from the VIP esports side of things. 7, you were smiling beforehand.
NA Go.
Now let's finally find out what that smile was all about.
I just wanted to see the GOAT on this video, all right? The NA GOAT, none other than Coops. Before the day started, Boy and I were kind of having a conversation here with Enigma. Is he considered the NA GOAT? And honestly, when I went back and decided to look at all his accolades, I think he is. Last time this man was participating during any America's event, he ended up winning MVP after MVP after finals MVP. And guess what? He went to other regions and still won some MVP. So if there was ever a chance for an NA team to actually make it to PMWC as we are on the road to the Esports World Cup, I think Wolves has my vote.
Hey, Wolves definitely has to be one of the strongest ones. Talking Baton, Doran, Wancho, and Coops, they were incredibly strong. Obviously playing during the Titan series because we allowed our partner teams to play for a bit of the money. Well, they made the most of it. They earned their money, and they're going to be earning it throughout the 6 maps starting today.
He's doing the whole man now?
This time is a little bit different. We got Sandhawk and Erangel 3 times in a row. We'll finish off the night with match 5 and 6 with Miramar.
Chat,
It's going to be fun to see how
I think I like this format.
Playing out. Normally Sandhawk is
the Sandhawk triple Erangel double Miramar?
Once. Well, that will stay the same. But for the Erangel Miramar,
yeah, that's way
it's
better
be
to be
fun
honest.
and not a lot of time to kind of readjust your
I
strategy.
like to get the int map out of the way.
Erangel to Erangel, so it's going to be a battle. It's going to be
use it as like a
bloodbath,
warm-up.
I am all here for it.
You don't got to use your brain as much in
What do you
Sandhawk
think
with the
about
rotations
new
and
format?
shit.
What do you think about the map
Can't just be
rotation and
rotating in.
obviously the teams you'll be watching today? And final question, I knew I threw a lot at you. Let me know your favorite region. What's the region that's going to take it all this time around? And if you think it's Brazil, okay, say Brazil, take the easy way out. But let's get spicy out there in the chat. Let's say LATAM, let's say NA and Y, because I believe the collective mind is smarter than the minds on the desk. Going to be a fun day, boys. And 7, you did say it. 3 spots for EWC.
All right.
That's where the money is. That's where the money is to be gained. And we'll talk on that in just a second, man. Sandhawk, we move into it to start off our 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. This is the first opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, to get the jitters out of the way and show you
Hey, League
are
Bump
going
Up, hell
to be
yeah.
the dominant team to take this entire
Will Rando
game.
come to
Who's
comp?
it
Hopefully
gonna
not.
be? Well, obviously the players, they're the only ones who can answer that question for themselves. And by the way, chat, stay tuned throughout these fly-throughs. We've got some fun things that we'll be giving out, aka some codes that you might want to pay attention to after map 1. Just a hint, you don't have to take it. It is what it is. Let's get it started. 7, where are we dropping?
We are going to be dropping none other in Boot Camp Paradise Resort. I'm interested to see, Enigma, if we're going to end
Oh, let's go X-Force at Boot Camp.
Clashes here on the
Oh, yeah. Who we got dropping up, guy? Was it Ida?
Spring split, because that's going to be able to tell a lot. And honestly, I'm seeing some teams really close there in Boot Camp. I see Export. I'm not able to see just yet who is the other team, though.
Yeah, it's looking maybe a little bit of stubborn gameplay. These players definitely had some matches to scrim, see where these other squads drop, and it looks like it's going to be none other than Influence.
All right, X-Force. Let's go 24! 1v4!
But the interesting part about this,
A limb with a pump? A limb's got this.
In the Lobster Building, this main sort of
X-Force owns Boot Camp is our home.
Camp. Usually you see one of these squads land on the outside and take a fair 4v4, but the scary part about this, and Taylor, I know you're a big fan of it, is these early game fights. With it being Sandhawk, there's always that third party coming in hot. It's never going to be this 4v4 in Boot Camp.
Well, and that's the thing about it, those third parties, right? Finishing fights when it comes to BRs, finishing them quickly is important and imperative, because the longer the fights extend, the more of an opportunity for other teams who are hungry to get eliminations, who are hungry to third party, start moving in, right? Now, sometimes it's unavoidable. The fights just will naturally extend, and it doesn't make sense to get aggressive. But I stand by the point.
Wait, we're fighting a team off drop?
Is important.
Holy shit, wait, when did we grow
seems
balls?
like these are going to be the only 2 teams here anyways, Influence Rage and X-Force. But this excites me, it does, not only because Influence Rage is on the screen,
it should be 9
throughout PMSL Americas, but also X-Force, a chance to
non-Brazil
start
teams
off strong.
or NA or
and, of course, I mentioned 24K Fate to win, right? You've got some talented members. This is an opportunity for North America to show their chops early on in the first Blood Fight 7.
And I'm enjoying what
Oh my
Valak is
God,
doing here,
Malik.
trying to back off a little bit, be more of an
Low.
anchor, be more of a getting
not
a
good.
different angle on this fight right here. And now for Exports, it becomes a question of, do you actually want to end up taking this fight? And I'm pretty sure if they do end up getting a knock,
Oh, I'm gonna put it 2 times. I'm a little bit behind.
they're trying to make a rotation back towards where Valak is at. This is going to be a big situation here. 24K not being able to fully back up, slowing influence rates down there. Interested to see what these two teams are going to be doing if they're going to continue with the top drops later
Killed
on.
one.
Days.
They have one knock.
Not wanting to fully commit to this engagement, even though they have the higher hand in regards to numbers.
Yeah, they're hoping Influence Rage makes the first move, and it seems like they have at least the damage onto Aleem, but it wasn't enough to take him down. And X-Force, they're happy for that. Having this rooftop control from Lawrence, and it's going to be big. He's going to be
How far back was I?
maybe, if you will, for the side of Influence Rage onto X-Force fight. He can also jump down potentially and make some
They
moves.
can't
More than
choke.
24K really can't go anywhere. He does decide to make it up. Question is, does he know where Lawrence is at?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's going to be a
Wait, Valak,
matter of if
where'd you
Fate or
go?
Valak can spot this player on the roof. You don't want to be spreading out
what's
too
your time
much
at?
early on. You already have the one-man player advantage from 24K. I believe he was able to thirst Diego with that AK early
53.
on. And this is the scary thing about these
52.
early game hot drops.
1-0.
Obviously, we want to be seeing
like
the sort of
3?
5.56 weapons, a shotgun,
Where
as
you
your
at?
secondary.
Top left?
The
3 minutes,
loadout you rock,
57,
but when you have these early
38, like
game
that.
fights, you don't
Top left?
always get the loadout you
How much
want.
is
and
40,
Unfortunately for
39,
X-Force, they do get
28.
Wait. What's your time? I'm so.
a shotgun as your secondary, but you don't always get the
I'm at
loadout you want. And
25,
unfortunately for X-Force, they do
24,
get that early
23.
initiative
Oh,
knock
yeah, we're
and
set.
first, but they got to play it slow. So it actually looks like Influence Rage is going to be backing up. X-Force potentially just kind of relaxing here. The zone shift is towards that southern side, right
I'm just
around
gonna
that
rotate.
high
We're
end
getting
section.
gate kept
So
by
both these
AGG,
teams,
I think.
even though they're in the zone,
there's
with
a team
it being
above us
stage
in the hill, I
one, you're
couldn't
definitely
see.
going to have to move early to get yourself to the center point of the match.
That these teams need to keep an eye on as well is that Old Glory Gaming was able to take care of United for Gaming.
Go
They have moved
remix,
up
dude.
now towards the mountain, close to boot camp. So third party might be on the way. Enigma, as you were mentioning
Who's
earlier,
that?
a team that I've been trying to
Yeah,
keep a
Deal, you
close eye
invited
on
me?
here, none other than 9C
You gotta get the
Global.
gold.
Colgo, the
I'm gonna
MVP
be
You guys tell me
whole
like Cam is
last
too
season,
big?
PMSL America's ball.
Oh.
He's gonna be able to clutch it up right
Um,
there, slowing down SVG, and
that's
this
fine.
is why.
Dude, remix
This is the
Wait,
wait,
factor
do you have it
of why I
stretched
want
out?
to see how this team can
I mean, I have a-
is there between the teammates.
I've
Right
had
here.
banner,
Definitely
but I'm not
not lacking
recording
skill.
black bars.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
that's 2 teams
No,
already
you have
gone, by
to.
the way.
And
now,
it's
now
really
3
bad.
teams, I should
No,
say.
it doesn't.
Bios,
It doesn't. It
Savage,
doesn't.
United
No,
for
it
Gaming
doesn't.
already
Doesn't look any
wiped off.
different.
PMSL 2025 is starting
you
off hot.
I like
and it's
I like
often
it
just a matter
stretched
because
more
we're playing
than
Sandhawk.
Yeah,
That's the
you
first
do,
match.
but-
This is the warm-up.
when I
Last year we saw
It's
it
not
all
good
about.
for
You
like-
stop harassing me,
Factor that
Sixless.
mental
I'm not
reset.
harassing you at
When
all.
you have it at the very
What?
beginning,
You're
in the early
harassing
phases,
me.
it's just more
It's
about
not
Dude,
good
I
for
did trust me. I'm
content.
gonna show you
Fucking
harassing.
horrible.
Take these
No,
early
because
game
then I look like a
engagements.
sweat.
All
Hello?
these squads that are getting those eliminations early on,
Huh?
they're going to be going into that Aaron
When you
Gillen
see
next
stretch
month,
dress
really
PC, you know
feeling
that guy's
themselves in
gaming.
these early game engagements.
Yeah, I
And
just think
think
you
that's
don't
a struggle,
usually.
especially for NA teams.
And
last
if
year
it
was
really does
early
look that bad, I'll
zone,
literally just
stage
go
1
buy
through
a
3
fucking
of not
thingamabobber,
being
a little
comfortable
side
taking
banner.
some
But
of
I
these
hate
3-4
side banners.
fights.
Side banners
I'm
look way
expecting
worse than
X-Force
anything else. Let me
Just
let
don't
me
use
get
it.
what
Give
Cutted
those just
does.
one elimination to kind
I don't
of
think Bake
stand
is
true
fun.
and be able to work through
Just
the rest of
keep
the
the black
matches, but
bars.
only time will
No,
tell. for
I don't
those.
think
A lot of
anyone
these
does
teams
that
looking to
anymore,
make
to
some
be honest. I
rotations
think you're
early on.
outdated.
Shoot to Survive being one of them, looking
What do you
for
mean?
that sort of hot
Like nobody
sand
does
camp
the
on
like the black
ROW,
bars
but
or the
seems
side
like
barring.
they were spotted out a lot
Have
of
you
these
have you
teams.
opened
This
up
is kind of an
Convict to
interesting
like
part of
test
Sandhawk
it out
Grade
how it
7.
looks?
We've seen it so
Yeah,
much
I
over
mean,
the
Big
last
doesn't
years
do
that
it.
as
I don't
soon
think
as you
Eric
get out
does
of your
it.
drop point, your sort of compound, even the POI
Well, yeah, but
that you land at,
they
there's
have the
always
fucking
going to be eyes
overlays.
kind of staring at you.
No,
You're
I
never
just said they don't do it.
safe to make any of these
They don't
sorts
have
of
anything. They
rotations
just
early
put
on.
Eric does.
Exactly, and I'm actually
but I
waiting
know
in
she
regards
didn't
to
used
seeing
to.
what
Having
Ferg
it
is
stretched
going to
out
be able
was
to do
really
here, because
bad.
even though they
don't
didn't
think
end
Ferg
up
does it for his
flushing
videos.
out that team that landed with them Influence Rage,
Oh,
they
my
were
ears.
able to at least get that one elimination. But
Holy
this is
fuck.
the main worry for me. Maybe taking a little bit too
Every
long
time he
there with the
speaks, he's just
stalemate
screaming.
that they had in boot camp, and now having to worry about how
vertical
Old
stream.
Glory Gaming is going to be holding them down. More than
you
likely,
go.
they're going to be waiting for the next circle before they end up making a move. But showing
Yes, Ferg
maturity
does-
here
Big
from
doesn't do it,
Xbox,
and
not
I think
willing
it's
to
probably
fully
the
commit,
iPad.
even though they had a numbers advantage.
I mean, I don't think it looks that bad. I've done it. I mean, all my videos on my channel are recorded in the normal.
Little things
just
like that can
stretched
definitely
out.
benefit him
It's not
in
even
the
stretched.
long
It's
run.
just filled out.
So I'm looking at Fran overlooking
It's not like it's
Loops.
stretched
You got the
horizontally.
meanwhile,
It's
the rest of the
stretched
AG roster
diagonally,
overlooking
so
X-Force to
it's
keep
not
the two teams in
disproportionate.
check. My only concern is they bite off a bit more than they can chew, and I really don't want Fran from AGG to get caught off guard by loops.
I know you're talking about.
Everybody's kind of settled down. After all, they are center zone.
All right, team. What's
so
the
at this
plan? We
point,
got a
getting
team
that
holding us on
intel,
top of the hill.
getting
We're
the
gonna rotate
information
out.
of everyone in front of you is truly important. Man. So nobody needs to get too aggressive. Nobody needs to make a desperate move. Now we do look
Loops
at the map.
A7
zone
chilling
we've got
inside
several
middle turf.
teams who are going to be on the northern side, forced to move in. This is going to be one of them.
Oh, yeah. The Jeep rotation, Rose of War.
Like,
they were
Wolves
dealing
and-
with Shoot to
Wolves
Survive
and
on
Exorcist
that
are gonna
west one
fight.
to the bridge, but
Wait, no, never
Wolves
mind.
Esports, they dropped
Maybe?
that Paradise. They instantly rotated.
Wolves have to
I believe,
rotate toward
over here
boot
to
camp.
hit that bridge camp, but Seven, you looked at it, that map shift, that zone,
You're
all the way to the
watching,
east. I think that's
PUBG.
honestly a blessing for
Yeah,
X-Force,
right
right? They're able to hopefully
Yeah.
just rotate out of boot camp
I was
because
thinking PMSL
if
at the same time as
AGG
Val.
got any portion of that zone where they're
Cringe.
centered up, I mean, you're never making that cross. We've seen it so many times of teams just getting
I would,
absolutely
you know,
lasered.
it's kind of like
going
doesn't
up
really
the mountain,
correlate to
but,
each other.
oh man, Baton, he's not even stopping on the mountain. He's going straight
you to hit
forward with
gold.
Wancha right above him, and Wancha, he's actually
deal.
forcing the 1v1.
What do you
trying
mean?
to
I
play
mean,
early
okay,
on with the
so-
S12, but
So
luckily
it
for
goes
him, he's came up,
play
given
3
the
games
support,
silver,
work together, don't
and
need
then
to
play
rush
10
it
games
just
and then
yet, but
gold.
with it being
Yeah,
in the
once
blue
you hit
zone,
gold is when
luckily
you
a
can
Why
good
do you want the
nade
last
makes it quick and
one?
easy for him.
Oh wait, is that
Wancho getting a little bit
I thought
antsy.
you
Gold is
Yeah,
the
but
very
also-
last.
He
No,
was-
it's
he was
3
getting
games
damage
silver,
there
10
from the
games gold.
zone, but as well, he was getting shot by
No,
somebody
there's-
else. I wonder if maybe it was somebody there from Row. Wancho did
If you look at the
he
Turkish
wanted
thing
to
again,
go
it's
for that fight and he
3
ended up backing
games,
off. One thing that you were
silver,
mentioning,
10
too, in
games
regards to that
gold.
circle, when we get a chance
That's how
to see
that's
it,
the
yeah,
order
it
it goes
kinda
in for
allows
invite.
You gotta play 3
X-Force
games,
to
alright?
just
Play
be
those.
patient. They don't have to
Just
fully
FF those
push
3 games,
out.
bro.
They have to
No,
play.
I
They can
can't, bro.
actually play
Watch
their
on
time
stream,
and
man.
hope
You
that
don't even-
somebody else is gonna end up
Can't even get mine, bro. I
distracting
already promised swag.
AGG.
Like,
Meanwhile, though, we do have a fight here. It's gonna be Alpha
Brr.
7. Alpha 7 being able to clutch out right there. VIP is
Oh, no, it really
gone,
depends.
and Alpha 7, luckily for them, Carrillo, even though he
But,
gets
I mean,
knocked,
you
he's
do
gonna
3
get
games
picked up
in silver
again.
Same time, so you
Yeah,
can
it's
play
funny. You're
silver
setting up
anyways.
the fight. The fight was already over. Alpha 7 eliminates
just 3
VIP
games in
that
total.
quickly.
Yeah,
No
it's just- I think
surprise,
it's just
VIP
standard
again, the
match.
Yeah, I
champions.
mean,
it
They
really
started
depends on how
off
convoluted
fall
it is
season
once you get in
last
game
year.
and how you can actually
Very,
send
very
it out.
I'm pretty
sloppy.
sure you can
very
only have
slow. I
there's
started
only a max of
questioning,
100k
is
people
this
that can
roster
get in
truly
invites,
bringing
I
their
think. I
A
don't know.
game?
No.
But if
no,
you
no,
remember,
no.
you go back to spring
There's
season,
1.5
right?
million
It was
people in
Alpha
this
7
beta,
versus
and
Team
then
Liquid
it's
spring season
unlimited
last year,
invites.
and Alpha 7 started off.
Chat, I
heavy.
turned
And
him
I think
down.
now,
Chat, stop
at
complaining
least
about it
for
now.
me, 7, it feels like Alpha 7 most likely is going to take this series, this PMSL America
At
spring
least I
season,
don't think
very
it's
seriously.
limited
They
on
want to
the
dominate
invites. I
their
don't know if it's
competition. The
never,
reason
like,
why
limited,
is
but,
because
like,
Oh,
winning
Puerto
this
Rican
is
team?
obviously
Yeah, they
top
kinda
three.
fucking
You
suck,
go
I
to
think.
EWC. And
When
what does that
MLBB
mean? Not
was
only
doing their
big money
Chinese
once
beta,
again, but
they
also
limited the
reclaiming
amount
your
of slots in
throne
the
as
game,
the kings
and
of
China did not like
EWC,
that,
which
so,
Alpha 7 currently
Tencent
is.
decided to
That
make
is
sure
correct.
not to
Getting
do
a
that.
chance to defend that championship that they were able to
Yeah,
get last
Org
year.
already picked
Now,
up a
the
team.
biggest thing for Alpha 7 as
Rip
we
calls?
switch over to a different fight. I do want to get a chance to talk about them a little bit more, but let's see what happens here.
Wait, the
with
card
Shoot
is
to
here.
Survive. And none other than IG. I mean, I was mentioning
they're
how
dead either way,
aggressive
but,
they
like,
have been. They had all
how
the
do you
names
crash
here,
into the
and it
tree,
wasn't
dude?
even
Who's
a
lagging
fair
over there?
fight.
Oh, yeah, it was,
They didn't even
AG.
have a fighting chance. But going back to Alpha 7, they do have squads now in their squad. This player
I
has
know.
been with them for a long time. He
I
wasn't
think
able
we
to
played.
he wasn't able to play for I think at least was 2 years, but now we are here in a situation where he can actually be with this squad. There was rumors that Collega, the player that is in 9C Global, was gonna end up going to Alpha 7. That never ended up happening. So for Squash, a player that's able to frag out, to that be added to the Alpha 7, which is known for fragging out, a lot of
contract
people
might be
currently
due
have them as
0
All right. Chat,
there.
y'all think we just rotate to these compounds and rotate the hill? Think that's gonna be the rotation pattern?
Will he do here? And I think he'll be just fine. After all, this is kind of your honeymoon phase when it comes to PMSL America's first squash. He's back on the roster, and I think he's going to be playing all out to show
know they
why
don't
he
get paid, but
belongs
still, it's so
on the
funny.
best roster in the world,
This
and
thing's
obviously PMSL
DBS, the
America.
only, like,
Staying slowed down
Oregon
just a little bit
camp
as
I
we
know that does
transition
mobile
into
games.
stage
They do
3,
cut in
and we do notice, or at least I
Hawkins
notice,
team.
Alpha 7 is going to be
Yeah.
dead center.
Above Valorant
Loops,
team, above Mon and
AGG,
whatever.
X-Force all still going to be
Mon,
kind of hanging
Gucci,
around the
and,
same
I
area
can't
as they
remember the other
typically
names.
have, and X-Force
Crystal,
does
I
have to rotate in. For AGG, they've been playing this
The fucking
gatekeeper
40
role.
pink
They are
goats.
going to be on the outskirts. Luckily for them, they do have Fred. I mentioned Fred a bit earlier, who was keeping Loops in check.
They're
He's
nerfing
going to
us,
be
bruh. They're
inside the
nerfing us
zone. And for the rest of his teammates, they've got a clear and easy transition over to where Fren is at. and then they
Everywhere I
can
look,
continue
everyone
to
has
maybe
green
attack
ping, and
loops.
I'm a
I'm
fucking red
expecting
ping bum.
going into
All right,
stage
chat, we
4,
got
they
2
have to
NA teams
eventually
left alive.
continue to move forward. But AGG got a team wipe
what is it
early
called?
on.
PMSL?
After that, they've just been
PMSL,
playing
yeah.
the scouting
Americas.
role. They're playing smart. They're working on their positioning. Enigma, I'm a big fan of
Is it
that.
500
Yeah,
people
unfortunately
watching?
though, it's just if you're saying
Depends on the
AGG
stream you're
has
watching.
to fight into loops
There's, like,
later on, that's really a
probably
tall
10
order
or
to
so
ask because
different
loops,
streams.
in my eyes, has the better
just
Look
position.
for yeah, just look
If one
for.
zone was a shift away or even on top of them,
Hold on, I gotta turn you back
they
up.
have to come
What were you
down
saying?
the mountain. They got to work.
Is there one
towards your
big co-streamer who
compound.
usually
And
gets all the
unfortunately
views?
for them, they've kind of just been a
I
little
don't
bit
know.
too stagnant in
His
my
main
eyes. Seeing
broadcast
that
only has
circle shift,
500.
they could have maybe taken either
Well, there's
vehicle
like
if they had it or maybe
10
that earlier
main
rotation with
broadcasts.
Fran
So,
already being
you gotta,
so far
you know,
in
add
the
all.
I know, but like
compared to the rest
if
of
you
his
look at like
members.
Valorant,
I'm surprised
PC,
they didn't want to play
you
it
see
too
like
active,
Tarek
but
has
a lot of
triple
these
the
teams
views,
maybe
like
AGG
triple the
felt they
viewers
could get
of
a few more
just the
eliminations
main
on
broadcast.
that
I
sort
don't
of
know if
mountain
mobile
camp,
work
that sort
or
of
PUBG
rotation
work like
from
that
these other
too.
squads.
I don't
but
know if there's
it
any
seems like a lot of the
Brazilian
teams,
viewer
including
partiers, but there's some for like the mid-league streams I was watching. They would get like 90K viewers just watching them. Like the owner of the orgs
game,
and
this is
shit.
going to be all the way up on that
Oh, yeah.
northern side. We saw that Rolls of War.
Yo, the one tap.
potentially
If you
getting
stayed
that
with VS,
solo
you could be like
shots going
140
down,
to
but
150
opting not
subs
to.
by
And
now.
with it
Probably
being
that game was
stage
so
3,
boring.
I know that's damage from the
That
zones
shit
is
was
gonna be
actually
too
just
high
the most boring
on
game
some of
ever.
these squads, but the sad part for intense
I literally got
games is
so
it's not
good
gonna
at it
be
Oh
that
my
I just
God.
bored myself
Is
to
that
death.
the goat?
3 squads.
Is that the goat
forced
I hear on
this
the
northern
broadcast?
edge, and unfortunately for him, this northern mountain top,
Oh, you watching
there's
as well?
really not a lot of room
Yeah,
to
I hear
play.
the goat.
Yeah. Hey, Goop's gonna kill. Let's go.
X-Force, by the way, I was able to see there on the horizon too. X-Force was able to get out of boot camp.
He has really bad lighting.
They
You're
didn't
gonna
end up
see
losing
you.
anybody, so that's good to see.
Oh, unless you go
ends up
back in
losing
the
another
lab.
player
I
here,
don't even know half
as
these
Wolves is
teams.
currently holding them down. Wolves with all their players alive through eliminations. Now Influence Rate
Is
trying to
SVG
return what happened
Furia? I
earlier
really
into the
can't
match
tell.
to X-Force, seeing if they can knock somebody. But oh my
No, it's
goodness,
not.
Alim is just
It's
waiting.
like a Furia
like
logo.
a-
Horizon,
yeah, it is.
as
but
he's
like,
able to
it's
spot
just
him.
like
You were mentioning an intense game there,
Oh,
Enigma. Now
okay,
they're
okay.
finding themselves in an interesting situation
Wait,
here.
Wolves
It's not
is
just
an
one team.
NA
It's almost
team?
more than
Hello?
likely
Woody-
three
wait,
teams that they're going to
Woody
have
was
to
in
worry
the
about as we're looking
in
at the
the scene,
circle.
but I guess
Alpha
they
7 is
dropped
just hitting
the team.
perfect, by the way.
Center zone, but Law, I don't even
Why
he
does
knows
Wolves have an
Silence is
NA
there, but
team?
Silence doesn't know
This-
about the 1v1. Now he's forced into
he's
it. Both
important
players
as a
having the
player.
S12K. The push comes through, and he actually just, oh my goodness, just one taps him around the rock.
Also,
Big
'cause the
win
Wolves
for
team in
intense
China
game,
was
putting
really
their
bad.
total to 5
Hey,
eliminations.
they were actually a good guy. They were the
Four of them, but
goats.
They still got to deal with Wolves.
What happened
The
to
gatekeeper
that,
coming through. His teammates actually
that
rotated all the way to that
NF
eastern
team or whatever,
edge to
the
fight
team
Wolves.
Ziffan was on, I think. The Chinese
Silence,
team.
he needed
You
to
found-
bring
They still
some
play?
shots more on Awancho, give a little bit of pressure on the
no.
rest of the squad, but
Oh.
a good nade saves the fight for him. Baton now trying to keep the rest of these squad
Last time I
members
watched,
back
they were
in.
still a team, but I
Intense
don't know
game, Taylor.
anymore.
They've got 15 seconds to work on the zone. Both these teams got to rotate in.
Yeah, the Wolves, man, they've got such a great spot up here. Baton
You said this was land?
check from the rock. He'll
Yeah.
back away.
So nobody's, like,
Wancho's
on
trying to get
300
a bit of
ping
an
for some
off angle.
reason?
The Wolves will
No.
continue to
Well, no, but
at
their
least distance
their
themselves.
FPS
My only
capped at
concern is
90.
X-Force might
I mean, that's
pincer them.
whatever.
So you
90 is
got
whatever.
Wolves right in the middle
No,
of
the thing is,
X-Force.
there's
You've got
120 in
intense
the game
on
that everyone's
one
Yeah, I know,
side.
but 90's whatever.
Wolves might be in a lot of trouble, and
No,
they've
there's
got
a
to
big
pick and
difference.
choose what team.
No, not the
push
30 frame.
into,
Maybe
'cause they
60
have
between
no
120,
choice,
but not 90
they
No,
have to
no,
take
you will
the choice
notice
for
it.
themselves. That's going to be the first
I've
drop
played on both.
onto
What do you mean?
Wancho, as
Half the
Wolves
games,
might be
half the
being put in
FPS games
blender,
are
they
capped
will
at
be. Only
90.
one more player remains. It's going to be
Okay.
Coops. He's all by
Oh, you're not.
himself. Question. Damage control. Can we even go into
Coops!
damage control?
It's
Can he
Coops!
separate himself from X-Force in a 10 game and get into Quarry? I don't think so.
Oh my God, it's
I think this is gonna
Valak.
be all she wrote for the Wolves.
Who's the new guy in VC?
Now, we
His name is
transition over to
Gio.
X-Force, who now has a decision. Do we want to hunt down
new
Coops?
guy. What is
Okay, maybe that's the easy
this?
job. But do we want to go ahead and get into zone?
They don't know who you are,
and
dog.
Track down intense
Oh my
game?
God, it's Fate.
For X-Force, I think they're going to
Is
prioritize
all
getting
of
inside the next
Force
stage. Coops will
just
eventually die off as he's going to.
what team were
Valak
they
should be
before? I
able to
can't remember the
knock him
name.
down. So good job and a bad spot 7 for Wolves. Something unintended. They just weren't expecting X-Force to
can't
roll
remember the
up
name.
whenever they were fighting intense.
Never
game.
mind. I don't know.
That's just
24K.
usually what ends up happening here. But they'll cut out Wolves. Yeah, they might not end up making it to the circle. But if you ever wanted to have a player that's able to clutch you up have some extra points. The reason why he was able to get MVP multiple times is because he's able to get those extra points, able to get those extra eliminations. He's already been able to get one elimination for his team after his teammates got eliminated.
Wait, so where
Now
did
he's
he
gonna find another one.
Yeah,
and he's gonna be able to
this
find
is a
it now.
fun
He's
game,
up to
by the way.
3.
We're in
You
the
know
open
what?
for
Make
half a
it
second,
forward,
it's a
don't
die.
you? Even from the circle,
Say
it
huh.
doesn't matter. He's just trying to clutch up as many points
It's
as
still,
possible.
like, early
Meanwhile,
game.
we look at the map in Alpha
I don't know why
7,
they're just not
doing a
clearing it.
wonderful 2-2 split. They
Too
have
early for
cover
Sandhawk.
as well.
You
If
still
for
see
some
outside
reason
zone.
somebody
Oh, they have
gets
no
that
mez.
pushing,
Remember, they didn't
and
really
I'm
do
just
it.
gonna call it right here, unless
Yeah.
something insane happens. Enigma, I don't know if you agree with me with the way Alpha 7 is currently sitting.
Is that
I think
metal?
more than
That's
likely
his
this might be their
co-cast?
match.
Yeah, and I mean, if
No.
you have 2 crate drops as
Who is
well
that?
right after you wipe the squad, it's really a good
He
feeling
posted
for
on
that
Twitter
level
who his
3 department.
co-cast are.
Unfortunately for
See?
X-Force, Intense Gaming was able to make that rotation. That was on
Reflections and
free
7WG.
compound on the eastern side of zone, but
Oh, never mind.
X-Force, they took
Oh,
so
never mind. I know
long
7WG.
focusing Coops that they didn't even realize the compound was completely free.
Holy
They
shit,
could have
I
had
forgot
Reflections
that.
all
from
players up
PC.
in one of the prime real estate
Oh, okay.
spots in the zone, but now they got to struggle worrying how they're going to be able to get in. They're having to throw the smokes, loops as well. Might even just crash the compound before.
I have no idea who Gio is. It's okay. I didn't fuck you guys
bro.
out.
You will soon. You will
Hey,
soon.
Hey, chat, just give him 2 or 3 years.
I'm gonna make him relevant. Don't worry.
He's gonna be Valor, or he's gonna be HH's teammate in Valorant Mobile.
Team Liquid, but the interesting part about it is
Don't worry,
we're fighting
he'll
on the
be
mountaintop.
relevant.
We know
Bro's a
there's
yapper, he
more
is
than
a
1 or 2
yapper.
squads scoping us, and
A yapper,
really now it's just a
hello?
struggle of who's able to hit their shots while moving into the circle.
The man not just experienced PUBG for the first time.
For the first time they were in 2025.
That's right, and these teams are looking
I've
to
never
engage
watched
here.
a
They're
tournament in
trying
my
to see if they can
life.
Find an opening while hoping that nobody else peeks up over this mountain and stops them from making a push. There you go.
Wait, it's Cole. When did you start playing again?
For the best.
Dude, he's the GOAT.
Cole goes almost out. There you go. He's gonna decide to jump out before the vehicle explodes and try to see if he can maybe.
He might be the GOAT for fucking living somehow. Like, I don't know. Shit, dude.
And this is the story with Sandhawk, right?
He just ran to that rock for free.
The absolute madness and somebody being able to
And then
take care of it and take advantage of it. As Milos is going to find Cardozo flanking from Team Liquid. He's not going to be able to spot him. But
No, but I actually have to sit here and watch something other than I'm gonna fall asleep before the beta.
And doing what he does
scared now.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid getting picked apart here.
I've
by
been up
9C
since like
Global.
3:30. I had work.
Why is that guy peeking over when he could have got a revive when they win the fight? They didn't win the fight, but
Should have been asleep. What do you mean?
I can't. I can't midday nap anymore since I never do it.
Remains. It's Chief here on your screen. He's surrounded by Luke's
But,
members. He's also got a couple
I'll try to
of
get-
from
yes.
Nico, who's going to be rolling up. They're
I'm gonna
hungry.
try
They
to
want maybe the
get my
third
10
party
games,
too.
and then I'll
You also
probably
notice
try to
Alpha
invite
7's gonna
or
be
make
dead
sure
soon.
you're
They're
invited.
gonna come
Me or
into play
Skype will
after
have you
all
by
of
then.
this fighting, all these
But,
engagements have settled down.
Thursday when I get off work at like 12, then all day Friday I'm gonna be free, so I'm gonna be like grinding for like 48 hours nonstop.
Granted, I said that about Coops, but 7, you were spot on, brother. Coops ended up picking up a couple on the way out. Chief could do the same.
Zone rigged for
That's
A7.
right, he could, but it's gonna be a
What?
little hard.
So who would have thought, chat?
The whole Inco squad just gonna be looking at them. Earlier, it was a different situation because you had Export just trying to make
Are
it
you
to
streaming
the
on
circle.
Trovo
Chief,
Sixless?
more than
No,
likely,
just YouTube.
he's gonna
Bro,
try to
nobody
slow
uses that.
down. He's gonna have
Bro
a lot
said
of
Trovo.
You never know.
especially with how
You never
many
know. I don't know what
boxes he has
Sixless
near
has
him.
anymore,
Money
bro.
glitch got
Teams, whether it's
patched.
somebody else, it doesn't
So-
matter. If
Want a
you
good
are
shot
playing
patch? I
Glitch.
still left that platform, dude.
Inco Gaming, though, this is a team that has been.
There's no benefit to that ViewBot platform.
Some time. They added Bruno's in, or Bruno.
You were-
is usually
was
known
hype.
You ever try to
from
pull
last
those
year.
numbers up to an organization, they're gonna laugh at you.
He's made a full run, and what's shocking?
What the fuck is Trovo?
And on top of that, they added McGrellan. Remember, McGrellan was one of the
Yeah, I
players
pull 150
that
viewers on
actually
Trovo and
won
Almond Arcade.
24 with.
No,
So
bro.
we'll see what this
Oh
team's
my
gonna
god,
do.
I'm arcade.
Imagine hitting an organization with that one, dog.
Exactly what they need to do
No, imagine
here.
you pull up
Just
with
play-
fucking
play
Trovo,
your-
Almond Arcade,
play
and
that
Mixer.
compound, and if
Oh,
you're able to
God,
score
the
shots,
holy
if you're able to
trinity.
make somebody's life a little bit more difficult, definitely go for it.
Yeah, it looks like as well. I think it was Loops took out X-Force, but now they're having to take the fight into
It's so
intense
funny
game,
because
and they're
Trovo
the
still
team
puts
that's
money
holding that
into
Corey compound
in
on
a
that
cut
far
in.
Eastern side.
That is
Taylor,
wild.
Oh my goodness! I mean,
They just
what's
hosted
the
a
point of
10K
even
tournament.
trying to drive in if a
What y'all know about that Wildcat?
Alpha 7 adding 2 to their playbook. Now, this is the scary part, Taylor.
Wildcat.
This circle
Y'all don't know
shooting
Wildcat
is
is?
top right, dead
I do.
on Alpha.
You remember?
Echo Gaming.
Wildcat
Not
was
sure if they
Trovo
have too
before,
much of that
like, they
mountaintop
rebranded
focus,
into
but
Trovo.
Alpha 7, they might be able to just.
Oh, I didn't
sit
know that. I
there
knew
and
they were a
watch
different
these
brand, but I
teams
didn't know they
fight on
were.
the outside.
It was
Yeah, I
Wildcat.
think that's what
Yeah, they hosted like a single like PUBG mobile tournament and then like became Trovo. That's the only reason I know.
There was whenever early cut in, there was this one streaming like streaming platform that was a part of Tribe, and they tried to force us to stream on it, and I think there was 8 active people on it.
So funny.
Now, Eco, they are going to be a
I forgot the name of it, but it was really small, and it was it was iPhone only. So like if you open it up on an iPad, you'd have to hit the little button that expanded it to your entire screen.
Wait, that's what Mad Cat was like too.
Yeah. It was so bad.
Inko might be on the way out very shortly, but a top 3 is a solid start.
everyone
Maybe
having
even a
M4
top
with a
2,
3
but
times?
it depends, man.
That's
Alpha
what
7
the
intense game.
That and the AUG.
Still
From the
up.
beginning
It's
of
the
the
meta
game.
for the past 8 years,
Inko on
bro.
the way
Yeah.
out. Alpha
Well, yeah.
7 looking to start off the 2025 PMSL
Because
America
they
Spring
can't- they
season
don't wanna
with a
nerf,
big W.
And this is
the
exactly
recoil on
what
the
they
game.
needed to do there. Find their opening to push out of
It
those
doesn't even matter
buildings
at this point.
and
Everyone is
start
so good at
making
gyro.
them
God
hurt.
damn.
Start
Well, not the
making them
casuals.
question where they were going to be going. You can see
guess so.
Carrillo
Yeah,
there with the
with a
beautiful
casual.
nade.
Oh my
But like-
god.
Is gone. He's going to come
But
down
like
to
the
intense
Chinese
game, and Alpha
version,
7
Gio,
more than likely looking to
cannot
clutch
spray.
it up.
Yeah,
They're
you
making
can't.
this look
You can't
easy.
spray.
as
It's like
they
the
keep
actual
going.
game.
Just
It's like an
one
actual.
player left.
So,
AJ
what
is
about,
able to
like,
survive, especially when you have 4
recoil?
players.
What
of
about
Alpha
when you go to
7
like
esports
is there
going
still
straight
like a
towards
world
you,
where
and
China
this is
plays
why
versus
this
all the
team
other
is one of the
countries?
favorite ones
Yeah,
to
it's just
win
every
it all
world.
and to go back to
Yeah, but
PMWC
do you guys
this
play on
week
their
and win
version then,
that
or do they
too.
play on
With
yours?
Squash,
They play on our
with
version.
Rebel,
They come to ours.
with Mafioso, and
Oh.
We don't ever go to
Korea.
China.
There was
Lineup
a
is
world,
looking scary.
quote unquote,
Looking scary
where, you know,
indeed, and it's
we-
nice
we
to see
play in
them
their
start
version,
off
but they don't do that
well.
anymore.
Again,
Oh.
going back to
Yeah,
fall
we
season,
suck so bad they just didn't want to
started
say it
off
anymore.
very sloppy. They even said it themselves. Look, we started off in a way that we weren't happy with.
That
This
sucks.
time around, lessons learned. They're firing all cylinders, and maybe even adding Squash to the roster gave them some new added energy, and that honeymoon phase is ringing true. Alpha
Oh my God, look at
7,
Enigma.
strong. Game number 1. Looking unstoppable. And 9 eliminations, by the way. Truly
I might have to
impressive.
go help
Enigma Revo
Skype, bro.
with
He can't
4
get into his
eliminations
account.
himself. Remember, he was our elimination leader multiple times. So
He
you're
doesn't
saying
know how to
4
scan
times
into his
7.
account.
The elimination leader, without question.
He got scammed.
Enigma, Revo
GG.
on fire. Alpha 7, business as usual. I don't know if I'm going to call it too early, but can they even be stopped, brother?
I mean, if you keep 4 players up the first
I hope
match
if you
against
invite,
Sandhawk, and you just absolutely slaughter
then
the
I can
lobby,
invite.
really
I
just
don't
kind
know,
of puts
that
the
would
win in
be-
the sails
I
right
heard.
for this team,
I mean,
and
Deputy
really
said
enjoy
that
Seven saying that it was
only the
4
people directly invited could
essentially
invite. So I don't
MVPs
think it
for
can
that
keep
squad
chaining.
being able to get all
Oh,
those
then
elimination counts because
there's
we're
gonna be a
over this
limit at some
placement
point.
stuff. Okay, go for the eliminations, go for those squad wipes, and it wasn't like Alpha 7 didn't have to fight a team early on. They won that 4v4 immediately in that stage 1 circle. It wasn't even close for that squad, right? I believe only taking 1 knock, but for that team, man, it's nice seeing that compared to last year going into this PMSL Americas, they're able to start off strong as a squad. And with it being these sort of 9-10 days of competition we get to see from these teams compared to those 4 weeks before, it's really a nice, strong sign for a team, especially like Alpha 7, to be coming in with the win.
Yeah, big win indeed, but intense game. 7, a big surprise, coming out 2nd place. Total of 10 eliminations, even outmatching the pacing of Elims from Alpha 7. Intense game, looking like a serious threat.
And the thing for intense game too is that they had a completely different than what Alpha 7 was able to do, right? Even Enigma was able to call in during the match. Okay, they're gonna have to do a rotation in. How many teams are in your way? 3? Okay, that's gonna be hard. But they were able to make the right call, Enigma, and this is what I was hoping that they would end up doing. They would end up backing away, even if they ended up getting at least one of their players eliminated, sacrifice that, and then realize what's going on, make the quick adjustment, and go for the other rotation. I feel like that's what it's going to come down, especially during this PSL, making those...
This is a Val Mobile event in China. They invited tens. Yeah, I saw
The
that.
beautiful thing, too, I know a lot of people sometimes hate the map rotations that we're going to be jumping into, which is Erangel. But if a team absolutely sucks in one way to put it, okay, in the first match, guess what? They're going to be able to go back into that second match and just readjust it. And that's when we're able to find out if a team has what it takes to make it to the top 3 when we go to grand finals.
That's it. Do they have what it takes? Wolves was a team that was a serious threat on the battlefield. In fact, picking up one of our first eliminations, but they end up running into a sticky situation. Good news is, though, before the day started, we had Sarpatch who was on the scene to talk to Coops before
Oh my God!
started.
They're doing an interview with Coops. Look, it's an old ass man. Where's Coops at?
Long time, now you're back. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back, and I feel like we can win this PMSL.
I feel that too. I feel that too. And you brought company with you as well. You play with your friend in Europe. You're back with him. Who did he bring you back? Because he played here last year, or did you bring him back?
He brought me back. Juancho brought me back too. He said, "Come play with me." I said, "Okay, sure."
I said, "Okay, sure."
Yeah. He texted me, and I said, "Okay, let's go."
It's really hard saying no to Juancho, man. I mean, that guy, he says, "Come on, please," and you just gotta go for it. So feeling good, feeling confident. You have a strong team, I feel.
Yes, we feel very confident. and hopefully we can win like 2 or 3 games today.
2 or 3 games. Let's go. Let's go. 2 or 3 games.
That was the interview?
All right.
We need to start PR training our boys, bruh.
Yeah.
We gotta make a clip, bruh. We got a clip for him. On land.
Kind of loud. That's louder. Oops. What the fuck? Who's grown man now? Dude, he's like 29. Alright. Dude, you're gonna be 40 doing your fucking Valorant mobile debut interview.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how old I am.
Yeah, I'm doing my Clash of Clans raids. I don't know if I can see it. I'm raiding people. I gotta take out their banks for the event thing. This guy's base sucks. Oopsie whoopsie, I just misplaced my shit. How we doing today? Pretty good, Sniper. How about yourself, dog? Oh, I'm about.
America's spring season. Game 1 has concluded, and the usual suspects, Alpha 7, end up on top with 9 eliminations and a big win. They start off incredibly strong, as everybody was expecting who will be the team to challenge them. Well, I'm thinking intense game. After all, second place, 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty good as far as I'm concerned. 5 more games to go. We've got back-to-back-to-back Erangels about to be underway. I'm Taylor Reflections, of course, joined by Seven and Enigma. Game 1 has concluded. Again, Alpha 7 up there in first. We talked about intense game. Let's talk about some other rosters, though, who ended up playing quite well. And one of them, Seven, is Loops, who were zone blessed quite a bit, but also had opposition at multiple times. Most importantly, AGG, who was trying to gatekeep, or at least trying to keep them in their line of sights for the longest time. They were kind of the scouts of the game. They started off with 4 eliminations. From that point, they then focused their attention on X-Force, but then ultimately Loops. But Loops held their ground, and they finish up in 4th place with 9 eliminations. A good result.
That's right. I mean, 9 eliminations with all the mayhem that you were just talking about, too. What else do you want to see from this team? With the thing, too, for some of these teams, we kind of heard it, too, during the cast, too, from myself, from you, Reflections, and also from Enigma, saying there's just so much going on. There's so many teams fighting each other. There's teams outside of the circle, as we saw Coops at one point trying to just be the last person alive for his team, trying to clutch out some extra elims for his squad, for Wolf Esports, and he was able to do just that. Now, from some of the other squads that I want to get a chance to talk about, too, that I kind of highlighted during the cast there, too, X-Force. I was really, even though it might not seem like a lot, And even though they maybe didn't end up getting a lot of points, I was really impressed with them just deciding to back off from the hot drop. That's something that not even a lot of global teams do. A lot of global teams just decide to go for it. They get a little get into their head and they get a little bit ego pop chest out.
Look at DM.
Peacocking, and it doesn't end up working out. For this team, guess what? They decided to back off. It didn't end up working out ultimately, but at least they didn't end up losing right away. And they were able to clutch up some.
We got no shit.
Yeah, and let's dive into that a bit more, Nick. You know, in North America, typically a very aggressive roster.
Chat, he sent me cockpicks.
PMSL season, Sandhawk. Sandhawk, a great map for North America because it's a map where you can get aggressive. You can weasel your way out of situations. You can even quite a bit.
That's fucking hilarious.
Finish off strong. It's a rare map. It's an interesting map without question. But X-Force is a team that has been known to be.
That shit is funny.
Off the start, they don't push. They actually back up and live to fight another day. They finish off in 6th place with 3 eliminations. Some people would view that as timidness. Enigma, I view that as an evolution.
Yeah.
Why is no one showing the stages they're playing on? Practice the ass, maybe?
Losing Remix coming into the event. That was one of their main fraggers from the Titan series. It was him and 24K essentially being the other big dogs in the lobby next to Coops when we saw that sort of kill elimination sort of leaderboard from the last tournament. And unfortunately, you know, for X-Force, I like that sort of disengage going into it, but them, All Glory Gaming, even Wolves Esports, as soon as that rotation came through in that stage 4, stage 5 circle shift, they all kind of stood still. They waited for the blue zone to be on them, and ultimately, it really spelled demise for all 3 of those squads. And Seven, I know you had talked about it just now with Intense Gaming making that rotation. They sacrifice one player, but the rest of the squad makes it, and it allows them to get that top 2 placement. So these teams, there's a lot of good motions we're seeing early on, especially from the NA boys and stuff like that, but we got to see more of it throughout the game. It can't be just that one squad wipe, because at the end of it all, if you're only getting 1 or 2 placement points, one squad wipe, you're only getting 5 or 6 total points on the match.
And for X-Force, you kind of hate that the last player from Wolves was Coops, right? Because that's usually their main fragger. Out of everybody that could have been left alive there, I'm pretty sure as soon as they saw that elimination, Coops is
Afro, what the fuck is wrong with you?
We're not getting in the zone, boys.
I was so impressed when you called that out, and I was like, ain't no
Dude, can Enigma already finish? I'm trying to play some Deadlock.
He didn't, though. I mean, he really didn't put up a great fight, and 6 eliminations, a large majority of those elims going to the way of Coops. But that's what you would expect, right, from a player of his caliber and his lineage.
Oh my God!
North America's, I don't think did that bad, really. I think North America's looking pretty good, and a large reason for that is because of the evolution throughout the Titan series, their evolution as a region, and I really do think we're on the up and up whenever it comes to North America as a whole. Speaking of North America, we have Sarpatch, who had a chance to sit down with X-Force's Fate. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, here with Fate now before the start of
Let's go! Oh my God. Wait.
Here on America.
Chat.
How important is experience? Like, are you like really calm now? Like yeah, I've been here already. It's nothing. Or do you still get them butterflies? Tell me about that.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty important. I'm pretty calm. I'm relaxed. It's really just basically, what do they say? Another day at the office, basically. So,
another day in the office.
Yeah, I'm so relaxed. I see people that I already know, say hi to them, and then, you know, going to the venue, I already know the drill. You know, everything with your phones, figure that out, the headphones, and just basically get your sensitivity, your controls, boom, and then just get ready for game day, basically.
Is there somebody you were looking forward to say hi again or new?
Not
Come on, say remix, dog.
But it's always nice seeing the
Bro doesn't say
come
remix.
up to you, or like if I come up to you, I give some examples, like the Team Liquid guys, Ayala, Mythic, they're always pretty chill. Nenebete is always nice to see as well. And, you know, my past teammates as well, Casper's here again, so it's nice seeing them for sure.
But it's nice seeing you too, man.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Let's take it home. How many victories today? Give it a bet.
My IGL said 2 wins. So
Oh, my IGL.
2 wins.
2 wins.
All right, 2 wins now. Let's go.
All right, there's Fate from X-Force. One of the best-looking guys out there competitor-wise, rocking the bling, and the bling is earned because, well, he's just a great player. X-Force, a great team. Fate, a wonderful player. He's feeling more confident than ever, and it always seems so calm on camera. It doesn't matter what's happening around him. He just seems like he's in control, and that's why I'm a big fan of Fate and X-Force, and I think they're going to do just fine. But speaking of just fine, let's now move to the opposite end of the spectrum to, well, just skirting by. That's Team Liquid, a team that has been having struggles. Spring season last year, they looked great. They were charging forward, trying to beat Alpha 7. They ultimately didn't, but, or no, excuse me, they did, I believe, and then Alpha 7 ended up winning the next one in fall, excuse me. But
how do they find a Mexican short as Fate? That is wild.
Liquid has just been
Quantum's 5'4" and Fate shorter, I think.
They're not looking like the team that you would expect them to be. They have a slow playing style. They were just as slow during that Sandhawk map. When they finally got active, they ended up getting wiped out. Let's talk Team Liquid 7 and how they're looking.
Yeah, for me, for Team Liquid, I mean, besides just what we saw here on Sandhawk from them, which we'll get a chance to break down. You know what? Let's jump into it, too. Painan, I felt like they stayed a little bit too long there in Painan. They were hoping that the circle was going to end up going their way. And when it didn't end up going their way, they caught themselves between Loops Esports.
Who's IO for X-Force? Valak.
And then they had to pick and choose which fight to take. And then ultimately, Sandhawk happens. Third partying happens, and the zone happens as well. As Hot Jukes would say, Papa Blue does end up start taking that damage, and it makes it even more complicated for you. For Team Liquid, for me, for this season, I'm hoping that we start seeing a little bit of adjustments, not just throughout certain days, throughout matches. And for everybody watching, don't forget that we had those Amazon gift cards on your bottom left of your stream. Go type in that code. I don't know how much it's going to be, but you better beat me. Actually, we can't participate on this, right? Damn.
No, we can't. Don't, I know you got fast fingers, brother. I know you're out there trying to type it in, but I want you to stop now, delete it, because that's meant for our viewers. Hey, chat, like you said, we've got some Amazon gift cards. It was up there for just a second. You gotta be quick with it, and if you earned it,
I'm for lock in and beat the fuck out of you, bud.
We had this whole conversation throughout Titan Series. Let's have it once again. Are you guys buying a rice maker? That's what I just bought recently. And I tell you what, it's revolutionary. I didn't realize they could be so fancy and even talk to you. Rice makers have come a long way since I was born in the 1700s. Let's hop into map number 2. We're going into Erangel, and this time around, by the way, we're going to have Erangel play 3 times in a row as we're dropping
Chat,
in.
I'm cold. It's like 12 degrees in my room.
What does that mean for our competition?
Almost fell asleep.
Erangel's played 3 times, but it's spread out from map 1 to map 3, and then map 6 is where we finish up. But this time you've got it 3 times in a row. Do you think that makes things a bit tricky? Does it even matter to the competitors? What do you think?
I think it's a back and forth, that split decision making. If you're really
go for more, good flight path for it.
Go into
chilling.
that next map playing the same.
Chat, it's like 12 degrees in my room. It feels like.
We've seen it time and time again with the Titan series and stuff like that. Not sure who's controlling the zones this match, but for Erangels and stuff like that, especially, we see a lot of those repetitive zones, a lot of those same spots get taken by squads. So if you're in one of these matches in Erangel and you get eliminated early just for that next game to be the same circle shift, you're really going to want to play your cards differently. And we're going to be seeing it now. That first circle shift is going to be centered on Pachinki Loops. Look like they're doing a bit of a slip on Pachinki. And most people actually don't know this, Taylor, but Pachinki has horrible vehicle spawns. You're having to actually drop completely outside of the POI. You need to make sure that you're able to make the rotation because it's the best spot on the map. No one can deny it with you being so close to that southern island and you being dead center of the map. But these teams right now, the first match, I'm surprised we didn't see too many hot drops going into this Erangel like we saw in the Sandhawk last match, but we might still be able to see it in the coming next few days if we're obviously looking at those point totals.
Well, I do want to point out, so keeping on board with the Team Liquid conversation, they're a roster that loves to land military. Surprisingly, nobody goes military, but it could have benefited them because Zone is, or at least Stage 1 is currently on military, more on mainland. I think we'll finish on mainland. There is a slight chance maybe we get a bridge in Zone. I doubt it. But they would have had all of the area to themselves. But they do go to their second default position, which is Shelter Prison. They usually split drop in. Not often contested. They'll have Mythic Ayula, who is going to be inside of the next, or excuse me, inside of Stage 1 going in to Stage 2. So they're chilling for the time being.
Hopefully, hard shift to military. Dude, no one wants to hard shift to military.
Relatively close
That's
together,
not fun.
But things are going to be a little bit quiet. But we do have a lot of teams, though, 7. Who are going to be on the northern portion of the map who do have to rotate in, and you've got a couple of rosters such as Royals of War, Influence Rage, who could potentially be playing gatekeeper to Alpha 7 VIP. Speaking of which, VIP might be making a trip to Alpha 7 relatively shortly.
That would be one of the ballsiest play. I mean, if you ever want to do that play now, would be it, especially starting off on the first day. Send a message over there. I'm pretty sure Alpha 7 would not enjoy that, and I'm all here for it. You know what? Let's throw some toxicity here on PMSL Americas. It usually makes it for even spicier stuff. More entertainment for us, the viewers, and everybody else except for the players, which I'm completely fine with. But VIP Esports trying to find their way here. I think they're just going to be going to Sarky, getting some more loot. And going off with what you were saying earlier, Nigma, in regards to Loops and Pochinki, the vehicle spawns, I completely agree with you. And I think that's why a lot of the teams that do end up, at least for that I've seen so far, that end up landing Pochinki, they do a bit of a split, get some more vehicles outside of Pochinki,
I forgot that I was
and
queuing for a
then
game.
actually go back and
But I
figure
just
out what they're
finally
going to
queued
be doing in regards to where the zone is going to be rotating if you are positioned in Pochinki.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're going to be taking it just south of them now with Wolves Esports. That's a squad that they land in this farm split. It's an old split that Nova, I believe, actually first created way back in the day. Being able to take that sort of drop spot just outside gives you a lot of vehicles, not a lot of loot to work with. But with the circle shift, Wolves, I expect, will hold some sort of split play. But as we see on our screen, Team Liquid starting to move towards them. And I'd really be worried if I was Wolves Esports. Holding a spread at some of these prime compound spots leaves you exposed if you don't get that first initial knock. And it looks like Juancho might actually even be the first player questioned from Wolves Esports side. But looks like they're going to drive by. And this is one of those scary moments, right, Taylor, when it comes to these sort of compound plays. Are you going to be able to keep these sort of big dog squads back that are comfortable taking these fights? But Baton, he making it look easy out here.
Cardozen, come on, caught off guard. Team Liquid struggles from last season to map 1 on Sanhok today to now map 2, losing a player.
Team USA wins this game for sure.
For Team Liquid, they tried. They really did. They sent 3 of their players as quickly as they could to try and assist Cardozen, but they couldn't get there in time, and now they're at a bit of a standstill, holding down a building opposite of that of Wolves. But shout out to Wolves for capitalizing on that mistake. You know, that is, I think, again, they looked great in map 1-7, but they got caught in between the rock and a hard place, the rock being X-Force and the other one, I believe, being AGG, if I'm not mistaken. But then they were finished off. I think they could have had a deep finish on Sanhok map 1 if it wasn't for that situation. But I'm impressed with them. They're not playing overly aggressive. They're playing poised. Their pacing is great. More importantly, they're capitalizing on mistakes, even from the greats such as Team Liquid.
And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing a lot of just Brazilian teams in general. Even when at the beginning of the day, you tell me why everybody expects Brazil to stop, just because of aggressiveness. A lot of Brazilian teams are trying to evolve from that. They want to be able to have more of a switch in regards to aggression. And also, something I do want to point out there with Wolves. I don't know if Juancho meant to do this or not, but when he ended up shooting it while he was inside the building, it kind of forced that Team Liquid player to maybe look to the left, get a little bit distracted, and think about going for it or keeping on their rotation, and it allowed the extra players there from Wolves to just end up eliminating him. So I'm not sure if he meant to do that, Juancho, but it ended up working out.
As long as you get the elimination point, 7, okay?
Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's you shooting, doesn't matter if your teammate gets them, and that's kind of the role that Juancho adopted, right? We talked about it in Titan series, Taylor, with him kind of playing that more supportive role for the squad. If you have Baton and Coops both being those sort of fragging players on your squad.
They should
really
sponsor
hard to
Red
really
Magic
shine
phones. I mean,
yourself
everyone
there.
already knows
You
what the
wanna
Red
be able to
Magic
put your
is.
teammates in those
The point of
spots
sponsors is
the
to
last match,
sponsor
obviously, was just Coops at
like
the
a
end,
phone that
getting
like
some nice
no one
shots
knows.
from zone. But this time around,
So that way people
you're
use
not
it.
having to work against
You're not having
Blue Jays.
iPhone
You're
sponsor
able to
tournaments
play
and stuff
their
because
circle
like everyone
their
already knows what
spot
iPhone is.
in this zone, and we've been seeing a lot of it actually right
If iPhone
now.
was some
Loops
random
as well as
random
Savage
phone,
Esports,
you know,
making
maybe they would
honestly the
use
same
sponsor
rotation
tournaments.
as Team Liquid just did, trying to get into that sort of western farm POI area, allowing Wolves to potentially pick up even a few more eliminations on rotation with it being this first circle shift. But you got to be able to hit your shots. Luckily, Baton was able to do that, but can they continue to do it is going to be my real question for them.
Loops wanted to see what that hilltop was all about. Well, they found out quickly. It was Royals of War's hilltop. They'll stay up there. Loops will back away into Pochinki and stay there basically rent-free. A lot of vehicles still on the map to be expected. Everyone trying to find themselves as close to center zone as they can be, which is getting pretty active now, 7. I mean, you've got Loops currently dead center. You got Influence Rage moving in. Alpha 7 there. Royals of War obviously just on the outskirts looking in, but I am focusing more so on Pochinki because that's where Influence, Rage, Alpha 7, and Loop seem to all be congregating.
That's right. Absolutely nobody wants to end up playing edge of the circle. It seems like with how many teams are currently there towards the center. You mentioned it. You have Influence, you have Loops, you have Alpha 7 as well. Not only that, you have some of the other teams like Savage Esports that are gonna be rotating around. Not even able to spot them. And okay, with that switch, that's gonna make a little bit of adjustments here. And you can see Alpha 7 being one of those teams that, you know what, they're just gonna keep on driving and seeing where they can place themselves. They play that Sandhawk class perfectly, but I do kind of want to take that with a grain of salt because it is Sandhawk after all. I want to see what they can do here in Erangel.
Oh man, they're about to be doing something.
Well, Farrell's team, they didn't qualify.
It's going to be, I believe, Ray hitting the slam, Colgo trying to give the support, but Alpha 7, they did this last match. They're fine taking the 4v4 at the center compound, picking up the one freebie. And I really got to question 9Z's split. They had this whole southern edge to work with. They opted to take this compound.
I want to lead for the win.
They might actually even lose Colgo if Alpha 7's quick enough.
Your village is being attacked. Damn.
Onto the vehicle. Unfortunately,
all right, let's go see who's raiding my shit.
You can't shoot him out of that car just yet, but Alpha 7, they find themselves with that early rotation, that full squad movement together, getting a pristine spot in the circle shift. And now the rest of those teams, Taylor, on that eastern edge, all having to take the same rotations towards Alpha 7.
That's right. All have to move their way in. That's Royals of War, Team Liquid, Wolves. The list goes quite literally on and on. It's quite polar opposite of what we witnessed from map 1 on Sandhawk, where there were so many teams.
He
I think
destroyed
3
my
or 4
base.
teams eliminated going into stage 2, during stage 2, going into stage 3. This time around, we've had a couple of players lose their lives. Obviously, from Team Liquid, they've lost 2. We saw Cardozan and Mythic very, very early on. But everybody else relatively healthy still, just firing some pop shots. Stay away from me, or at least respect me and where I'm currently at. I do like the way that this Royals of War Loops fight is developing, however. They drove past each other on this hilltop. They kind of felt each other out at least a little bit earlier on, and they're still hanging around each other. And
felt each other.
They want this engagement. They want this fight, and at least for the most part, they just want to continue to keep their presence known. 7.
Yeah, debating whether they actually want to take that fight or not, as Vios is going to be close by as well. By the way, I'm actually impressed with that Alpha 7 play. Even though it was just that one player from 9C, I'm impressed that this team is just deciding to focus more and more.
Just sell your lungs for the wall upgrade.
Because they're just so known in the past.
You're wide awake 6 just before I slept like 9 hours before.
And being one of the masters at being able to play edge of the circle too. So for now, for them, first 2 matches here of PMSL America,
also in Clash of Clans,
for them to shift their focus
grinding, chat,
and worry more about the center. I wonder
I need
how
to
some of the
level up my Lava Hound
to that. And
so
I think that's
use
what
it
9C Global
with my
was
dragons.
caught down with their pens down with just one player there on that rotation.
And now we see it's going to be Shoot to Survive, one of our NA squads, making this sort of Western rotation right into VIP Esports. Unfortunately, another NA team, NA on NA violence.
But these, but like it just went away, dude.
Trying to find a little bit of that edge play in the circle. We do see it. It does shift all the way down south. Nowhere
Bob, dude.
Bob,
keep crawling, dude. Bob.
Bob as well, getting
on
rotation in the field. And this is the scary part about being on this Gatka side of the map. It's a straight field for roughly 200-300 meters. If you're not making the right rotations, if you're questioning
just spam
E-Drags, like Shoot to Survive.
Yeah, but I want to get into Lava Hound too for the air defenses.
Players that are able to shoot their weapons.
Like one Lava Hound, I feel like we go crazy with the air defenses.
Can't be shooting their guns straight a lot of the time at range. This is the best of the best from our western regions, and I really enjoyed 7 that you brought in that Alpha 7 conversation of them.
Could also grab all the bombs and shit, dude.
Trying to do the same, but that's Team Liquid's
the
forte. You
juice.
see it on that battle tracker on the right.
Got like 60
They're down
HP.
to 2 players. They only have 5 total points, I believe, so far. So them being a squad that needs points, not having the room to really have these sort of low placement games, it's not something you want to see, but unfortunately for Inco Gaming,
got
one of our
6.1
NA squads,
HP.
they're going to be actually the first team eliminated from Loops Esports in Pochinki. I'm surprised, honestly, that they actually even took this fight in Pochinki, but nonetheless, 4 elimination points for Loops, Taylor. Something you do enjoy seeing from the squad.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, indeed, Loops, very successful game 1. They were a talking point. They always are anyways when we're discussing Loops throughout PMSL, but even more so now,
Lighting spell, yeah, but lighting spell only gets so many towers or so many air defenses.
That's going to be a couple of eliminations coming their way. When we do look at the standings, I'm highly
Where did Force
expecting
go?
them to be
It
up
should be
in
at
the upper
Primorse.
echelon, and I expect them to stay there throughout the days of PMSL spring season. They do have to rotate into zone. They've got a little bit of time. They're taking their time in Pochinki, but Royals of War most likely going to be their next opponents, but that's no surprise. Even going back in time, Royals of War loops, they've kind of been dancing back and forth between each other for a notable amount of time.
They have 5 kills out of nowhere. They have 0 kills right now.
Very
What?
curious on what this long rotation means. Are they trying to
Loops
get
has
off
the
the
most kills
backside
before.
of Loops? Well, I'll keep my eye out for that. We might see them pop up on screen in just a bit, and there's going to be Klaus driving his team forward, going straight into Royals of War and Loops, who look to be right next to each other. I think we might be seeing a fight brewing up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have no idea what they're trying to do here, but Royals of War with Loops, I mean, we've been talking about this fight happening, and it's finally going to end up happening as Royals of War being able to strike first. They're going to end up getting one knock, trying to convert it into that elimination. This split might end up working in their favor. They just got to make sure they don't end up losing any players, and they take care of this fight quickly, though, because of how many other teams now are near them. It would be prone to a third party in here if this takes a little bit too long. Royals of War now having to back up, and there you go. As I was talking about it, it ends up happening. S2S, none other than Shoot to Survive, being able to start their party in this squads in this fight, as Loops is now turning the tables around and getting into the action there against Row 19.
Yeah, but they're having to eat the blue zone 7. They got to make the rotation in. Unfortunately for Royals of War, that actually might be working against them. They held a split early on to catch one player off, but they couldn't clean up the fight anymore. And now we're going to be shifting to the far western side. All Glory Gaming rotating directly behind Intense Game, but it's just Fran here. Can he get more than one? Gets one knock, 2 actually, but the S12K trying to go for the third, but he's only got the M4. Tense Gaming winning the fight on top.
Kind of crazy, you know,
losing
got
a
him.
single player, and that was a big 1v1 for Intense Game to win. Having just 2 players to knock his 4th teammate as well, driving up. Intense Game, they secure themselves a spot in the sort of circle, but they got to make the rotation in, Taylor. And with 12 seconds left, those revives, 10 seconds each, it's going to take a long time.
Well, the good news is they stay alive, and they have an opportunity to fight yet another day. Vios Gaming, first time seeing them on screen, and well, it's going to be a great opportunity to showcase what they're about. They'll take down Royals of War, and just like that, 3 teams have fallen in quick succession. Inco, All Glory Gaming, Royals of War. As the zone gets closer and closer, smaller and smaller, the teams become more and more competitive. For Intense Game, they will have to rotate in. I do wonder if this is an opportunity for United for Gaming to take them out. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 onto Loops. Loops has been in between teams, most importantly, Royals of War. But with them gone and out of the way, they now find themselves replaced from Royals of War to Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 manages to get a couple of eliminations for themselves, therefore controlling the northern side of the map. And you can see the respect that they command. As soon as they push into Loops, Loops is forced to run away. But a new, at least opponent has come into the mix. And again, that's going to be Vios Gaming throwing their hat in the ring against Revo and the rest of the Alpha 7 roster, who has no choice but to reposition.
And that's usually why I love new teams.
Best start for
They don't care about your legacy. They don't care about what you have done
it.
in the past. When it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, they're going to take the action to you, and they are currently in a position where they actually have to make sure they fend them off. Alpha 7 did end up doing a north rotation there. You guys mentioned it ended up working out in regards to them getting eliminations on Loops. Meanwhile, we're going to be switching over to X-Force, which is getting pepper from far away. Fate trying to see if he can at least revive 24K. That's not a player that you want to lose, especially at this stage of the match. And you can see them just starting to readjust for that. They do have 3 eliminations to their name. On top of that, only 3 players alive, but I believe 24K is going to end up getting picked up. I'm intrigued to see what Alpha 7 is going to end up doing, what Vios Gaming is going to end up doing, as well as Shoot to Survive. All those teams there that are towards the north, more than likely, they're going to end up getting pushed out by the zone whenever the next circle closes in.
Yeah, the circle shift, right as this connects, I believe we are going to start seeing people take big damage from Papa Blue. Alpha 7 being the team that has to rotate in now. It's crazy as well that Alpha 7 was able to make that rotation up the mountaintop from the compound and backstab both those teams like Loops and Vios Gaming on that sort of eastern edge of the circle shift, and now being able to kind of weasel their way through 2 squads on the northern side. It really kind of just speaks volumes as a team of, He said they were playing that center spot. They got forced onto the edge off of the circle rotations, and they said, okay, if teams start making movements on the map, we're going to start moving ourselves. And now with that circle shift, goes all the way up to that northwestern side. Shoot to survive, I believe, is just going to allow Alpha 7 to control that eastern side. The compounds on that far northern side aren't something to really be playing too early on, but a lot of teams now, 7, full sending into the center. This is not what you want to see, and especially on a Team Liquid.
That's right. Yeah, you definitely don't want to see it on Team Liquid unless you got the numbers going your way. It ends up working out for them. Team Liquid ends up getting eliminated their 13th place with not many eliminations. By the way, for Alpha 7, they kind of leapfrogged Bios Gaming in a way with what we were able to see in the circle. Now, once they end up closing up the other players, they might be able to
Brazil top 3 chat?
gatekeep them in some kind of way. But for this team, oh my goodness, Wolves Esports, you're currently having a lot to work with, and you're gonna have to figure out what you want to do because you are so far outside the circle too, and as the circle closes in more and more and more, it's gonna make it even harder to find an actual good little hay bale.
Yeah, dude, they getting beamed.
They're taking so much damage. We're
Troops
drifting.
driving.
We're drifting. In fact, they're moving into where Team Liquid unfortunately just fell, and they've got no choice. Guns ablazing. They just got to fight the way forward. That's the only option. Influence Rage will also be just in front of them. They'll focus some shots on Device Gaming, who's going to be just in front of them as well. And like you said, pick and choose. Where do we go? Well, Baton, he's going to be the anchor player staying back. The rest of the roster is going to be pushing forward to Bios Gaming. Bios Gaming, though, putting out some damage, but Wolves is answering back.
Baton, come on, dude. You need to land these shots. You're losing the Overwatch. Your only job is to land the shots.
Showcasing what this new team is all about. And they are not wasting their screen time, not wasting their moments. But can Baton be the hero needed for this Wolves roster? Can he hit the car enough? Well, he cannot, unfortunately. And Wolves will
also, I'm confused on what the plan was going to the right side. There's like literally no cover over there.
By player, it's Coops and Baton trying to keep the hopes and dreams
I think full sending the left side on VIP is just way better play.
Is also opposite of 9.
You're setting yourself up to die basically for the next circle because you're not going to make it out of that next rotation, but you wouldn't make it out of the next VIP rotation. So would you rather have 1 point or would you rather have 10 points?
6 total points so far for this game alone. 9Z sitting at 0 eliminations, but
got
still
him in.
early goings, a chance to finish off strong. Meanwhile, X-Force, they're at a current number of 3, and this fight, well, it's about to be underway.
That's right. In 9C, at least they have the advantage here that they are going to be within buildings. They're going to have to allow other teams to fight it out. Wolves ends up getting eliminated. And man, I would love to talk after this match ends about that rotation there from Wolves because I felt like they could have definitely done a lot better with the situation that they were presented. But for now, X-Force currently 3 eliminations to their name, 3 players still alive. 9C Global still within the zone, is still within the circle. Right now, you just have to chill, let everybody else fight it out, and wait for the right timing. Because if they can take care here of X-Force, they are gonna be free to go at least from the southern, western side of the circle. And you have VIP on top of the mountain too. Just so many teams that are gonna be able to just keep an eye out open for everybody that's gonna be out in the open, trying to hide behind a hay bale. Let's see what this circle is gonna be giving us. Center. North, east. Ooh, it is going to be east. SB is going to be blessed by that, as well as Alpha 7 if they're able to pick up that player and find another hay bale to hide behind.
Yeah, but is it really going to be a blessing or a curse, 7? You just
2
saw
out of
Savage in that
36.
circle shift previously slamming Team Liquid at that shack. So I'm expecting whether it's 9Z, X-Force, or even United for
you expect them to play like 4 matches?
Doing that exact same play under the shack.
Are they playing
VIP
36
Esports
matches
well,
in
having
one
to
day?
make that rotation in. A lot of these squads are
really
really working with nothing.
What a gauntlet!
You got those 1 or 2
like holy dude, I don't think I would be able to play comp. Like that would just be that'd be actually torture.
You have to honestly get
That'd be
blessed
some real shit
with
though.
hitting some nades and
it's some hardcore shit, dude.
Bios Gaming,
that's like
get
like 16 hours of straight gaming.
Those sort of frag nades, stuff like that.
At some point, you start running it down.
Like at some point, you just dial rip, take a 30-minute nap.
So late in the circle shift.
Well, they're gonna have to play a lot of games.
Yeah, they have the vehicles, Taylor, but Milos, he was groaning outside of the compound here. He's going to be playing spoiler on it.
So it's like Apex.
Phallic with the nade in. You said you didn't want him to stay here. Well, They're going to take matters into their own hands. Oh, look at Milos! Look at Milos on the fade. They're on the opposite side.
Man,
what you think? Tries to get the shot.
Do they usually, like, does someone usually sweep or do they usually go
Get
far?
it. Bates forced to back
It's the
away.
first time it's ever done it.
With that X-ray vision, making
okay.
moments even more excited than they truly are. Remix up ahead. He might dodging the nades left and right.
Usually it's just like a 24-game finals.
Is now stuck
or 18.
behind the tree. He needs reinforcements. He needs his roster to back him up. I love that Remix is parking the bus in the back end. That's going to make the push even harder for the X-Force roster. But push
Oh my
they
God.
They will, and they are getting the elims needed in order to break away from this house that they've been stuck in for the longest time.
I'm not back though. I'm fighting.
Being able to find an opening, can 24K connect with any of this nades? It's not going to be able to, but they're going to be able to switch it. I think they're able to tell where that last player is going to be. It is going to be Remix, their last teammate during the Titan series. Is he the one that's going to stop them? And right now, it is looking like it as Remix and 9C Glowing is going to be able to just come out on top between that fight. X-Force. What could have been right there, especially with the elimination points going your way, it ends up backfiring for them, and then we end up going to another team, Alpha 7. I mean, they've been chilling here after they took care of Vios Gaming that was close to them. Now they have to worry about Influence Rage. On top of that, United for Gaming. Interested to see how they're going to be able to perform here.
Revo farming another Americas? Who would have thought?
Their name, as Korea is usually known as the anchor. He's wanting to be the one that scouts a little bit more.
Oh, so we haven't noted it yet. Revo, 5 eliminations under his belt already. We know a lot of these players got that powerhouse factor to him, but he's just been in the last 2 games dominating every single 1v1, every single 4v4 with the squad. And I think the squad has just perfected the craft of playing around your players that are feeling hot. Revo, he's showing up day one. He's putting that work in. And for the eliminations right now, make it 6, 8 total for the team. We could see it on that map in the top right there, Taylor. Full dominance of this north side circle.
I mean, Revo's already at 10 eliminations combined for map 1 and map 2, and we haven't even concluded map 2. 10 eliminations for himself as an individual, that is more than the majority of the 16 teams competing across 2 maps. That's insane and truly special. I mean, come on, the guy can do it all. That's why he's MVP 4 times, and that's why he's on the best roster in the world, Alpha 7. For Alpha 7, they've got the vehicles and the utility, but they also have Influence Rage in front of them. But luckily for them, it's not as active as it is on the left-hand side of the map, on the west side, where you've got Savage Esports dancing around. VIP still holding on tight with their solo. That's going to be Poppy Sour trying to stay alive. And then, of course, 9Z. But for Alpha 7, they got to get active. Influence Rage is putting on the pressure, and Flaw is taking down Mafioso.
Sometimes you get a little bit too confident, and that's exactly what happened there with Mafioso and Alpha 7, sending it a little bit too far, but they know what's currently at stake. They know if they can take care of Influence Rage, they will be able to be positioned perfectly to win this match as well. So it is a risk worth taking here for Alpha 7. Revo continuing on their performance there that you were talking about, Reflections, continuing to get eliminations, but now Carrillo's going to get caught, and he's only going to come down to Revo, and Revo, he's going to have to park the bus. He's going to have to wait it out and see what the other teams are going to have to do now, with only being the last player standing for Alpha 7.
Yeah, snaking it out too. I think they just didn't realize Influence Rage had such a huge split on that eastern edge. They got the one knock off of Revo playing forward here, but if you don't spot all the players, you're relieving yourself completely vulnerable. And I think they actually got the knock onto Carrillo. They're going for a revive in the open, no smoke down, no vehicle to kind of go for it behind. So maybe a bit of a misplay from our superstar squad, but having enough eliminations already, this being in that top 3 position, Taylor, they still are getting enough points in our eyes, of course, to be doing better than most in the lobby.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Alpha 7's already done their job. I mean, Revo, after all, has gotten 6 eliminations himself. This might be the end, though. He's very low when it comes down to the bullet side of things. But I mean, you never know. Just like Coops earlier in map 1 on Sanhok, Revo, he's a scary player to be last alive, and he might be going against a full-man team of Savage. He might be going against a 3-man unit of Influence Rage, but you can't count him out as long as he's on this map. I want to get rid of him, and a lot of empty space up ahead. Nobody wants to be the first team to push forward. Everyone's grabbing their hay bales, grabbing the little dips in the field, trying to just separate themselves as much as possible, using drops, whatever you can. And that zone will shift. The only one who's currently in it is going to be Lil Boy from Influence Rage. Everybody else has to rotate in, albeit Savage doesn't have to go very far. But Revo's got the longest distance, and our solo from Alpha 7, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it in 7.
I don't know if he's going to be able to, but right now for Savage Esports is trying to keep this player alive. Can Octi stay alive? Because he would just be such a massive anchor, and he also needs this vehicle to hurry up and blow up so he doesn't have to worry about it. Influence Rage, you mentioned
the vehicle's already blown up.
Boy, he is only within that circle, trying to make sure he allows his other teammates to find a way within this circle. Yeah, for Revo, I don't know how he's going to be able to do it, but if he does end up doing it, you know what? Just end up crowning him MVP right away for day 1 at least, because he's been able to put up points. But there you go, Octi. Give him enough time, give him enough info while he was healing to at least tell him where he could possibly hit. Little boy now trying to hide, now trying to have to move. Remember, he was throwing nades earlier, getting a little bit closer. Can he spot him?
Come in.
End up hitting, and if it does, it could end up meaning 2 players. Meanwhile, Revo doesn't care if he's far away from the zone. He's gonna try to go for eliminations, and Little Boy does end up connected with those grenades. Massive lead for Influence Rage as they're looking.
On 2!
Oh
my goat Enigma dude with the goat casting.
Yeah, Savage.
Dude, Enigma, Little Boy was set up early on. Diego also on the opposite side. Influence Rage, if they steal this game, I mean, they are stealing it from the hands of Savage Esports, who is so close to victory with the man advantage.
Yeah, and look at Diego. He's got that cross path for Snacks. He's able to spot him as soon as the circle starts to close. And with it being stage 8, we're going into nothing in the center. Influence Rage has all of the slopes in front of him. And if you're Savage Esports, you're really questioning that rotation going on, but you got to discuss that after the match. You're still in that 2v2 section, but Mauer coming in slow. The zone starting to push him. He does have the ghillie on here, Taylor, but does Little Boy spot it? Diego actually finds Snacks, the slope working in his favor, and now the 2v1, leaving it open for Influence Rage to steal this 4v2 spot.
All right, Influence Rage well on their way to victory. 2v1, not guaranteed, though. They can still mess this up somehow.
Oh, no.
Marier alive. We're snaking in. Both players opposite of each other. This is the second time we've seen 2 players snake towards each other in the same game. And he's got Diego and Lil Boy lined up. If he can fire this appropriately, if he can focus both of them at the same time, he can close this out. This can still go to Savage Esports. The solo YOLO play, the solo
y'all think he's like that?
with an opportunity to make it happen. Diego's got a hay bell. Lil Boy's going for the finish, and
you don't got it. You don't get it, chat.
Influence Rage will hold on tight to the win. They get it with 11
does not have it.
eliminations. And boys, we've got a new winning team up on the podium.
Not surprised at all there with what Little Boy was able to do with that. Wonderful grenade.
INF win.
Able to take 2 players from Savage Esports. This is exactly what you expect from them. And then on top of that, I mean, they were playing that snake. I did get a little bit freaked out, though. Not gonna lie, Reflections. You called it when they lined up. I was like, why are you lining up for?
Scary stuff. Because teams throw it sometimes like that. They really do. 2v. I mean, Enigma, we've seen, especially during Titan series, come on, 1v4s happen because the teammates lined up, and that's not what you want to do. But ultimately, good news is for all the Influence Rage fans, they hold it down tight, they get the win, and Lil Boy was a large reason for that, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, it really comes down to that sort of bait smoke play on his hay bell he had thrown, being able to sneak, honestly, forward towards the 2 players rotating into him. Him having to take that 2v1 action himself, being able to get both with the frag grenades really put Influence Rage in that driver's seat of that game. And unfortunately for Savage Esports, you know, they made that rotation, but they stopped early. They weren't even close to the zone when they tried going for that push on an Influence Rage. So really kind of just stellar defense plays coming from Influence Rage. But I mean, Alpha 7 as well. Revo getting away with one of those eliminations. So I honestly thought he was about to do it at the end there if he was able to make it into that end circle.
If he killed that minion, I proxied the way, by the way.
He has that ability, doesn't he, right? So, I mean, Revo has that ability. He's sitting at 11 eliminations throughout 2 games, obviously on Senhawk and Arigel. Just well done overall. And Loops, too. Let's shout them out. You know, they had a great game 1-7. Game 2, they started off hot and heavy. Very, very poised. Looking like potentially a deep run. Obviously, they finish off in 10th place, a little bit further down, missing out on the placement points. But Loops continues to slay out, and that's a little bit different from their normal play style. That is a bit more of a slower play style, working their way methodically through the map. It seems like now, this time around this season, they want to be more aggressive.
Yeah, and I respected what Loops was able to do there in Pochinki as well. Remember, they
Back up,
landed
Falcon.
there. We're talking about, okay, what is this team going to be able to do? And then we saw them teasing the fight.
Better really gave up
themselves
free
and
part
go,
slaughter
and
since
then
someone
ultimately
season 1
we
or team.
switch back to them, and they're actually taking a fight with Inco Gaming in Pochinki and winning that fight. Not sure how that came about. Not sure what made them realize that there was still another team behind us. But for them to have that awareness, clear that team behind you, and then try to take the fight there with row 19, I really like that awareness from this team. But this was the winning play right there. That beautiful grenade from Little Boy is what ended up clutching them the win.
Yeah, well done from him. Little Boy, he'll finish off with 2 eliminations, but 2 that mattered in the end to get the win for Influence Rage. A lot of damage across the board, and to be expected with 11 eliminations, they had the most throughout game number 2 and the most of the day so far for PMSL America Spring Season. I'm sure we'll see closer to 20 as the days go along, but 11 is currently the elimination lead for at least the moment. Influence Rage, well done. They finish off in first place, though. Net themselves 21 points, 11 elims plus the winner chicken dinner, which is 10 bonus points, brings them up to 21, which will put them in a very healthy spot. We do see a couple of North American rosters making it onto the list. Obviously, X-Force being down there with a total of 5 points for themselves. And I will say, X-Force still playing well at times, but Enigma, they just got caught in that shed a bit too long.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to whoever that 9Z player was, sticking the revive in the smoke, not wavering over the fact that it's a 1v2. The nades weren't connecting from X-Force. That really was kind of the fault in their stars of having to wait those 4 or 5 seconds for you to prime the frag grenades just to not connect. I would have liked to have seen that gung-ho action.
that
Second page here, we're seeing a lot of teams. You were mentioning Loops earlier, as well as Vios.
Not really. They got
7
2 teams with
total
7
eliminations each. Both of those squads at least putting up some numbers, but we do know, obviously, that they're wanting to get some of those positioning points, those placement points in these next few Aaron Gills.
While we look at the overall, no surprise, Alpha 7 will be in first place. A large reason for that is based off of their winner chicken dinner on Sanok with 9 eliminations, and then follows up with an Erangel performance, top 3, number 3, in fact, with 9 elims.
Yeah, all I'm saying is X-Force is above Wolves. That's all that matters.
11 of those going to Revo himself. That's just how dominant of a player he is. But Influence Rage will jump up to second place off of their game to win. We'll see how far they can go. Still early goings, not only in the season, but also in the day as a whole. Alarm bells are not ringing them just yet, but who do we need to be on the lookout for, 7, who are towards the bottom?
That first place team, man. I know you said towards the bottom, but I'm just amazed at how Alpha 7 is playing. I called it out during that match. If they do it again this match, okay, now I'm actually going to be keeping an even closer eye on them. And I'm gonna, when I do talk about them, just a heads up for everybody currently watching at home, I'm gonna be critiquing them even more, because now that's 2 plays where they focus into the middle. But the thing is, this team is able to readjust. This team is able to play that outer edge, as they were able to showcase right here perfectly on this last match. And on top of that, I mean, the gunpowder's there, and Revo's currently popping off, and you wouldn't want anybody else to pop off like that man can.
Oh, without a doubt. If he's having a bad game, you're worried for Alpha 7. You do. The rest of the guys, they can carry the torch, but Revo is just simply that guy. 11 eliminations, leading the charge, and again, that's more than some of the teams have combined from all 4 of their members. Well done from Alpha 7. They lead the charge. Question is, can anybody catch up? Influence Rage might be one of those rosters to do so. Sarpatch had a chance, though, to do quite a few interviews at the start of the day. This time he had a chance to speak to Klaus from Shoot to Survive. Let's hear what Klaus had to say.
All right,
here we are with Klaus from S2S. Welcome to Brazil.
They're
Welcome
kinda
to
trolling by
PMSL
saying
America, a LAN event. How's it feeling? How's it been in there?
It feels good. The phone took a bit to get used to, but I think we're ready now.
And how's it be to be on the stage, to see all the teams around you, all the other players? How's that feel?
It's new for us, but I don't think it changes anything. We'll just play our game, and we'll try and win.
Not nervous at all? You're calm? And the rest of the team, you're good?
Yeah, we're good.
They was just eating some Asian food. What were you eating?
Chicken fried rice.
No, everyone died.
Nice. I'm hungry. I'm going to go get that some. Bro, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Let's go.
my god, the $50 dono! How are you doing, my E-boy, on this wonderful day? See you, Missy T. Between games taking like 20 minutes, dude. I'm falling asleep.
Alright.
Hey, Claus, just wake up? I don't know. Claus my go though, dude. Dude's chill, calm, and collected.
50 bucks, like, holy.
Thank you! Ugh, I gotta sit up. Maybe it's because I'm leaning back in my chair that I'm falling asleep. Dude, Valak bodied that guy. Oh wait, let me turn the sound on so we can hear them yapping.
For these teams, they just got off Arrogant, right? They know exactly what's about to happen. The teams really did fill each other out because that was incredibly slow.
Teams felt each other out.
Of what we witnessed.
Chat, is that the hidden meta? Filling the teams out.
Lost going into stage 3.
We'll be right back, chat.
We didn't lose anybody going into stage 3. We lost a couple of players, but no teams. I'm expecting a little bit of the same.
And the new chapter
here on
Blue Hawk
Arrogant
drop
as the teams
already.
continually try and figure out what's really happening and what's going on. For Wolves, been impressed with their play today. I really have been. They've shown great prowess. They've shown the ability to slow things down when needed, as which is again opposite of what they were last year. A very aggressive roster, in your face, like to be you know, the tip of the spear. They're no longer that team, right? When at least so far over the last 2 maps, 7.
I'm like, Wolves, you know what? You're playing good here and there. Sad, can we talk about that rotation? What happened with that rotation? As we were talking about it during the break. And please, bring it back to us 3, because I want to have a bit of a back and forth here with Enigma, because I know, Enigma, you were saying, why shoot before you push?
Yeah, I mean, we have the vehicle. We drop Baton off early. We're looking dead center in Influence Rage, and we're seeing Bios off into this saying, oh, we're going to shoot them, and then we're going to rotate right behind them, thinking that they're not going to turn around and just put a few right into our dome. So a little bit too eager, I think. Maybe Wolves just got a little too overconfident, really wanting to get that engagement going. Maybe that blue zone stress was playing a factor, but I mean, you saw how I was in between.
You stole my song so real for me at the beginning of that song so far.
I'm not expecting them to be struggling with making those rotations. They had the time to work with.
Hold on.
That far
I gotta listen to the song so I know the exact one.
Come up with a methodical plan. Not only them, but also 9Z, X-Force, that far western squads that were fighting the compound, both taking forever to get into the circle. These teams right now, that stage 4, stage 5, I'm not sure if it's land jitters. You've obviously been to a lot of events there, 7, and even you, Taylor, and just different mobile games and stuff like that. This is the moment where we need to see you get over these nerves, get over this pressure that land brings to you, and be able to perform when it matters most, because we only got 3 days for phase 1. We're already through the first Erangel. You going back to back on it, Taylor, you got to start performing.
You do. There's not a lot of time. So this is the interesting thing about going back to back Erangels. There is a benefit to having the map.
I'm gonna do very inappropriate things to Enigma later.
What?
You know, typically, you got Erangel map 1, map 3. You have Erangel. You hop back into Erangel map 6.
By the way, this is just the intro. Here, I'll play the actual song. I like the intro the most.
Take a little bit of a break and gather your thoughts before you head back into Erangel, right? because there's a map to separate the two. Now you don't get that opportunity, you don't get that chance. And from a competitor standpoint, these three maps, these three areas, especially if they're not going your way and they're not going good, can seem like a blur. And can seem like they go by in the blink of an eye. And before you know it, you picked up 2 eliminations across 3 maps. You finished off in 12th place all 3 times. You're like, what happened? And now you got to then, of course, head into 2 Miramars, which, granted, will be fresh and you'll be ready for them. But it's like sometimes going back to back to back in the maps can be a blessing, but it can also be a curse if you're not playing that well. And in this case, I'm hoping it's not the curse for the Wolves, because they did show great prowess in map 1. Map 2, it got a little bit weird with the pop shots, but I will say that's the whole point of these phases, right? We got 4 phases. We got phase 1, phase 2 for the league play to earn your bonus points. You're going into the grand finals. So, Seven, I look at this as a time to just truly improve as a roster, as a team, and more importantly, get back on land. Maybe you haven't been there in a long time. Maybe this is your first time competing on land. Get those jitters out of the way, brother, because grand finals is when everything comes together, and that's when you bring your A game.
I made Enigma laugh on stream. I made Enigma laugh on stream. I even said, hop on Deadlight, little bro, and he looks at his side monitor and starts smiling. Like 30 seconds later, because there's no delay. He wasn't talking at all, so I just sacked him to see if he would look.
Wait, DM me Enigma and say like, put your hands in the air to make another emote.
The intro is so good. Also, I'm making it for the. It's okay. I forgive you. It wasn't even that. It wasn't that big of a deal. Thank you for another dono. You're the goat.
What the fuck, Ari? Is this from Once Human, Ari?
What's Human, Ari?
I don't know if they would be.
Are you playing Once Human?
They currently are. I mean, they finished off with 0 eliminations.
I never played Once Human.
So
I don't know.
Story. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. They get first place and 11 eliminations, which is truly special. And speaking of influence rage, Sarpatch had a chance to talk to Diego, and Diego was a pop-up player in map number 2. Let's hear what Diego had to say.
All right, guys, here we're at with Diego from Influence Rage.
Look at Diego, my goat.
On the second match. You guys are coming very strong from PMGC. You did great over there. How's the chemistry with the team? Parabéns por o jogo. Vocês jogaram muito bem. Como tá a química? Vocês bateram muito bem na PMGC. Então, como tá esse ambiente depois de isso, estando aqui agora?
Acredito que a nossa maior aprendizado foi a PMGO. Apesar do resultado bem ruim, a gente conseguiu aprender bastante e a gente vai aplicar tudo que a gente aprendeu aqui na PMSL e ganhar o campeonato.
We learned a lot from the PMGO, especially that was our worst performance. We're gonna learn from that and try to be a champions here. Not much time, so thank you very much, sir. Let's go back.
Hello, Ari.
That's right, Sarpatch. Not much time because we're hopping into map number 3.
Why are all the people short? Because the most cracked mobile gamers are the shortest. It's just how it works, dude.
Yeah, like Fate.
They're bringing those lessons
he plays on an iPhone, but it's like an iPad.
That's okay. Did they stack up? Was there a chance maybe to lose it, get second?
Got a point, Chad, dude.
But did it happen? No, and therefore they did exactly what was needed to be the winning team, be victorious.
But he's smiling hard as fuck.
We're heading into Area chat. You paying attention? It might be popping up. It might not be. I don't know. You guys are the ones who got to be on your game here, because there's a lot to be earned, not only code-wise, but also to be earned just knowledge-wise, watching the games as a whole. There it is. We've got our next Amazon gift cards. We've got a couple more being thrown your way. Be quick out there, because from what I heard, Seven's trying to take it. I joke, he can't. But Seven wanted to. He wanted to cash out. I don't blame him, man. Free money is free money.
Dude, there's codes on the stream? Hold up, I might have to try to enter them.
There we go. Map number 3. Let's get it started and see if Influence Rage can replicate their success. With the first place, 11 eliminations, and a wonderful job well done. And also, will we get anybody landing military like Team Liquid this time around, who seriously need to step it up, or they're going to fall
they're top 8 right now. It's only been 2 games, so like,
where are we going?
It doesn't matter.
Well, it's looking like we're going towards school.
Just wait until after day 1, basically.
Directly down the middle, it seems. A lot of these spots, other than maybe Hospital, George Pole being in reach. And the
are we going far to Primorsk, or are we dropping Yaz? I think we said we don't want to contest Yaz.
Right. They've got that secondary. They usually go Primorsk. I believe their spots are somewhere on that far
it looks like they
eastern
might be
side.
going.
A lot of teams, though, with it being these new squads in here,
their main
right,
drop
7,
is from
a lot of teams potentially just opt to go to their main drop, but they take what's called that two-step rotation. They
Yeah,
go
they
for
say
the
the main drop
vehicle
is from Mars.
spawn, maybe like
Yeah,
what
but, like,
9Z's
it's far.
doing, and they make that rotation
And
far
they
out
aren't
in
dropping
zone
to it, so
to play it later on in the match. And the interesting
they're
thing
dropping Stauber.
that I always enjoy thinking, we talked about it, of course, with this being the back.
I guess they're dropping where no one dropped, which is fine.
Second Erangel. How are
Pretty
teams
good,
going to
actually.
be able to switch it up? And I mean, that's a big switch up, to say the least. The zone, it's not even on the map for some of this.
You know who's happy about this zone? Alpha 7. They usually go George, but because of the play pad, they were forced to land Lipovkaz, which is usually their second one. Meanwhile, I'm over here interacting with the chat. Everybody that's currently watching on YouTube, asking them, who do you think is going to win? Everybody started putting Alpha 7, and then that circle pops up. So for everybody picking Alpha 7, it looks like it might be likely, but you never know with what's going to happen because Team Liquid, as you were mentioning earlier,
Waterzone?
I mean, this team,
It's kind of crazy.
It's been a. I know. It's
I hope it does
game,
shift to the water. It'd be pretty cool to watch.
I'm gonna be judging teams here differently, especially with what they have showed me in the past. And for this team, I want to see a little bit more. Hopefully, not losing any players earlier on, especially with this map that has over 40% water.
That's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, this zone is diabolical. This zone is going to be nuts. And for teams such as 9Z, they're going to go ahead and get on mainland as quickly as possible. They don't want to have to fight their way, not only through military, because they probably expect there's going to be a couple of teams they'll have to fight on that right side bridge. But, you know, also when they do go across the right side bridge, it's like, who's going to be waiting for them? Well, it could be Wolves. It could be BIOS Gaming. So they're going to take matters into their own hands. They're going to fight for mainland, and they'll take their chances that way. From military, though, Team Liquid does go back to their homeland. They land military. They will have AGG. That could be a skirmish developing relatively quickly, probably towards stage 3, stage 4 on the right side bridge. But for everybody else, you know, still spread apart, kind of like they were in game number 2 on Erangel that we just witnessed. No early hot drops, nobody testing the waters, nobody wanting to fight just yet. And with this zone being as diabolical as it is, Enigma, I'm highly expecting teams to get a bit scrappy going into stage 1, into stage 2, because that zone, with not a lot of mainland remaining, dude, a lot of teams are going to be very close together.
Listen, if we could have the player cams when that circle shift popped, it would have been the same as probably what Zfon and I are going to be doing, pulling our hair out of our head, because what rotation are you going to make if
What team are you supporting? X-Force.
decides to camp the water edge by Milta Power? What happens if the bridge camp gets in front of you from Wolves Esports and you're the Team Liquid squad having to suffer through
This
the
motherfucker just crashed to a goddamn tree, chat. There's like 3 trees total.
Circle shift is up to really the hands of other
No
teams.
people outfit?
You just wish you could rotate early. And unfortunately, there's this vicious cycle. We've seen it in Titan series and stuff like that. You make the botation, you start getting camped, you go to the bridge, you start getting bridge camped. The interesting thing about it is with it being Americas, you're not sure where in that cycle we're really at for teams deciding to make their choices. So if you're a Team Liquid fan, if you're an AGG fan, you're hoping that maybe your team chooses the right play. And unfortunately, looks like Savage, they were actually the dead center team getting a knock early on from Alpha 7. And that's not the team, especially so close to you, to be getting a knock onto you.
Once again, this team, Alpha 7, looking to get towards the center of the circle after the first circle pops up. It doesn't matter who's on their way. It doesn't matter if anybody's on their way. They're going to just be taking the fight and going for it. Just a very disrespectful way to play for some players, but I'm absolutely loving it. Keep it going, Alpha 7. You're pretty much just big daddying everybody in this lobby, at least on the first couple of circles.
Yo, and we talked about that during the break. You know, Alpha 7, the way that they're playing is disrespectful to the teams, but I personally am a massive fan of that. You know, again, they started very slow during the fall season. This season, they're not wasting their opportunity. They're looking to dominate this lobby. Even though top 3 move on to EWC and naturally earn the bulk of the money when it comes to not only the league play, but also the grand finals of the PMSL America Spring season, but they're looking to dominate those other rosters who do qualify for EWC. That's their home. That is their turf. They dominated that tournament. They won. Okay, and they're going back in, and they want to know that they're in the best possible position, and they're going to play the way they're looking to play on that main stage over at EWC. Bottom line, period, and they're playing exactly like that, and nobody's holding a candle to them, albeit, at least from the first 2 maps. Still plenty of time to go. You never know what the days are going to bring, but Loving Alpha 7. Nobody's challenging them. I wouldn't either. They're hanging out. But we do have Inco kind of around that of Vios Gaming. Potentially a fight between them could be developing relatively soon. And I noticed there is a teammate from Savage who's going to be going out. There's going to be Octi, who's trying to just scout the horizons up ahead. But yeah, Vios Gaming, Inco, most likely going to have a bit of a skirmish later on. And Wolves looks to be pushing back Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Is it going to be a matter of the bridge camp?
Dude, the bridge camp is so toxic.
Safely, and unfortunately for Team Liquid, they tried to get right in front of AGG. Unfortunately, Wolves just actually full 4-man stack on the gas station. You don't really even want to play right on the bridge. It allows Team Liquid to potentially full slam and you can go trade for trade to get the revives. But Wolves, they're keeping you back, and unfortunately, I'm seeing it on our map feed as well. Looks like AGG realizes Team Liquid tried crossing the bridge. Mythic being caught out potentially by one of the AGG members. Now, this is a matter of that time crunch, right? Does that clock start ticking in your head, or are you completely clueless of what's going to be happening? The shots do come down, not from Melgar, one of his teammates, but if you're all in vehicles, if you're so spread out like this, I want to see it from All Glory Gaming. It looks like they're going to do it. Full sending on a Mythic. The Grelin shots coming in. Melgar as well now. Full slamming on the Mythic, but M2M, he gets put down by Mythic. That's one. He needs to find the next player here, but with both shotguns, it's a matter of who hits the shots first. Team Liquid needing to scramble to give the support. Mythic getting peppered down. No chance to heal just yet, and we're seeing it now here, 7. The 2v2 slam on the compound. Can you get the revives going?
Med kit off?
Oh,
that's juice for him.
Turn this fight around.
I don't know if
does he get hit by the fire? Oh my god!
Rotated around, and he's gonna be going for a push here, trying to go towards the second floor. Gonna be slowed down a bit there.
Another full med kit? Why does he have 2?
But everybody from Team
he just has 2 full meds on him?
Cool,
dude is goated.
Who does that? Like what?
He got 2.
Not only do you have Wolves on the main island, on top of that you have AGG on your back, but now we at least have the full squad here, and AGG needs to be able to readjust. You can see now the player that was on top of the mountain is gonna start pushing down. Are any of those grenades gonna hit? None end up hitting. AGG slowing it down, waiting for his last teammate, for Charlie that's strolling in the vehicle,
God, this guy keeps hailing
as the next circle is going to be closing in. Chief does end up getting knocked.
Dude is not catching a break.
Chief is knocked. He's down. AGG might want to capitalize off this if they can, but it's tough to push those buildings. It really is. And we've seen teams lose their lives one by one as they try to push up one choke point, which ultimately is the stairs from Elgar, potentially trying to get active, just blind firing through the smoke. I don't blame him.
Wait, double nade knock on Team Liquid.
Drop down. He'll take down Chief. Another one has fallen. Team Liquid might be on the out. Melgar with the finish, at least on one player. He'll reposition himself. I think Team Liquid might be in a bit of trouble. They only have 2 players left to fight. I believe they're trying to potentially stick a res. Ayala's cooking a nade, but not going to be able to kill. Well, it does get some damage, but not much. AGG has
AGG is so bad at team fights.
Full control of the building, and all Team Liquid can do is look inwards. But the benefit of Enigma is they do manage to get their teammate back up and get a knock on the Charlie.
Yeah, Fran needed to cross with his team, having this 4v3 instead. He sits back and he allows Team Liquid to get the full reset, and now he tries pulling up late, but the shots come in from Mythic. Teammates full slamming the stairs now. The pre-fires from the shotgun shots allowing Team Liquid to start forcing themselves up the stairwell, and AGG, what could have been, now down to just a solo. His teammate honestly body blocking him, luckily getting thirsted out from Ayala, but 2v1 situation. The stairs can be deadly and all the pre-fires come through. You're not sure which room the player's in, but it's all about the 1v1 here on the stairs, and they double up, but the shotgun shots only connects on one Taylor. Ayala somehow managing to live with his teammate
might
getting
be
knocked
him with
behind.
shot.
And the experience
from
Team Liquid shining through. The veterans stay alive in a difficult situation.
I'll just
Meanwhile, we
go to mechanics on the stairs there, Jesus.
A fight of their own. We see them get scrappy early on. This map will be no different in map 3, and they're making good use of their screen time onto Inco. The question is, though, can Inco pull a Team Liquid and reverse the roles? They're on the back foot. Vios Gaming seems to have the advantage, granted only with Nunez, but Nunez is hitting some wonderful shots. Wonderful shots indeed, and it'll be no different the player just challenged from up top. Hit the shots needed, gets the 2, trying to go for the team wipe. He's got 2
Oh my god!
You fumbled it! The bag, dude! You fumbled the bag! Oh! Dude, you had that one as a 1v4 right there. That was the easiest 1v4 of his life. Oh my god.
If he didn't miss those, bro, he would have had it.
Like, bro, if you put me in the position on that last 1v2, I'm cleaning that up, dude. That was just so free. That guy just oblivious coming around the corner. Oh my god.
And almost takes him out.
They definitely have. Luckily, there for Inco Gaming,
dude, that was so free.
There and create some kind of a
he had the 1v4, dude. He just choked.
Bro, he really had it. It was so close. If he didn't miss those 3 shots, bro, he would have gotten it.
Is going to be none other than Wolves, and Inco's barely outside as well.
X-Force in 8th, A7's dominating already.
Not having to worry about anything. And another team that's going to be chilling is going to be 9C.
Wolves and 10th or something like that. 9C is going to be
within the middle of that circle too. Let's see if they can.
Only 2 games though, so like it.
Yeah. By the way, going back to Team Liquid, Ayala and Mythic.
Oh wow,
Ayala played that so well, and I'm pretty sure Mythic is going to be saying, "How the heck did he knock me? I was behind you."
Hey, but they did lose one, I believe. It is going to be a 3-man of Team Liquid remaining. They did get those 4 eliminations, so they're starting strong. But the scary thing is, we remember how that first zone was, right, guys? 40% on that eastern milk to water. We went all the way back to farm, and out of all the teams I feel the most sorry for, guys, it's got to be Wolves Esports. 4-man, they dropped here in farm. They dropped spread. They made that rotation all the way past Milta early, hedging their bets that it's going to at least center up in the zone. God said, nah, we're going back west. We're forcing you back into the farmlands. And unfortunately for them, they lose both Doran and Baton. No eliminations to their name. Honestly, just hoping that they can get blessed now in this shack. But a lot of that is a lot of what ifs, a lot of honestly wishful thinking to say the least. But Alpha 7, they're never about the wishful thinking 7. They're always about giving themselves a situation to fight through and shoot to survive. Klaus, the star player for that team, just can put down early by Alpha 7 this match.
And this is one of the main reasons why everybody was looking forward to seeing what Squash was able gonna be able to do here with this team. And he's now up to 3 eliminations. And now Alpha 7 is looking to just reposition himself and play a bit of an edge here against none other than Shoot to Survive. And Shoot to Survive, I mean, if you can find Mafioso here, that'll be perfect. But I don't think they're gonna be able to. Squash is gonna go back and pick him up. How are they going to be a rush?
You got me, right?
Here, more than likely, they're going to be just hopping on vehicles and trying to leapfrog.
That is crazy.
Survive players. Meanwhile, on the circle, there's just a lot going on. We're talking about
I'm like 4th or like 5th.
You were talking about Wolves as well. I'm with you. It does hurt, Enigma.
Gio
does end up landing.
Did you see Gio?
Your teammate and they're kind of forced to go back to farm. But I am
actually that is crazy.
That it is Coops and Juancho, the 2 players that are currently alive, because we saw what Coops was able to do in the first Sandhawk. We saw him being able to clutch up eliminations and points for his team when nobody expected him.
Crazy.
So if there was ever a chance for that team to be able to edge out
priorities, I guess it is what it is.
With those 2 players.
I get them like 10 minutes
for sure. And I know Taylor, you're probably eyeing a lot of other teams right now, looking at the map feed. A lot of movement kind of on the map. I'm interested in hearing what kind of team you're really eyeing, especially with the circle shift coming up. Who do you think's really going to be that fragging squad on the line? No, I don't want you to say Alpha 7 here, Taylor. I need another name from you.
Yeah, I was too. I was Alpha 7, but only because, you know, they went to a very comfortable spot over.
All right, I guess I'll take the 3rd and like
having to rotate all the way around up top.
So no, 3rd's going to me.
It's a challenge, I think, for any roster, but Alpha 7, they'll be just fine. The positioning is great. But no, I think this could be another great game from Loops. You know, pretty much dead center.
It's like one play 3 games, one play 10 games, and one get to silver.
And X-Force and Loops do have history in the previous maps, and it's typically Loops who gets the advantage and gets the best plays against them. So I think Loops is going to be just fine. Now, VIP, all eyes on them because Alpha 7's rolling in hot. VIP has to battle against Alpha 7, and this is the battle for the coastline. And ultimately, the battle to be opposite of that of Team Liquid, who's going to be just off to the right. And also underway is Influence Rage, using the cars as barriers to tree as well. But they're being pincered by quite a few teams. But as we focus on the Alpha 7 and VIP, this is an important fight to win. Winning this fight gives you the dead zone of mappers, at least as dead as it could possibly be. But VIP, a team that we haven't seen too much of in the previous maps, now has a chance to get some screen time, much like that of Vios Gaming has got. Not that they'll let it go to waste. This is a good roster. Ayuya, Pop Poppy Sour.
Well, I
some
told
big
him. I
names
told
from
him.
the
I
North
told
American
H
side
that
of things were
explain
looking
it
to
on him.
make some big
I'll just do the
waves, but
H
Alpha
first.
7 looking
Literally
to
just
shut them
whoever
down
responds
immediately.
first, but H is
Alpha
gonna be
7, a
sitting here
team
all
that
the
has
time, so
rotated
Swag's
from the
not on
right
them.
side of the map all the way through
I'm
the
not
north
gonna
and
be
now
here.
on the western
But
side, taking down players along their
Yeah.
path.
I thought
It's now
HH
once
would've
again
had
taking
someone
down yet
else,
another
but,
team,
I got
and it
you,
looks to
H.
be VIP and 7. I
This
don't think
doesn't take long to
VIP
get
is going to be
sober
able to
anyway,
do
this should be able to
anything
get
as
sober
Poppy
tonight,
Sour
so hopefully
looks
I
to
can
be the
get
last
swag
one
in
alive.
too.
Yeah, he's gonna have to sacrifice those 2 players unless he just wants to give Alpha 7
Wait,
another
can you
free
not, like, load
elimination.
up the game
But
on
Alpha
the
7
internet?
making sure that they ended up picking squads. Now they're back to the
It also won't
four-man
let me
squad.
open
More than likely, they'll end up pushing there on Poppy Sour. Meanwhile, Intense Game with
Maybe
Silence
because they're having a
trying
hard
to do a
time getting through
rotation
your
here
router,
within the
it's usually
circle.
easier to get
And
through
there's
your
just
firewall.
so many teams currently locked in,
time
so
is in
many
your
people
shit,
currently
but it's just
looking
it
in
doesn't like the
at this
direct
open
connection.
field that is going to be hard to make one. And there you go. At least they were able to use one. And they try to catch here on Influence Rage. But Influence Rage was ready with this little divot right there. They were ready for Intense Game, but it's going to start switching around as Intense Game knocks 2. And they knock 3. There goes 4. And they take over. Even though they take some damage in regards
Yeah,
to
I'll
some players
just
getting
put my
eliminated,
skies, good.
it is still 2 alive. And Coops and Juancho
This
from
guy-
Wolves are
Sour
looking to get
remind
into
you.
the action as well as Alpha 7 makes the push to VIP and makes it look
Yeah.
easy.
Definitely.
Very threatening with a very
Cleaned up,
whimsical
but I need
voice.
to know if we can
Yeah,
get
right, like,
after the
it's
game
so
or
nice
if
and
this
friendly.
game slows down. Because I'm pretty sure Pedrino just 1v4 Influence Rage.
A7 has 8 kills in farming.
Somehow not getting
No,
knocked at
they
all.
win. This is
Being
like
in the
if
dead
they win,
open,
this is like their
3-4
7th
squads
Americas
scoping
win.
you from afar.
What?
That's crazy.
Being able to live after that as well.
No,
and
they're
Intense
Brazil.
Game really
Yeah,
being able to survive and weather the storm, and that's
No,
a
same
big
thing.
moment in this match. That's center
It's not
spot.
LATAM?
Obviously,
Uh-huh.
they're not in a compound.
You got
but
Brazil,
they're able to
Latam,
at
and
least
NA.
get this next
That's
circle
Jack.
shift
That's what
sort
Americans
of
is.
their way, even if it's just a smidge of it. On that center spot, they're able to really start farming
Yeah,
potentially
it is
some of these
Farm
other
zone?
teams
Oh
like
my
okay.
god.
On an actual
Have
map,
already
it is
lost
Latam,
players,
but in
Seven,
PUBG
I
Mobile
know we were
specifically,
just
it's
talking
not
about
considered
it.
Latam.
Alpha 7,
Two different things.
VIP.
Like
I'm
there's
not
like
sure what
so
happened
many
with
different regions.
VIP
Like
to
EU
get
is not
them
called
early
EU.
knock, but we all
There's
knew
like
as
20
soon as they
different
got the
EU
thirst that
regions.
it was going to be
Yeah,
a
they
wrap.
think they're better than Latam.
It's the confidence that they're
That's
playing
what
with
it is.
Enigma.
They are, honestly, dude. Like,
this team is playing
Yeah,
with
they
just
are.
absolute disregard for anything that these teams are doing, and they're playing it smart
Oh, the
too.
top 4
I'm
is literally
intrigued to
being
see how
held
they're
by.
actually going to
Find an
end up
interviewer
performing
and
now
short
with
his
this
fate,
circle,
by the
right?
way.
They took care of VIP. Now you have
That's
that
insane to
little
say,
bit of
but, you
growth
know,
here with a little
like,
bit of a height
dude, he's
advantage.
like 5'2",
On top
I
of that,
think.
You're going to have some of the other teams within the horizon as
think the
well.
other guy was
Let's
just,
see
like,
how
scrunched
this
on his
team is
knees.
able to find a way.
No,
within
that
the
guy's just
circle and
extremely
see
short,
what
too.
Alpha 7 ultimately
He's shorter than
does.
every single person other than Fate that I've
Honestly,
seen
even if they
him
ended up getting
interview.
eliminated just now, you
actually
might be
amazing.
thinking,
I was amazed.
man, why are they hyping up Alpha 7 so much? It's because they're currently absolutely killing everybody. They're up to 8 eliminations.
I think I've been up so
And they're
long
already in first
that now I'm
place,
starting
mind
to
you,
re-wake
right? The
up.
rich get richer.
I'm
But
so
what's
afraid to take a
impressive
nap.
to
You should
me
just drive.
is obviously they
Oh.
can slay out. We know
Yeah, I
that,
think
but
when I'm
it's
tired,
been
I
their
immediately
route
want to go for a
this
drive.
map
Like,
from
what?
us. Again,
That's what I do whenever I drive.
they've
No,
had to take
I
the
mean,
long
like,
way
honestly,
around
for
me,
the
whenever
zones
I'm,
and
like,
stages. They
tired,
started on the
I'm doing
edge
night
near
drive.
Watermill.
I
just
They
go-
went up to
like,
the north,
waking
they
up.
all the way to the
Wheel
left, and even now,
I just
No,
don't
like,
think
it
it's
didn't
doing
feel
it.
Yo,
like-
guys, let's not let this guy ever drive. This is
tooth and nail, and they
Wait, did we just get
back
crashed?
on your screen. They were here just
Oh
earlier.
my
Focus on
god.
X-Force, and 2 players from X-Force will now
This guy's
drop.
cooked. Bro, what?
Confidence in conjunction with 24K.
What
to
the-
at least get
Yeah,
the
the only
final
reason I ever get
elimination
tired
onto
is
one of the
just when
Inco
I'm not doing
members who
anything.
now moved their way upstairs.
Waiting for
Kind of now
upstairs.
the last stand of the Alamo. X-Force has successfully pushed Inco back. They're in trouble without question. And 24K
Taken down by
and
Argelin.
work with Fate are tightening the
name.
vice grip, and it will be successful. Inco will fall. During that skirmish, we also lost Team Liquid, by the way. They are gone on the rotation. They come up. They run into a bit of trouble against Wolves, who successful. Inco X-Force has successfully pushed Inco back. They're in trouble without.
Dang, one pumped.
Handy stuff.
question. And 24 and K.
6, are you rewinding your stream?
He's looking at the one
Who
pump.
now moved their way upstairs. Kind of now the last stand of the Alamo. X-Force has successfully pushed Inko back. They're in trouble with
Yeah,
a
he has a
question.
shotgun. What do you?
Six looks
What's
kinda
the
disgusted
confusion
right now.
here?
He looks kind of disgusted.
Y'all don't notice what I'm noticing.
What was supposed to happen?
Oh, him choking the kill? He
No,
literally
not
gets one
that.
pump.
Y'all still don't notice it. How do
Oh,
y'all
Nate?
not notice it?
Stupid. Oh wait, his teammate looking at his other teammate?
He's shooting his own teammate because he's retarded.
Yeah, I didn't
he is.
I didn't see him shoot, but I saw him clear. Oh, he did. He knocked him. Do that?
No, you can't knock your own teammate. He was just shooting his own teammate. His teammate got knocked from someone else.
Wait, how old is Fate, bro? Is he FNS age? You can kind of like excuse it, bro.
He just unloaded like 4 shots into his own teammate, dude, and then got the kill. Like, I'm like so confused. Like, what the fuck happened there? Like,
next cell will be collapsing in just a minute or so.
That's literally gonna be Monarch, bro. He's getting to FNS age.
Because look, the guy in the corner got knocked. I'm like, wait, that was an enemy? I thought that was our teammate.
It doesn't say how old Fate is on the Wikipedia. That's never a good sign, Jack.
Oh shit, dude.
Ask them to remove it.
Back and forth, and we lost 3 teams within a span of at least 30 to 40
I don't know,
seconds.
actually.
And I am so
Me and
shocked that
Hesketh boys, though. I'm sure if I asked
was
him
just
to
fully
just straight
committed
make
to
one
just
up for me,
paying
he'd do it.
attention, 4-4-4, and then left their back open.
Nothing with my age, bro. I'm
to
talking
just
about
make
what I've
one of
played.
Even though Inco Gaming ended up losing that,
Thank
they
God
made
we
one of
didn't play
the
that
easiest
Free Fire
push and just
tournament,
fully
bro.
surprised their Exports. Exports was able to react in time to at least get some eliminations, but Loops. I mean,
what's wrong, bro? The game didn't work. None of the game worked.
That first circle, that second circle, they were able to third party and now take care of the team. Now Loops has a lot of room to work with.
It was Deadass
Yeah, we're
30
talking, what is
FPS.
that, 8 players
It's actually just a plague.
For X-Force.
Bro, it's a plague. No, the game is a plague.
If there was Zero, I would have just carried it on.
Literally didn't have to aim in the
Shoot
game.
to survive
It didn't
on
matter.
that sort of wizard
Anybody
tower
could
right in
aim.
that farm section, but unfortunately, ALM getting
You
knocked
shoot with your
immediately
thumb and you
from
hold
the
up and you
game
insta
pull-up. And
headshot
then
everyone.
after
Esports
that,
World
the
Cup, the
freest
team
fight
who won
for
it was
Loops.
on
Now we
thumbs.
see
They
if
had
the
2
circle
thumbs
shift does
players.
go up to the north. It's always a what could have been
That's
moment
a
for
bag
those
right
squads
there.
that
Crazy,
do
bro.
get eliminated in these prime real estate spots. And now,
You
Taylor,
don't
I'm
want it
eyeing
that
that
bad,
south
bro.
side.
A7,
I don't.
4 men
I
alive.
don't.
Oh, one
They
took
gotta
knock.
start working
That
into
is
that
not going to be my
circle
Oh.
easiest debut, bro.
Yeah,
This
no
is not-
surprise.
we're not
And
doing
Alpha
that.
Sevens had to fight their way into each and
Free
Chat.
Fire rookie prodigy.
All right, chat. If you're an organization and you want to pick up a team,
Oh,
name the
here we
top
go,
5
here we
mobile
go.
games.
Now
I
we're
want to see what you
asking
guys
for
say.
chat.
I want to see what
may
they say.
make it look easy with 10 eliminations,
top
but I
5
guarantee you it
mobile
hasn't
games.
been easy for any other team other than Alpha
Decisions.
7.
There's like really only 2 actual mobile games you would ever pick up a team in, but like I want to see what they put for the other ones.
Make it happen, and
I'm gonna take
good on
Honor
them.
of Kings.
That's why they're one of the
I'm
best
pretty
in
sure
the world.
Tencent's
It's
dumping
it's
money
also, like,
globally.
genre related.
Does that count though? Because that's like China only.
Simply incredible.
No, it's global.
Is
They
it?
stream every
They
day.
have-
They stream
they have-
every day.
They have global teams and stuff for like regionals.
Yeah, look up Hockey Sports. You can see their global channel. They all stream through one channel.
Oh, what the fuck?
A total of 4. But yeah, you got Wolves. They only have 2 members.
They got invited and got knocked out before any.
Clash of Clans? Hell yeah, dude, my chat's cooking. They know game.
Who's currently
PUBG Makata? Yeah, those are the only 2
Oh,
games.
wait, give me Identity
Clash
5.
Royale. Clash Royale is a valid one that you would pick up a team in.
Nothing.
Yeah.
That game is booming actually.
And that is the
World
way to go
Championship,
with
right?
it,
Danny
at
5
least
literally
for
just
what we're
ended,
seeing
but
so
give me
far.
that game.
In Clash of Clans, this one org has like 5 teams in the World Cup, and then same with Clash Royale. It had that one Japan team had like 2 or 3. I mean, they're doing it, so like I mean I assume yeah.
Gold, black, blue, purple, orange.
They literally. It was like Zeta Black, Zeta Rookie or something. Like it was some random shit like that.
As Alpha 7 trying to stop him. Just a little bit of a back and forth here between this
EG?
squad and Royal for War.
MLBB not big. See, that's the sleeper pick that people don't think about. Mobile Legends has one of the biggest markets.
Nobody wakes up to play MLBB.
Literally the number one you would actually get into. You just pick up some rando Indonesian team for like $100 each USD, and they just got mad numbers. Because that's how much it is. Yeah, I mean that's how much. That's how much.
Yes, bro. That's their cost of living.
Like, what do you mean? Can you say that? That's just like reality. Like what?
I'm fucking PR training, bro. It's practice. In front of these 78 people he has on Twitch.
Now, if I want,
That's literally why NA sucks. Like A7 at one point was getting paid like $300 a month while they were like winning worlds and shit like repeatedly. Like they just don't need a lot of money. Like NA needs like 1 to 2K minimum to even be able to like devote 4 hours a day into the game.
I just don't think they would
Alpha 7 got first place in map 1, third place in map 2.
Well, considering I saw the contract, I do think they were.
Albeit with 10 eliminations,
they
the
should have
question
like
is, who
threatened to
wants
just
to
not
be
play.
victorious?
No, they're the ones who signed the contract. $300 to them is a shit ton, Doug.
Because it was Alpha 7 influence rate
$300, I'll
before,
break my
so now
contract, bro.
doors gonna be wide open.
Juancho got a 30-minute Uber for $2 yesterday in Brazil.
4 players alive.
Wow.
Great positioning.
That's
on the map,
so like
5 eliminations.
That guy's eating like
We've
a
seen
fucking pig right
11.
now.
I'm telling you, you're eating like a king out there for $4 a day.
It's like
Like,
tectonic in India.
I wouldn't take my chances there, though.
10, 11, maybe even.
you know, you may get stabbed on the side of the road twice a day, but you know.
They can drop big numbers. But they got to take the bull by the horn.
No, literally,
Literally
at the venue. No, at the venue last year, they literally said, "Do not go outside because they're in a dangerous part of the city." Like, that's where they're playing the land at, dude. Like shit.
HH out first, bro. He's checking the doorways.
HH taking first contact. It's like an ISO shield. It's like a walking ISO shield.
Who got the refrag though? Wild Rift, maybe? Okay, let's
ban that guy.
That's bad rocket, bro.
Bro, they have content creators playing in their
He walked in, this guy.
What looks to be like an easy push here for this squad for
Rebo.
now they're having a little bit even more
He MVP'd like the last like 2 or 3 years, I
coming
think.
down, stopping any kind of push that they have there. There you go, being able to take care of him there.
I wonder if
on
he's on a
second
Supermax,
floor.
bro.
But 2 other players are currently knocked. Only
What?
V-Teen is
A
still
Supermax
alive,
contract,
and it's
bro.
gonna be hard for him. Now he's gonna decide to back off for that. I think he knows.
What's a Supermax in
I
Brazil?
think maybe he heard the C4 there from
Okay.
the team below, trying to make that push because he connect with this
Crazy,
grenade. He's
bro.
not gonna be able
Savage
to.
Esports. Are they allowed to
If
have
he
this
lives
logo?
in, like-
Is Furia not
You go
pissed?
for the revive.
Can
We
they
saw
do that?
remix. It worked
That's
out
what I
for the last
said.
match.
That's what
But
I
Luke
said.
is
I
gonna
asked
be
if
the play you
Furia
wanna
was
make to
playing
see the
under a
Nate
different
Bron
name.
play
Wait, look at
1-0,
Savage
not even
Esports.
gonna
Wait,
be
is that?
actually
Wait,
Luke.
I just realized that. I didn't even like
Maybe
actually
with
notice
Furter,
it.
looks like a third-party
Bro,
opportunity.
I
Actually,
literally thought it
take
was Furia.
care of the
It's
shoot to
literally
survive
Furia's
player
head
five
with a
from
neck
Furter
on it.
on the
Argentina?
front
Okay,
floor, and I'm
I'm
interested to
I'm
know later
confused
on
because
if
Furia
they
had a
can
team last year. So is that their
reset
team, but they have like some
going
weird
19.
partnership? So their name is Savage.
That's
So
slightly
knock the
altered
rain
logo.
down
check,
with
bro.
the
Hold on.
vehicle.
What
They
is
added
Milos
a neck to the
salvage
fucking.
Yeah,
the
they
fight
added
for
a
the
neck and an
squad.
outline.
3 teammates knocked, and they got to be worried though.
Savage,
United
that's
Gaming, they're turning right back around, looking for the third party. And
Could end up being a bit of a thorn.
What did
here
Remix
on
go with
the
X-Force?
back.
Remix got an offer from
Trying to inch their way
9Z.
up closer and closer, but Loops Esports
So
were able
he
to pick
took
up
that.
those last 2 players that were knocked back up to 3 and not
So
a full
nine is
reset,
already
but at least
now.
3
I can't
players
even
who got
find 'em.
something to work
Alex
with.
said he's like getting
I don't
paid,
know
like,
what
discussing
9C.
that.
We're kind of slowing down here. I don't know
Docs not getting paid
9C
anything.
Globan was
I was gonna
thinking
say,
there
are they
that
on a
row
real
19
team?
push.
No,
Maybe
they're
they
not
thought it was
signed
going
to
to be
North.
smart. They ended up losing too many players
not
there,
getting paid?
and
No,
none
Remix
other
is.
than this team was able
Yeah,
to take
that's what
full
Valak said.
advantage.
Oh, they
of
said
it
Valak said
with
he's getting paid,
United
like
for
as in
Gaming.
Valak
But a bit of a
was the
stalemate
Heat.
here, and it's gonna.
Well, you didn't
I
even call
feel
out
like
our
it's
boy
gonna
like
continue to
that.
be
We
like
could've
this
lied.
until we see a knock
He's
or
getting
Loops
paid in
just fully
exposure
sense
right
it and
now.
be as
Okay.
aggressive.
I can't say he's getting paid. What for
Okay,
Warwick's
well,
watching, bro, and they want to pick him
You're
up.
getting a little too over eager there, Seven.
I said he's
Okay,
getting
I
paid
don't
to
think
do it
they're
all.
gonna be
Well, we
full
can't pick him
send
more
just
than
yet,
they,
But
you know.
I think the big thing is
You
going to
never
be
know.
if Pisku can maybe find Milos off there.
Said he's make 15 mil?
Side. Can they get
would've
that
said he's on
snake
max
dealt with?
contract,
Because
that's a home.
right now, United
he's on
for
NA
Gaming,
Supermax,
Taylor, you were
13
talking
bucks.
about it. This is completely open hillside, and
This
it's not a
guy just
good
named
hill
himself.
to play. It's too flat. It's too open. There's not enough cover for you to be standing out in the open. If you can find Milos, really see that pop up
there he is.
in the elimination feed,
4v3?
you're able to start really working the zone. But it's
we're
stage
gonna end
9
up,
now,
bro,
Taylor.
if we don't
These
lock
players got to start
In
working
PUBG,
towards
bro,
the
I
center, and
think I'd
believe
take my
Mystic
chances on
is
anything
holding that
else.
front runner spot, but 2 players
I'm
in the
be
field
real.
has been a
I don't
little
think
too
you
antsy.
make it, man, dude.
Oh,
Call
look
of
at this
Duty
guy.
Mobile
think
literally
you're
just
seeing
merged
it.
all of its
He's
leagues
pushing up.
too. By the way, like they
all
literally
team
have
rats.
one. They literally
for
have
gaming.
one
I
league
wanna
for
try to get
all
eyes
of the
on him if
Asian
possible
countries,
because he could be the
and
thorn in
the
the
Western
side
countries
of
literally
my
just show up
roster.
for world
This is
champs, and
speaking in
that's
regards
it.
to United for
That's
Gaming.
crazy.
North America's gonna have like Bobby
Still
hosted
a toss-up, quite
non-Metatron.
honestly. I know United for Gaming has the advantage. Well,
No,
I say that not anymore. Quickly
It's done a
taken away.
complete
And it is gonna be
360. The
Rafina
beginning of the
taking out
game,
Kate.
Bobby
It will be
hosted
a
the tournament
3v2
with some
now as
oil
Luke
prints.
looks to take
The
this
game
final
went on.
fight
We
by
had
Holy
a
shit,
Masters,
and they will be
a champs.
successful
there was some random like other tournament every year,
9 eliminations,
and
their
then now
first
we're
win
back to
of
Bobby
the
hosting the
spring
only
season here in
tournament.
2025. But shout out to United for gaming, making a big appearance.
We already had
Their
Saudi.
best
We
place
already
in
had
yet.
Saudi.
5 eliminations and 9C as well, staying alive.
I forgot his name, but he was like Ye or Yell or something like that.
Can you defend the top there?
Whoa.
With a talented performance. 9 elim 7. They set themselves up nicely. We
They
highlighted.
won. What if you have epilepsy, bro? They're just trying to kill the players.
What I think by really honestly.
Do you not see what's happening?
As far as I'm concerned, I think they have to break in maybe one.
Bro, they're getting flashbanged.
They've got a bit more aggressive.
How far behind?
3 games, 3 Brazil winners. Who would have thought, chat?
I just hit live and now the game's over.
Loops didn't really have
now
much.
I see a negative
Opportunity was there for them. They kind of
go back 5 seconds
earlier on with X-Force and Inco Gaming. They saw an opportunity there. They made sure that they third-party it, cleared that squad. Then they decided to go up into 9C.
A screenshot, bro.
Nothing happened. They decided to back off and instead go towards the Wizard Tower and ends up eliminating those players that I can't remember at the top of my head which team it was, but they ended up winning that engagement. And ultimately, you're like making it look so easy. 3 versus 4.
What did you just say, Age?
Whoa! Who's regarded as one of the best players? What'd you say?
And what?
No, I just want to know why you were calling me it.
This Eco Gaming fight was nutty. It was Vios Gaming.
Why is Skype regarded as the best Valorant player? I mean, we don't know yet. We'll see.
I think the best
is laughing. Are you even in the game?
How did he get here? Who invited him?
This is the play I was talking about.
The jolliest laugh ever, by the way. Laugh of a 5-2
Aries
man.
is literally like the church of Cain.
Yeah, he was having
That's what I figured out.
Yeah, bro.
From afar, but really it was just an all sort of in moment with the DBS.
Like 12 years
Southern
in the military
rotation
now,
as well.
just
We were
here.
able to see as well.
Yeah, basically.
Eliminations, but this whole western side was where the bloodbath was. Loops Esports being able to clean up what my mind is really that sort of mistake of X-Force and Inco Gaming fight, allowing these other teams to work in for free. And this was the scary part. You guys were literally just talking about this sniper tower seemed to be going on for a minute straight of the fights, and everything after that, I mean, it was just ice.
Brazil competing against themselves? Bro.
Belo's just rolling in with the car.
Gotta make more of it.
Oh, whoa.
That's a little gay.
You literally get insta-banned.
Solo, you can only do so much. And for Loops, they commanded that final fight that resulted in a tremendous win. 9 eliminations.
I just ran everyone
ton
over.
Of damage, like I said, across the board. Very, very well done. It's nice to see them in the victory circle finally. The first time
unironically
looks
looks
the top 3. And
Dead
potential
body.
chance
Checking
to
grass,
obviously
bro. Checking
elevate
grass.
themselves up the leaderboard. That's the goal outside of obviously.
My God, it's always Brazil,
better
bro.
each and every time you can.
Holy
as well
shit.
as Rafina will be the top elimination leader with 4 apiece.
Why are they all kind of lined up?
Bulk of the 9
I know, right? They're all leaning to the right.
No, like their haircuts are all lined up for some reason.
You know what? Sky's right also. Like, what the fuck? They are leaning to the
Yeah,
right.
they're all like so ever slightly tilted.
Like, just the tiniest bit. Wait, what the fuck?
Same for all of them.
Oh, wait, it is. Hello?
Like, did they slightly alter the pictures after taking them? Like, there's no way they just all have a natural right lean. Like, what?
All of the pictures had to
a
be
lot more with what you guys had to offer there. We'll get a chance to talk that about a little bit later.
Keep it
and
real.
then Alpha 7 Esports, I mean, for this team, even with
Like, the dude on the left is definitely leaning, bro.
Wait,
Like,
what? No, the guy on the right has a black eye.
Yeah, I was about to say, what is going on
That's
in
Brazil, bro.
the team talks?
Of the map, a lot of real estate they had to cover, and it resulted in 11
Anyone want to
eliminations.
play Arena
And
on
if they would
Wild
have made
Rift?
top
I do
3
not, bro.
with how hard they had to fight through the zones, I should
Wolves
say.
coming
that would've
8th
been
though. We're
just,
on the board.
Just nutty.
And
Just
should
nutty. We look at the
survive.
second page. X-Force slows down a bit. They're
Don't
finished off
know.
earlier than they wanted.
That's not the
Eco Gaming as
overall.
Well, they get into a bit of
Hey, but we're on the
aggressive
match
fight very
leaderboard.
early on. Granted,
4
they
points
had
in
a
one.
decent
Like,
showing
we're
with 6
combined
eliminations.
5.
We'll give them
no
credit where
elims.
credit is due. Team Liquid 5 elims, and one thing about them, that
Bro,
fight
how many
against
Brazilian
man,
teams in
hats
there?
off to them. The way they
7.
recovered and they
At
also
least
backed
10.
away from the Wolves
Jesus.
gives me great hope Team Liquid might be on the up and up.
Is that the
despite them
Cuban flag?
being,
I don't know
in
my
11th
flags,
place
but
currently, but Alpha 7 there
which
in
one is
first
that?
place still
Which
with
one's
44
like
points,
what?
but look at
What are we
that.
talking about?
The 1
Enigma
star.
Loops has
Going with the
jumped
1 star.
way up alongside
What
that
place are
NIC,
they in?
but the
Oh,
biggest story there
Puerto
is
Rican. Number 16?
looking to
Puerto Rico.
challenge Alpha
That's
7
Puerto- I don't know
by
my
Six,
flags,
six,
bro.
you know that?
Yeah, the big
Yeah?
thing
Yeah,
for
why
Loops is
Look
you're
at you,
making
bro.
note of it. Those first
That's
2
awesome.
games we watched, the first Sandhawk
my
and
God.
that first Aaron
I
Go
failed my
match,
50
they were
states and
getting
50
eliminations.
capitals
It
test.
wasn't like they were going out with 2 or 3
There's
points. They
52,
were
no?
getting 5, 6,
I don't
7
know, bro.
eliminations. 1 or 2 placements.
There's
here
actually-
and there. Now we see
No, I don't think so.
Wait, did you say there's 52 capitals or 52
I
states?
was gonna say I don't think Alaska has a capital. Well, I don't know though. I don't think you'd add Alaska and Hawaii or any of the territories. Yeah, I don't think you add any of the territories, bro.
The misconception of 52 states often stems from including the District of Columbia
in that discussion.
and
These are
or
names
the
that
US
we've heard
territories.
about, or at least have expectations for 7
I thought it was 50.
underperforming
It
in
used
these
to be
first 3
52,
matches
no?
today.
No, what?
Nope.
What?
What the hell? You
Just
just coming up
lose
with
2 cities.
with the Brazilian teams. I mean, just
All right.
looking at the
Do they get nuked or something?
4 out of the top 5
Let's
are
keep it to game
Brazilian
theory
teams.
only.
Liquid is currently
Or
not
just do
popping
map
off. I
theory.
know that's one team reflections.
All right.
Kind of always keep an eye
Pull
on
up
this
Valor
team.
Plant, bro.
If
I
that
should've
team
streamed
also
something.
starts popping up for NA
Sorry,
teams,
drawing
looking
shit
at
up.
them especially choose to survive Wolves, it's gonna become a lot harder.
Without a doubt, and I hope that Team Liquid does join the top 5.
Alaska doesn't have a capital. What is that
That's what I
statement?
All right, know it all.
Don't have a capital.
Fucking know it all.
No, my chat will roast the fuck out of you if anyone does anything dumb. They fucking cook my shit 24/7.
Let's be careful, not me.
No, definitely you, buddy. You're the one who said 52 states. They're going to be cooking you for that forever.
Money's Brad.
Games to get the job done, and we've got one more Erangel to go.
Turn on the camera, money spread on 'em, just to flex.
Map 4 coming your way.
Yeah, I'll send you $1, bro. Get yourself something nice.
$1, dude. Oh yeah.
Hey, what was that? Game 3 or game 4?
Game 3.
Oh, yeah. 3 more matches.
Team Liquid brought back 11-1 to 12-12.
That series is still going.
Yeah.
Why does this dude have double SMGs, bro? Like, yeah.
Do not be man.
I guess not.
Oh my god, they have those in standoff too.
What?
The double
If I somewhere in
SMGs.
the open, so well, can do all
The Kimbo Uzis.
So, chat, these mythic ass outfits, bro, like,
back up.
how much does this one cost?
Whoa, wait, hey.
Wait, hold on. That heavy glove is kind of aura.
Our waves are fucking ass.
Could run you at 600.
Wait, this M24 skin actually looks gas. I would have definitely bought it if I still played.
Look at the sword.
Wait, you can change the skin color of your gun? Wait, that's actually fire. You just want the AOT outfit? Did you still not get it?
But this is
Wait,
actually cost
Chariot
$100.
Glider. Wait, the Chariot Glider goes hard. These mythic skins for boomers? Dude, these mythic skins cost like 1,000 at these stocks, so like, I don't know who buying them like that.
Wait, my card could be dripped out. I'm waiting for the Valorant Mobile agent skins.
You know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, obviously. What?
But when it happens, that's how we know that the game is on the decline.
It's gonna happen season 1.
No, it's
like what?
right?
Yeah. Or we'll get gloves. I think if they add gloves, that'd be pretty cool.
I feel like character skins is like a last ditch attempt.
You think so? I want gloves.
I feel like
bro. I
character
just wanna
skins
have
is them just
black and
making
white.
a shit ton more money. They're
I
going to
don't know,
drop.
depends, 'cause-
I feel like they're going to drop a bunch of gun skins, right? They have everyone buy the gun skins, and then they're going to drop character skins, and everybody's like, "Wow, I want a character skin also." You know, because if they drop them together, you're only going to get like maybe one of each. You know, some people like that. But if you drop them a little bit separate,
We are now halfway through.
No, if they
We've
bundle
seen
them, they're like just throw
Erangel
character skins
twice.
into the
Well,
bundles.
let's see Erangel
You can do that also.
Doing bundles.
But if you do bundles, it's cheaper instead of just doing the full price of the individual ones. So which one do you think they would do?
I mean, it really depends if we're just gonna get pure gambling or we're gonna get PC bundles.
Oh, buddy, you're getting pure gambling. We're a mobile made by Tencent. Yep, have fun spending $300 for that one gun skin you want.
I just need Prime Vandal.
That's minimum.
Erangel once again. 3 times
Minimum.
in a row, and similar play styles. A couple of teams
Woman,
changing things up,
woman,
like,
Zhao
for example,
Bao.
Team Liquid,
All
they
right.
have a drop in mainland. They like to go military. Some other rosters like to change it up a little bit. They at least have 2 different locations, Plan A and Plan B. But for the most part,
no
those 7,
way.
we haven't seen any big engagements off the rip. Nobody getting spicy. Are we breaking the mold in Game 4 and maybe seeing an early initial fight?
I don't think it's gonna happen, but if we are gonna break the mold, something I want to see it break is Brazil winning every single match so far today. I need something for my copium,
making
okay?
a heckler sniff his hands.
I'm talking to you. I need.
Did you guys see that clip, bro? That's just wild as fuck.
That we end up getting a win. Could it be X?
Wait, that's real? That's like a real thing you just read off?
That's not Santel, bro.
Oh, he was grabbing his balls and he basically like fucking slapped the fucking heckler dude because the heckler dude throw like a drink at him.
North America still on the come up, but let's face it.
Oh my god, he really did. What the fuck?
Now you just get hit with assault charges and now you never play again. Hello?
Nah, he's only suspended for the season, dog. He's chilling.
Just grabs his junk and then palms his face, his hand on that guy's face.
I hope we do see another top 3.
Bro's a 7 foot, like 300-pound dude. What's he gonna do? Stop him?
Wait, and then he started punching people on the way out when they dragged him out.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Hello?
2 or 3 different teams.
He dragged somebody down from the fucking stands.
And
Or,
of what we saw from Alpha 7 and Enigma early on, right? When they get
Malice in the Palace. That's still such a crazy thing.
Third place
Crazy
finish,
name.
Still remaining consistent. The question
Malice
is,
in the
though,
Palace
do you
was
think Loops, it would be a major surprise
name,
if they
bro.
pass up Alpha 7? Obviously, they've had history and success in the past, but did you expect Alpha 7 potentially to fall down to 2nd or 3rd place this early on? I did. It doesn't mean they're a bad roster, but Loops is truly looking
You'll be
great.
playing Block Blast?
I think it's just so early on.
Block
tournament and
Blast?
Stuff like that, especially phase 1, everyone testing out the waters. That we could
just
expect
goated.
maybe Alpha 7. To
Honestly, are we
be
shocked that NA still ass? No.
It was a matter of if one of those
Chat,
teams like Loops were
what
able to
place
win
does
and
Wolves
themselves
have to
after
get for us to
having
consider them
recent
frauds?
eliminations in those first few starting
Grok,
matches.
make Enigma
That's why
have
we're
blue
seeing
on
that
his face.
full
Yeah,
kind of
please
start
ban that
really
guy.
getting close together. And the interesting
Don't
thing
ban
about
that guy.
it,
I'm gonna screenshot it. I gotta screenshot it and send it to Enigma.
Doesn't matter. if
I
you're
think we
50
should
points
ban
ahead,
that
one
guy
point ahead,
ASAP.
Wolves in that first
Nah,
spot.
keep him around, dude. He's cooking.
Don't ban that guy. Don't ban that guy.
We're gonna mod him,
Really gotta
actually.
recognize that every
What?
placement matters if you're wanting to get that head start going into finals, and you honestly got to be thinking about it now.
Blue
which
on
is
the
late.
face is so crazy.
Well, even from Loops,
That's what we
right,
gotta do to
who's
our
had
haters
great
in Valheim,
success.
just
I mean,
tag
not
Grok.
see-
What? No, that's not what you're gonna do to your haters. Sit chill.
How do you respond to that?
I mean, look,
I do not want to
Yeah.
put blue on my hater's face.
from 3rd on down to 8th place, but
How do you
they're
respond
still
to
in the
that,
running
though?
top
I mean,
3, and
there's gotta be a better method.
We gotta find a new way, dude. Like,
Thing for me,
How do you
especially that
respond
last
to that,
match,
though?
is
So
come on, we pull some gameplay clips or something out, dude. Like, I don't know.
that center
I don't
circle,
know
you're
if
currently
they
set
come
up
back from
perfectly
that.
fine. There's no reason for you to push. Move forward.
Oh
Nice.
yeah,
Still
but
center circle.
here's glue on your face.
Oh,
What?
dude, like
You
this.
don't circle anymore.
No
You don't-
way.
You don't have to push out. And for some reason, this
to try that
team,
this beta.
even though it
What?
would have been a great play if they did
Some random
end up
Chinese guy had
eliminating
to
Row
have a picture of
19,
glue on his
it
face.
absolutely backfired because 9C was still
Picture
within
the
that
China
distance.
flag
They
with glue
still
in
had
it.
Some buildings to work with.
What?
I think they saw row 19 push up a little bit closer to them.
can't
They
do
didn't
that.
like it,
Can't
and it
say
kind of
that.
forced them to
I
push
can.
out. It ends up backfiring. They do end
You're
up
gonna be our
winning,
spokesperson.
at least some.
I got
some
you. I'll just say all the
here
stuff
and
that
there.
y'all can't
But
say.
Ultimately, that push, they
Not going
didn't
very
have
far.
to do that. They could have just been being patient, and it could have been just them being patient for so long in the game that they got antsy there towards the end that they just wanted to get into a fight.
I think I
True,
read
and
it.
I think I respect that. You know, teams if they want to get in fight, they'll take it by storm.
Look at him.
3 finish is great, and shout out to Milo staying
Wait,
alive
what
as long
happened?
as he did in the end game, and making it competitive. You shouted them out. They like to do so.
You can see him reading it, bro. It's funny.
Oh, he's smiling.
Wait, holy composure. He held that. Man, he held it.
I would have not been able to held it, dude.
Just turned his face cam off.
A couple of players are dropped. They need to get revived.
I'm not gonna lie, he held that so good.
He's just locked in, and then the random read and spot.
Yeah, I mean, they've won America's before. It's not like it's just Alpha 7 last year. We expect big things from, but the main key component as soon as AGG started pulling up was gonna be Mythic. He was alone at the compound. He was the one that had that pressure on him immediately. He had essentially a 30-second window where his teammates are essentially saying,
I'm not gonna lie, he locked in so fast, that was actually crazy.
Fortunately for them, they were able to get a knock on one of the AGG players.
He's just trying to cast it.
And after that, it's that straight 3v4 fight. Everyone that's
trying to cast with blue on his face, bro. Impossible.
That practice that comes into play.
Yes.
Showing, of course, why they're one of our more dominant squads, with it being the first.
Greg over here putting glue in his shit.
What else do they say though? They say like put a blue on his face.
Grok, turn him around.
Oh no.
At Grok, turn them around and bend them over. Like, dude, you need to be executed live.
I haven't seen that one.
You haven't seen those? Dude, I've seen ones where, like, a dude will be in a 30 reply thread to Grok. Like, he's trying his hardest to get it to work.
I saw this one account, he asked Grok to do it on different girls' pages 2,600 times.
Yeah, it's basically like those people who just absolutely just fucking diabolically horny.
Just waiting for it to actually go through.
For you out there in the chat, have you been
There's a setting that you can turn off that Grok won't reply to people under your post or something like that. That they added.
Block Grok.
You better turn that off, Sex.
I mean, for Luke.
What?
What are you? What?
What the hell?
Alright.
And they're looking great. We highlighted them. And for good
No. No, let's not test it, dog.
Hey, but for you out there in the chat, is there I don't know. Can we
can we test it? What the fuck is wrong with
Is there something that they can be earning? Okay, we can't do it yet. That's okay. Look.
I don't like this, dude.
There's the Amazon gift card. Go ahead and claim it out there, baby.
June 1st, dude. No. Chat, he's trying to glue me.
Gonna get me banned.
He's gonna glue me, dude.
Trying to glue me. That's gonna be a crazy term.
I forget his name.
Chat, stop him.
Of course I do. It was HH. He'd gotten like 4 out of 5 or something.
HH, you're talking about HH on stream.
Everyone on the cast of Rice Cooker with how many of those Amazon codes he was getting. But this time around, we figured it out. We got to switch up the timings right. Can't be always that fly through. Maybe we can't do it, mid-fight. That's a little bit too pressuring, for people to be entering when we're trying to watch the game. But obviously here, you got to keep them on their toes, Taylor. You can't always let them get the codes for free.
Honestly, there is somebody out there though, that has gotten the past 3 and is just fuming that we switched it up. Because like, oh no, but hey, gotta pay attention. You know,
hungry to win.
It's gonna come at you, and we keep it competitive out there in the chat. Let us know if you've been able to.
Hungry and
code, but what are you looking?
Almost a Canes.
With your newly founded money from your
Amazon Burger King
card. Speaking
That's
of
weird.
I don't think anyone's ever said that they want Burger King.
Yeah, like
Burger King and Arby's is overhated.
Oh Jesus.
Like, maybe you just have a good Arby's and Burger King. Like, I don't know. Like,
I mean, mine are clean.
Wendy's is close.
No,
Wendy's is just superior, dude.
No, Wendy's is so plain.
How?
Like, they don't season their meat. It's just the exact same shit. Why? So I can have 2,000 calories in 2 bites?
Yeah, that's the point, dude. That's the bulk.
But no, but this Burger King
real
is
American.
dry. Burger King is dry.
Burger King is not dry. What are you talking about? Their sesame buns are also so good.
Let me tell you real quick, as we're about to jump into the last go. You smoke it for 2.5 hours, and then you sear it.
Arby's does have good curly fries.
It's so good.
Bro, I thought you were gonna say brisket or ribs. You said picanha. I'm like,
Arby's the buffalo chicken sandwiches from Arby's is fire.
I'm uncultured swine over here, bro. I'm gonna look it up, picanha. I'll take your word for it.
Bro,
hey,
Applebee's is also slept on.
Chat, anybody out there?
Yeah, Applebee's is goated.
Smoking the meat.
I like to get the Fiesta lime chicken. That shit's actually gas.
This is the final airing go of the day before we hop back or
Are they
hop
onto
into,
something?
I should say, back-to-back Miramars for map 5 and
Just
map
brought back
6.
their
The
all-you-can-eat
previous
buffet.
winners on the 2 Erangels we've witnessed Influence, Rage, and
Heard that one,
Loops.
H?
Can either of them go back-to-back?
Okay.
Just
Ooh-wee,
get 2
mama.
Erangels for the day? Well, of course, it's the
Whispering
players
to
who
'em.
are the ones who can control their destiny. We'll see what they can do.
That was a Korean
yeah, but
barbecue.
Where are we going?
Oh,
going
we
to the
just
same
got got one
spots.
of those in
Okay, we've
Wichita.
seen the same Erangels.
Like it's
back
the
to
only one
back.
in
A lot
Wichita,
of the teams
and
aren't
when we
switching
went
up
to
their
try
drops
it,
too much. Maybe
they were telling
they're
us
getting
that if you
rotations
leave any
somewhat
food
close
on the
together,
table,
but
you're gonna be
if they wanted
upcharged.
a different team,
Because
a
apparently they
different
had a
region,
big
I
issue
guess
with people
you'd
just
say.
like taking a
Instead of
bunch of food
Brazil
off the
winning all the
buffet
matches,
and leaving it
let's
on their
just make it a
table
melee zone. Let's
and
just send
ordering
all
it,
the way
because you
down,
kind of just order off
make
the
it to
tablet
where
and they
they
bring
have
it
to
out to you
take the
eventually.
rotation or the bridge, make
And
it
they said,
complete
yeah,
chaos.
we're just
Because
gonna
it
we're gonna
looks like
upcharge
with
you,
our
and
NA
then
squads,
we had like
luckily we do
some.
have some water
They made it
in
sound
play
like they were
for
gonna come to
potentially
the
being
table
effective,
and
but
like
a lot of our NA
just
squads,
look
they're
and see
decent
if they
under
were
the
gonna
pressure
upcharge you,
until
but they
it gets
never
to that
did.
late game, and then we
But it was
just
pretty
fall
good. It was a
apart.
little
We could just
expensive
have
though.
the
I mean, it's probably just one of those
chaos
things where they
go,
say they're going to do
and
it
have everyone
to make people
struggling
not do
to
it,
make
and
it
then
in
they're
that
not
first
actually going to
circle.
do it. You know,
Then
it's
we
just
can
like a
start seeing maybe
scare
Latam
tactic
and
thing.
NA start showing up in that sort of
It was
first
pretty good
place
though. Our
position.
server was
But right
pretty cool
now,
too, but
we're
yeah, it was
seeing
expensive. It was like
centered
60
on that
bucks
Pachinki
for
spot.
Like
A
you guys
little
have
bit
to like
more
cook the
south
meat
than
yourself,
that
or
first
what was
yeah,
it?
yeah, they give you a
Erangel
bowl
teams.
and like 2
Still
stoves and
taking the same
whatnot.
drop
like
off
60
now,
bucks
but
for
you
2 people,
shouldn't
not
see
that bad
Taylor, even though
for
it's so
unlimited.
I don't know. I'm not
early
used to
on in
that
the
price though.
tournament,
For a
with it
sit-in,
being
that's
the sort of
pretty fucking
I mean, it's
expensive.
an
Everything's
expensive place.
cheap.
3 days,
I mean,
wanted
you
to
just go
see
there,
if
sit there for
they
2 hours, just
don't
eat all
have
the
to
food you
worry,
want, and
change
chill.
up their play style. Go for those
Yeah, it's kind of fucked though. We went there after we had just snacked on something, so we couldn't even
okay,
eat
so
on
we're
so we
special ed?
could.
As we've already seen, Alpha 7
No, bro, we
often
didn't know we
not
were gonna go
using
there.
that until it's
We just
later
saw it
in
was
the
open.
match,
It was like a
leaving it
2-hour
open
wait
for
too.
another
It was kind of
team,
crazy.
Oh,
maybe
damn.
like Wolves
Fuck.
or X-Force, who
We thought we'd be more
we
hungry
feel
by the
have
time we
enough
actually got
gunpowder to
in.
do that. Maybe start looking for those initiations early on instead
Bro,
of
I'm gonna
leaving
lose
it
some
up
fucking
for
block
other teams
blast.
to make
Fuck
those
this stupid
decisions.
game.
I think if you're towards the bottom, changing things up might not be a bad play. Plenty of days left, plenty of maps left. Maybe
used to
you
that
keep
sound.
things standard
Huh?
for day one.
What?
And as the days
What does he
progress,
mean by that?
standings,
I have no
then
idea.
you start changing things up. In regards to Alpha 7,
Oh.
I don't
About
think
me
they changed
winning
things
on
up. I don't
block
think they
blast,
really
but-
have in the past.
Safe
There's
round
only
then.
been one team, and I think
No
it
one's
was
had that beam.
SLR, if I'm not mistaken, in fall season that
Used every bit of his
forced
ammo
Alpha
for it,
7
though.
to give up their initial
Yeah, it doesn't
landing
make
spot
me feel
over in
safe.
Lipovka, and that was a shock to us. We weren't
Holy-
expecting
oh my
that.
God.
Alpha 7
He
getting
hit-
pushed off their landing
almost
spot.
killed
It was
him.
unheard of.
Yeah,
But
Gio,
it
1v1 on
happens.
SO2, bro.
This time around,
I don't even
no
have it
one has
downloaded
been strong
anymore.
enough
What?
to dethrone them for first place.
I
but
told
more
you, bro.
importantly,
I showed you my
force
home
them
screen.
to
That's all I
change up
have.
Their strategy,
thought you
and
were
it
hiding
goes back
apps
to
on
what
the other
Seven was
side.
saying.
No,
Teams are
that's
split.
all
They're
I have.
disrespecting the lobbies at times and pushing
Burn the
fights and
bridges.
winning fights. Quite honestly, any other team wouldn't win.
Or the
So
boat.
that's
You're
just
telling me
Alpha
that I
7
need a
for you.
VPN.
For other rosters, yeah, change things up. But today,
If you can
I
get into
think
the
just
main
go to
menu,
your
you
bread
don't
and butter.
need VPN.
Continue
Otherwise,
to see
it's
if it
automatic.
works.
Play on low
It does
ping.
it.
That's
Day
what
2.
EU
There
is.
is no
Always
low
a chance to
ping.
change
We're
things up.
American.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how some of these teams are going to be able to adjust tomorrow when we come in, right? They're going to be able to see.
Low
Okay,
ping doesn't
Alpha
exist
7
for people like
250,
us.
They
Okay.
always tend to push towards the middle of the zone if favorable. So that's something that some of the
Born
other
into
teams are going to
Paradise
be able to
Island,
adjust.
bro.
Remember, I think it was the first Erangel where
Paradise
we saw Alpha
Island?
7 pushed over the center of the circle, and it was only just one player of 9C that just got caught
My
off
my
guard, not
paradise would've
expecting
been
anybody to
being
make
born
that
Chinese,
push.
but here we
But
are.
those are little things here
Oh.
and there that, with at least with time, right, within the first
I would have taken.
stage
Never mind, I was
that we're
gonna
going to be
say
playing
something
here,
insane.
maybe some
yeah.
of the other teams will be able to catch on those little patterns from some teams that they're going to be
Say
doing,
Israeli
whether it's
as well.
rotations, whether it's going to be
Would
pushes,
be
whatever
better
the
for
case
mobile
might
games.
be. We'll see how they're going to be adjusting. One team.
Suck is sweating on Global right now? Why is he
Adjust
playing
is all
Global?
Glory
Yeah.
Gaming, because with this circle, okay, I'm liking this circle, boys. I know we got a chance to see see it earlier on. But right now, we're not having an insane amount of water, and we do have military and the main island at play as well.
You know what the switch up needs to be? You're talking about this Millie Island and all this stuff. We need it like NA from Titan series. We bring in everyone into a hovercraft, and no one's able to shoot you out of it. You start running people over. You remember that, Taylor? X-Force won match. It had to have been, what, 10 eliminations off hovercrafts alone. And then slaughtering Wolves late game in a 4v4. It was Cinema 7. You have to go back and watch it because I was expecting our NA boys to honestly stick with that strategy. They were making the hovercraft look like the BDRM from the flare drop in game. If you ever played the pubs and you shoot the flare out of the zone, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's the vehicle where you can go across land and water. You don't have to struggle one bit. And with it being, if it gets blown up, that's a whole wall in front of you to block you from shots. So I'm really hoping, to be honest, that we see more hovercraft plays.
Me too.
Sorry, I cut you guys off because AGG with one of their players was in it. I think that's what we're needing. NA on top with the hovercraft.
Seven, did you see any of that? I don't know if you did, man,
Yes.
but did you? Dude, the hovercraft was just nutty during the Titans series. Like, that was the craziest things I've ever seen, to the point where literally during, I think, the rest of the Titan series that we watched, hovercrafts were always in the narrative and always being used on the North American side.
Yeah, so I didn't see that one exactly, the one that you guys are talking about, but especially for last PMGC, I did see
Six, read your chat, bro. That's probably the realest thing.
We're saying, okay,
wait, hold on, what is it?
It was in a specific
Jermaine kind of owns
on
you.
my mind right now.
This was never good. Why does this dude still watch PUBG tournaments like you're watching Forgotten Dude before? My bad, dude. I'm just trying to play some Clash Royale right now.
Hey, you're retired, bro. You can speak your mind.
And just using it as cover, because you don't really have to worry about a team.
Dude, his name's Jermaine, bro. He's already going through enough.
Elaborate.
Elaborate, dude. I don't need to elaborate, bro. Jermaine. Can you elaborate?
As well. So if some of these teams can start doing this here, it would be interesting to see if people are going to be able to pick up on it.
Yeah, it was crazy to say the least.
In Silo, by the way. In Silo for PMGC.
In Silo? Okay. Yep. Dude, I want to see more of it because I think it's super valid. And I will say it's
Jermaine, I told him the same thing 3 years ago. Okay. All right, Donnie.
So just about running over people.
Tell him the same thing every day.
You know, staying alive as long as possible, but blowing it up, using it for cover is super intelligent. Very high level play and to be expected from the players at this caliber. Hovercrafts.
Dude, Flash Demon. Flash Clans Demon.
On military islands with those open spaces and hilltops, like that's where they were utilized the best.
Doing like this event thing. I gotta raid and destroy the fucking safes. And like, I only get like 300 per
They
raid.
separate themselves from AGG. They will be relatively close to 9Z, but nothing's taking place
Gio,
there.
hold
just
is kind
yet.
of fire
Influence
if you
Rage
can like
is
break your
moving in
brain.
onto loops. You
Very
also
good
have
on
Rowe,
SO2,
who's going to
so.
be there, and then S2S, who's going to be.
I mean, the way
just
they
up
were
ahead of
aiming
them.
on
So
land,
near
on like the
Pochiki
channel, I
is,
think it's going to be
getting
meta because of how
active.
shaky
Several
they
teams
are. I
next to
think
each
those
other, still no
micros is
distance
actually
where
just going to be
things
OP.
aren't going to be exploding just yet, but
Yeah, but
I am highly expecting things to get a bit spicy.
I'm gonna tell you.
Next Influence Rage, Row, Loops, potentially X-Force. There's some activity developing.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be one of the Intense Gaming players getting knocked. Some of these squads, Intense Game being one of them, Wolves Esports, even VG holding some sort of spread across the map. They're one of those teams that was able to get in early on the stage 1 circle shift. But if you're Intense Game, if you're not prepared for a
Playing
4-man
MOBAs,
venue,
making
you're going
races,
to
not
lose a
gonna
player
lie.
early
This is
on.
League co-leader.
United for
Like
Gaming
Harvey's
picking
co-leader.
that
I mean,
early
Harvey.
freebie elimination up. I believe it was on Potato Hill. They're up.
Harvey
on the
basically
board
just does everything
side,
for me.
but, oh man, the circle shift all the way back down.
Playing Clash
Southwest,
Royale will make
19
anyone racist, to be
Logan
honest.
Loving themselves right now. They've essentially.
I've
been
never
2
played
for
it, but
2
I'd be listening to
at this
H and
compound
VC, and
here,
honestly,
Seven, taking the
he'd be
same
getting a little
spot,
tilted.
switching it up.
No,
Eddie slurs.
whoa, no, he doesn't. Our
Nah.
Smokes player does not do that.
He doesn't say slurs. I just say he's getting tilted, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
H is just saying, I've never heard this man say a slur before, but Sky, though.
What? H doesn't even talk, for real. He don't even have a mouth.
Oh, he got a mouth, alright. Let me tell you about it.
What
What's that mean?
He is going to start pushing up.
Elaborate.
Elaborate about what? What's happening?
Can Influence Rage pick him up? As Ray,
Oh, Jesus. Alright.
Influence Rage.
My God.
Looking good, trying to stay up as
Okay.
long as they can. Fighting a good fight, and they need to at least finish this very quickly because everybody is moving in. Wancho
Bro, this
is
guy's
going to
walking
scout
with the
out
nade.
the area. He might call Wolves, go in for the third party. You got another roster, United for Gaming, who's also moving into this territory, but all eyes on Milos. Milos had some great
Why do they
plays
allow you
just
to throw around
previously,
the corner
managed
and
to
never
secure a
peek?
third place for 9Z on
They should ban
Arangel.
that.
Map number 3, he's trying to secure the off angle. Kogoat Remix on the outside looking in. Influence Rage have total control of the shed just up ahead. They've got the
Sixless, bro, are you
cars
gonna
used for cover.
co-stream my
Obviously,
tournaments?
they're going to be just behind the boxes. Kogo throws a miracle nade. He'll connect
co-stream
on
my
the Lawrence
tournaments?
for a little bit of damage, but
Am I going to co-stream tournaments?
and through the smoke,
and
does
Valorant.
Lawrence go for
I mean, if I like watching Valorant Mobile Comp, I'll do it. I mean, I'll do y'all's. Like, specifically like HH's and y'all's.
He will be on the outside.
I don't know if I'll just do like all of them.
Me, bro. I carried you through
I said HH and y'alls. As in like the team. You're all equals, dude. Whoa, it's gonna be swagging, y'all. Like, let's be real here.
No, actually, I was just about to say that. I'm not even
What the fuck did I just come back to? Cut?
Say that for real.
Like, my bad, dude.
That's why it goes to Harvard.
Definitely on y'all shit, dude.
Harvard,
What?
a biotech company. Why is he even playing Valim? Why is he even on Valim, bro? He said.
He said he's bored. He didn't say that.
That's not what I want. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear hungry. I'm hungry.
No, but he's the best because he's bored. That's what he said.
No, hungry.
If
If you're not poor, walking up to the back of McDonald's asking for a free small fry, I don't want you.
Is that what Mago did?
No, I just saw Cristiano Ronaldo at it, and he was asking for food at the back of McDonald's.
It's kind of a repeat of last game. They're opting not to play anywhere near the field.
But if you're not like that, I don't want you. You're gonna be hungry. Like HG's hungry, you can tell. Hungry.
The center of the zone is open. If you're not able to play it,
Oh, I'm hungry right now, actually.
a fight for spots.
Yeah, but you don't fit our narrative.
Oh no, I'm just okay. What is that narrative that has to be fit that HH has?
He's hungry.
He's hungry?
He's always hungry.
He was gonna play Free Fire. That's how hungry he is. He can't get hungry.
Monarch's hungry too. Don't worry.
All guns blazing.
What's funny?
And they maintain
Can't get any hungrier
position.
than Free Fire.
Chief needs to potentially join him. He'll call out that Wolf's going to be just up ahead of him. But they haven't crashed into the building just yet. So for the meantime,
Nah, I feel like you can get hungrier than Free Fire by sitting on the fucking little Aim Labs mobile aim trainer. I feel like that's like a little hungrier.
That's going to be exploding relatively soon, but again, no reason.
Training raw aim, dude. See, Free Fire's gonna fuck up your aim though. That's not that hungry.
Where's this
Whoa.
guy at? Where he at?
Outplays.
Twitter.
And Loops might be in a bit
Outplays.
of trouble, and they will be, and of course, it's going to be Vias.
Outplays, you were unnecessarily horny.
We switch over to Vias Gaming, it's pure chaos, and they're typically the team instituting.
All right, chat. Type of one in chat if we gotta kill him.
It's all about winning, baby. It's all about winning.
There you go. Win, bro. What if China comes up to you with 18 women telling you if you lose grand finals, you can have all of them? Exactly, HH.
Wait, 18 chicken tenders.
I would literally starve myself for a win.
Yes.
No.
They're keeping an eye on everybody else. By the way, I do
No,
know
yeah, we know
Nick
method.
was
method,
able to
bro.
take care of that
Maybe
squad
10,000
earlier on
to
in
lose
gas
50
station.
pounds.
But now Nicey's starting to make the push. Meanwhile, as well, Inco
Navi wanted that win so bad.
starting to fight each other. Roll
Navi just
coming
didn't
out
want
on
him to
top
die.
here, and they have able to spot
it's not the right
Brunosen.
narrative.
Can they able to
Okay.
connect with them? Brunosen currently waiting patiently. Is the last player alive? He is gonna get spotted. Can he connect with a grenade, or is it going to be a row 19? Connected with a grenade first, and there you go. Inco Gaming eliminated by row 19.
Yeah, chicken tenders do sound good.
Chicken tenders?
With some nice barbecue sauce,
Sorry,
dude.
bro.
is that
Holy
not the,
you
is that
get
not the
it.
food meta, bro? What's the meta? It's the chicken meta.
Chicken tenders and ranch.
First of all, eating
hard.
18 is fucking
Spicy
insane.
chicken sandwiches right now, to be honest.
Yeah, they're
far
coming.
northern side of the
Like
circle.
Wendy's got some good spicy chicken
That rotation, but
sandwiches.
not scoping out the field because at some
I like
point,
Wendy's spicy chicken
I
nuggets. They're pretty good.
I think the McDonald's ones are fine, but they're fucking expensive. Like $5 for like
You're
that.
saying that you go to Burger King. You be getting the nuggets? They have the chicken
Burger
nuggets.
King is nasty.
I don't have a Burger King near me. It's like a delicacy here.
You get 20 nuggets for like $2.
Yeah, you get an entire meal for $2. You get
Like
20
the
nuggets,
like,
a
the
fry,
only
and a drink. I don't care who or what they're making it out of. You'll find me there.
We have this place. We have this local place in town that's called Wienerworks, and they have the best burgers I've ever had.
Wiener Schnitzel? Do you know what Wiener Schnitzel is?
It sounds familiar.
The hot dog place, the chili dog place, and pretzels, I think.
I've heard of it before, but I've
It's
never
a
like
giant
ate it.
pretzel. It's a giant pretzel as they're like building. Essentially. Really, I love that place. This is good. They make insane chili dogs.
Split? Well, no, they're going to stay together, and Cardozen is just off in
To be honest, if
Narnia.
China came up to me and promised me a lifetime worth of chili dogs, we might just lose. I fucking love chili dogs.
All right, guys, get this guy on a chili dog
You just
contract.
win world. do content and then you have a lifetime.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different. Some like handcrafted weenies that are just like baked, like chili, and then smothered on top with perfect Gouda cheese.
Like he's talking about, he needs the chef that serves the goddamn president of China, dude. Like he needs that dude making his wieners.
Yes, bro. They have that guy outside my window every morning at 9 with 8 different weenies that are refreshed every 6 hours.
You're gonna get us banned like the tier 2 scene with the parlays there.
For accepting chili dogs? I think if they heard that I was accepting bribes with chili dogs, they'd probably laugh before anything.
They'd probably think he was mentally special.
Told us the type of cheese, bro.
Okay, but you can't.
I don't even know.
Can a man not be specific with his cheese? That's the peak cheese.
They have the Gouda bacon, egg, and cheese at Starbucks.
Oh, that sounds so gassy.
It's like $8 and it's frozen, and they put it in the microwave, but it's still
What flavor is this?
Hanging around on left-hand side
Flavor.
of the fight between Chief and AGG.
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
What does it taste like? Is it sweet?
Stop, dude. Goddamn.
Really, it's just cheese, bro. I can't really explain it.
I just want to develop the
That's
female
exactly what I
scene in
wanna hear.
esports
No,
outplays.
it's
You were.
not sweet. It's not sweet.
Oh, okay.
Wiener works, but I'm the horny one.
Very
Okay.
sharp. Oh, it's like cheddar then. I hate cheddar.
You hate cheddar?
Cheddar, dude. Any chip that's flavored as cheddar, literally is the worst chip ever.
Okay, that's different than actual. We're talking about cheese, not like
I
a
know,
flavor.
but like artificial cheddar is the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but we're talking about like real cheddar. We're talking about top tier quality.
Can we get this by colors?
Blown up, and Wolves, they found out where he's at.
Yeah, for real.
So cheddar.
Damn, y'all don't know your cheeses like I do?
Is it the white?
Cheddar's like orange.
Oh my god, dude, I'm talking to some amateur cheese lovers over here.
Looks like y'all doubled back in front of 9Z,
whatever.
being able to.
I like
Cheddar's like pepper jack is the greatest cheese ever.
I didn't put pepper jack on everything, but it is pretty good.
God, hold my mouth watered and think about cheddar.
Yeah, no, H is fucking salivating right now.
I don't even know what that is.
Dude, the pepper jack cheese.
I don't know my cheeses, bro.
You don't need to know what it is, bro. We know you eat it.
It's cheese, dog. That's all you need to know.
Like cheese alone?
I
wouldn't eat cheese alone. That's
You
disgusting.
wouldn't snack on some like mozzarella on its own?
Are we talking about like the cheese sticks, dude? Those are kind of gas.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
mozzarella
is
are
crazy.
Yeah, mozzarella.
Wait, mozzarella. What?
Like the terrible ones.
Oh, we're not in kindergarten, bro. Like,
the terrible ones are ass. They're so artificial. Are you talking about like the ones that are like
No, I'm just saying
fried?
when you go to like a restaurant or something.
Yeah, the fried ones.
Breaded and
Yeah, those are fine. Yeah, with those need sauce. Yeah, those need marinara.
Is 24 dead?
And then Larissa just said the most Mexican thing. I don't even
Osaka.
say that. I don't even. That's so Mexican.
I'd feel racist trying to pronounce it.
That's I'm not
might
even
be able
gonna
to
try.
put him in the
Try
vehicle
it. Don't worry,
in game,
guys.
try to get out of there, and that's exactly what they're gonna try to do here. Actually, he might be a little bit too far away.
Oaxaca.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's gonna
Oh,
be too
whoa,
far.
whoa,
Maybe stay
whoa.
by the vehicle, it would have worked out, but this
Bro did a
might be a bit
fucking,
of a push there for
oh, I
Export.
forgot the name
I
of
do
it.
gotta give him
Damn it.
props though. They didn't end up.
Why did he not-
No, Fate, don't do this. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a bit.
I
of
mean,
a
his teammates could have came
miscalculation
down and
there,
double
trying to
revived,
come up,
but
didn't end up
Oh,
working. I thought he was
queso
gonna end up
fresco
getting
is
knocked
really
as well.
good, but you
What
know,
is
it's
that?
so
Wait, no,
missing.
queso's sauce, right?
It's like the crumbly cheese. It's like all white. It's an all you put it. What do you even put it on? You put it on tacos and like stuff. It's an all white cheese. It's really good. It's
Which
so
one's
good.
like the sauce? Isn't that queso?
Yeah, that's like this is normal queso.
Oh, okay.
They are currently within a
I sound
goat cheese,
racist when my jungler
when you
goes
go to, like,
0
a
and
Mexican
7.
restaurant,
I gotta give
goat
props.
cheese instead of normal queso is really good.
Well earlier, I really
Goat cheese is
enjoyed that
good.
they decided to continue making
Got a
the
different
push
flavor
there
to it, though.
on Team Liquid hunting them
Yeah,
down.
I mean it's so good
Yeah,
though.
they took on that one or
Wow,
two
Valak
players
got a
from
kill.
Team Liquid. They
Fuck
turned
yeah.
their sights to the compound that 9Z was
I don't
residing
know
in,
any
which, by the
cheeses
way,
for
they
that.
actually were the squad that I believe.
I know.
Buddy
that
sees
minimum.
food and just devours.
Earlier on, so that 3v3
Damn.
Wait,
fight
Gio, you
did
should
commence,
know about all
was
this.
just straight up
What,
fighting
cheese?
for Wolves.
Yeah.
And for Wolves,
Or at
Why?
least,
good
at least the
signs.
Mexican
They still have
ones.
4
No.
players up, I
What?
believe.
No?
They got a few eliminations under their belt. Actually, excuse me, make it 3.
I
now
bet you like
on
the
slam,
the
but
maggot
having 4
cheese.
elims,
Forgot the name.
Whoa, I thought bro said something else for a second.
whether the
Yeah.
storm
Oh
is
shit,
saying
dude.
circle
Oh,
shift
let me-
I heard that.
my
That,
real estate
you
spot.
know-
The more I'm seeing
You
this
can't
from
say
the
that
free cam,
anymore,
I'm
Gio.
kind of stressed.
Yeah,
because
Tattoo
no
Mark
vehicle
Zoo.
seems
That's what you
almost-
be eating.
or at least
Bro said
nothing that's
maggot.
useful after this next
Cast the
rotation.
spell on me?
You're having to stress on. Look at this. Coops not even having armor.
Oh
That's
no!
good.
Oh no!
No,
I am
no.
pale.
Shoot the
Pale.
survival.
Team,
Taking
team,
the
team,
full
team. What's
run of
going
X-Force
on?
Valley,
Whoa, what
trying
the
to
fuck
be
just
left
happened?
but Bob
Yeah,
finds
why
some
are we all on a
grass, finds
downhill
mistake, and
slope
unfortunately for
being
them
this
now,
farm?
having to deal with the third party.
Fuck happened?
Third party there by VIP. By the way, in regards
Gio's
to
Mexican?
walls,
Thought bro was
how
white.
much
I don't think
utility
me and
they're using
Gio
here,
would be
I'm
team.
hoping they're gonna
I
do
can't say
something
that.
about it
What
because they
you
are so
say?
outside
You can't
of
say
this
that.
circle. So I know
You
you got
can't
those
say
buggies, I know
that.
you got those vehicles.
It'd be,
Yeah,
it'd
you
be
might
If
different
you
for
nade your own
Mexicans.
Bro's teammates repaired, and
the
the enemy gets
I
the
like
kill.
that.
Nope.
I really like
Yep,
that there from
maybe.
Wancho. Use that utility that you've been working
Because
with.
like, what if
all
you're just
those
like
smokes, and
your
try to
3-man
find a
knocked
way
about to
within
die
that
and you just
circle as
Sui
they're
nade
still
the
trying
rest of
to
your
get the
team so
fight
nobody
there
gets any
with
points?
119.
I think it counts
Who's
as the
last
enemy
man
team's
standing?
kills.
We saw them earlier trying to get into a
Fringe.
It's
fight
the
into
same
a
as
third
Val,
party
right?
situation, but now having to slow it down as
Val.
7 is close by.
Where
Bruh.
you like, take
Like
a
the
damage
last
and then-
enemy to
So
do
many
damage,
opportunities
like if you
here for
jump off.
crashes just from a lot
Oh.
of teams. Reflections.
I
Probably something like
appreciate
that.
that VIP didn't fire at Alpha 7
Yep.
because they get an engagement early
So
on
is
with
this, like,
Alpha
good
7.
positioning for
Then
Wolves
they
here?
have to worry about shoot the
No, they're dead on the
survival.
inside of
It's just
circle.
not a good spot to be in.
It's a battle royale. You
They
just
get very
don't get
quickly.
inside
So
circles sometimes.
instead, VIP decides to be a little bit quiet. They do get
Well,
active,
Alpha
but they're
7
focusing
already
on the right
won.
team. I think focusing on shoot the survive
They're
could
4
be
men up.
theoretically
They're
a little
about
bit
to.
easier than
Yeah,
Alpha
they're
7.
most
They
likely
have
gonna
0
win.
elims though.
It doesn't matter.
There's 23 people alive. They're probably gonna drop like 10
Shoot the
plus.
survive, they'll give VIP
What is
a
match
chance. They're
point?
takeable by
Yeah,
the
they
ones that push
won.
it for
They have the
themselves.
best spot in
Brady
zone.
will fall, but so
How are they
will
allowed to
Bob.
do
Shoot the
that?
survive,
They're
losing
just the
one.
best team. I
And
mean,
believe
it's kind of
this
what
is
happens when you're the best
3-3
team.
now. Casper
Is
cooking
it a
up
coach
the
diff or a
nade.
player
Does it go
diff?
through
I
to
mean,
win
they're on.
Said everything diff, coach and player.
They have a gaming house.
They've been living in the same house together for like 6 years now.
Actually, if they don't have cars, they lose. But if they have cars, they have.
They got
best
cars.
spot.
They're gonna third party this team. They're gonna wipe this team for 8 total kill points, and then just cook everything.
Yeah, because they have the ridge line ahead, and like that ridge line is kind of juiced.
Oh, there's one.
Dark light. No worries. I'm convinced he's
Alpha
pushing
7.
in. But no, he's been up
Oh,
one.
there's another one.
He gets pinched
Like-
between two players in the building. Now Casper
What'd you just say?
forced to push
said
in.
there's
He's
another
gonna have
one.
to do so we can
Oh, okay.
believe
You
it
think
or
I
not,
said?
shoot the
Oh, there's
survive.
another kill. Wow,
Because
they're gonna
yeah,
drop 10
they
kills.
won.
Oh,
He's
look.
already in
Oh, wow,
zone.
there's more kills. They have 5 total kills
Whoa.
now.
The
VIP
Grim
legend.
Reapers
Oh.
take down two teams just like that.
Yeah, so
And now they just clear their side of zone and win.
put it aside, they win with 10 kills, 20 total points. Like, they just know how to play the game perfectly.
That was knocked
set,
back
in case
up,
I fell
and they went
asleep.
exactly for that push, for that third party, and
Yeah, I
worked
wanna
out
take a
wonders
nap
for
so
them.
bad, but I
Four
don't wake
easy
up to alarms.
eliminations in a
By
way
the
between
time I
that
go to
third
bed, I'll
party,
be up for
and they
21
don't end up
hours.
losing anybody, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I really
2
got
more
to
hours,
watch
baby.
this
2 more
that
hours.
Circle pop as
Life
a
we live.
S2S player. Why are we
Life
not
we live.
coming to maybe rotate
2 more
north?
hours
We
until
saw
the
the
free
map.
drop.
No one
For free.
was holding a mountain
Literally
top
for
on that
free.
northern side of the circle. It was completely free.
Oh, this guy might cut
Maybe
them.
getting
Actually.
What was
person
that
is
blog?
not
What
for
team made
that
that blog where that guy
but
slept
instead,
into like 12 while his
full
teammates
center
were up for like
forward. And as soon
7?
as we start
Was it
seeing
Wolves?
trades
No, it wasn't
right on the
Wolves.
building, Alpha
Might have been
7 was
AG.
able to get their player up. That was knocked. It's just a free, clean wipe for Alpha 7. And that's
So,
not the
Jesus.
team you're wanting to get another win under the belt, because we see it on the right there. 49
The team that's in the
total
middle of
points
zone is
already
dead.
as a squad. We are going into just 2 Miramars after this. This
So
is
the
a
only team they have to go
that
against is Raw
consistently
19
putting
and
up those fragging power
Alpha
numbers,
7's
those
not body
eliminations
that.
that we expect from a squad, but we
Why would
want it to
anyone
be
watch
other
this over
teams as well. It
Apex?
can't be just. I don't want to be playing
Oh,
the
man,
same
Apex is
broken
just too
record
good.
here.
Yeah,
Alpha
Apex
7,
is
Alpha
way more
7,
dribble
I
to
think
watch.
we're
I'd rather
all
watch
on the first
10
day.
octanes and
We need to be
caustics in
seeing
zone
lots signs of
than
life
watch
from
this.
the NA boys.
Hey, 10 octane's gonna be insane though.
Meta, when everyone is just spamming the
Everyone's on
fucking double
blast
jump
in
on the
my
octane pad or the
Yeah,
triple jump.
literally,
Head
last
zone, everyone's just
last
double jumping.
last end zone is whoever
that
whoever
wins
caustic is
today
med kitting in the air
right
first.
now, if we were to pick anybody, I'm gonna be picking this team that we're currently looking at.
No, it literally was.
Absolutely.
You take a tick of damage in Storm, so that way the second you hit double jump pad, you just you're med kitting.
Back, and I believe they've been in this spot before where they were 4 strong.
Got invisible gas barrels too. Wow, we played a real
That
game,
was
by the way.
that was horrible.
We played a real game.
Oh my god, I remember that.
Silent longbows,
Randomly.
invisible caustic barrels.
Oh, the silent longbow is actually worse now that I think about it.
What else was there? What else was there?
Like now that I think about it, B-Hop
every
wasn't even the
sniper
worst
was
thing.
silent.
Throughout the day.
That shit.
B-Hop was definitely literally the worst.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so. When I was rank grinding, the thing that really got me was the random longbows just randomly knocking us.
True. I mean, that was
Because like you had like the triple Korean or Japanese teams running triple longbows, and they would just 3-2-1 someone, and you just didn't know where you were dying
That was
from.
funny.
The
It's like,
Japanese
oh well.
teams that would ping beacon and literally not move, like just go AFK and just look for evo.
Yeah.
In ranked.
And then you focus on Vios Gaming, but they're kind of cut.
That motherfucker Lightning McQueen or whatever his name was. That holy shit, that dude's annoying. McQueen or some shit. Yeah, like what are him and the other dudes like that he ran with? They just played like pussies, dude. So annoying.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a matter of if they're able to kind of piece themselves a knock or two. We can see a lot of those best teams, those world-class rosters, I guess.
Also love getting like the 250 MS lobbies randomly against them. That made it really enjoyable. That early time. But actually, I would rather have that than having the NA only, because the NA only was just like you would run around and just farm everything until the game was over.
Unfortunately for the solo, Revo's been eyeing him, it seems, for his own.
He sniffs them. He's smelling them.
PUBG is only fun in global tournaments. Yeah, true. It's only entertaining when it's worlds.
Shout out to Rose of
Regionals just has too many.
I can't even see them.
Eliminations to their name. If they can somehow piece together
like Americas or
they could be
like those regionals usually have a lot of super teams, so it's kind of like instantly dumb.
Thirst on the Marlin here. Able to actually cross squash though.
I only see him because of the outline. I never saw his head over or inside the grass.
Oh my goodness.
I have faith in Rose of War 7, but I think
yeah, they all have to be on Adderall, I swear.
A7 got exposed for being on Adderall.
Like, I knew it!
2 years ago. I don't think they're on it anymore though. They got exposed.
Please, but not only do it today, do it tomorrow
not taking their
as well. Because for this teams, I just want to see consistency, and right now,
maybe if they have gum, bro. I'm not taking no powder.
This is them just getting into the vehicles and in a way just kind of being a little bit disrespectful to some of the other teams.
It's a powder. What do you mean a medicine?
You can get into a vehicle. We'll get into a vehicle too. You want to get into
am I gonna dry scoop it into my mouth, bro?
Yes. Slow your roll, all right? I know you got 7 eliminations, but this is not an ego racing you want to get with when it comes to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 does end up taking care of one player when it goes down to Vio's Gaming.
When I open my eyes again, it's gonna be 7:49.
They have everything to work with, and you can look at
the what time is it coming out for us?
Might as well just wrap it up.
2 hours, basically.
Can do something
Yeah.
insane.
I hope they can.
This guy.
I'm looking at Demonor, and I'm just feeling so bad for the guy. He's late.
Are you streaming in VC? Geo or Sky? Are you guys
I'm just gonna stream on my channel.
Okay. You just put your channel in.
I really don't know if I want to stream today because this is gonna be me fixing my settings.
Actually, yeah, don't stream today. I don't think it's a good idea. Try to get used to it.
I mean,
oh, you seen that? Hey, it don't matter. That's my whole fucking thing that's gonna be happening on Val. Literally me just doing shit like that. You're gonna find out.
What?
I'll be right back.
Wow, chat, A7 went with 12 kills. Who would have thought, dude? Who saw that coming? What?
Yeah, I think I'll just stream tomorrow when I get off work. So that way I don't.
What was good, Joe?
Winner circle. They've won Sanok. They've won Arigel, and they will undeniably
maybe he's gonna be a Raze main.
First place position.
Yeah, it's all about getting those points, and for Alpha 7, man, I mean, it comes down to that 1v1 on the truck, on that vehicle, being able to win it out in 7. I know you're thinking of a lot of things right now with this squad. I mean, I gotta commend Rose of War, but man, Alpha 7 just... I don't even know if we can call it flexing at this point.
They don't even stand up anymore. Look, only one guy.
Let the glazing begin.
One guy's hype.
How you doing, baby? Oh my goodness! I see why you guys decided to make this switch. All right, some people doubted it. Some people were wondering why you want to get rid of McGrillen. I'm one of the best.
They're barely. They got there last second for the lobby.
I see now. I see what you were doing. Let him cook. Because this team is absolutely cooking right now with this roster changes, and on top
like that shit's just funny as hell.
Just in case anything happens.
Look at the name.
Insane. Like it's just
yeah, I saw it. I pointed it out. I said he should be banned.
Yeah, of great players in the world.
Yes, that's the name.
Even on the bench, right, to help you out.
You're gonna shorten it anyways. It doesn't matter.
The way they handled that end zone was incredible.
You think it's tough for how long it is, but then you're gonna shorten no matter what.
And they recovered very well. And for
yeah, whoever that guy is, he's gonna shorten it.
With 7 himself. You can't deny it. They're just absolutely successful. But let's start recapping how this ended up unfolding. And for X-Force, they did a great job capitalizing, taking out AGG after that sketchy fight against Team Liquid, and then Wolves for the third party on the left side bridge. AGG would ultimately fall, but this is where Alpha 7 started to heat up. The way they moved in.
They literally had 0 kills when there was 20 people left and ended up with 12 kills and a win. Like what?
So how many matches do they play today?
6 a day.
Oh, okay. So they got 2 more?
Yeah. They play 1 Sandhog. They play 1 Sandhog, 3 Erangel, then 2 Miramar. 10 days, I think, or some shit. They're out there, but I think there's only 8 game days or something like that.
Where Cotton finishes all of its tournament in one day somehow.
Alright, I'm back. Sky. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's gonna be my whole like thing that's gonna be happening.
Are you gonna be a Raze main, bro?
A Raze
Actually,
main?
yeah. That's what I was.
Yeah, no, I was catching what you were saying, Aries, don't worry.
Yeah, that's what I was, honestly. I got the, like, bro, hold up, I'm about to show you. Me? Oh, I definitely do it on purpose.
You fucking talk like the Unibomber.
I mean, I do it on purpose, but hold up, let me show you something.
I'm honestly not surprised.
Hold up.
Change IRL then? You speak completely differently?
Yes.
Wait, when is CSA?
Do you still sound so jolly?
Yes. I mean, it depends on who I'm talking to. So.
Oh.
His age.
Mean with Sky? You're gonna get real mean with him?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get a taste of it.
Okay, ready.
What? You know what I meant.
They were just sitting at 7 points, so this is gonna help them massively.
Look.
Crazy.
What do you say? I didn't have my headphones on.
Aries said he was a mean guy, and I said, "Can you show us?"
No, Gio said,
no one said that.
Gio said, let me get a taste of it.
Huh?
No, he's not lying. He really said that.
Thanks, Aries.
Nope.
Yeah, you're gonna believe Aries over me?
Yes.
What? No, like, look what Aries just sent me, Gio. No.
That's gonna be my outfit, bruh.
What?
It's ready. It's right. I'm telling you, bruh. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Wait, you're actually about that.
Yeah.
Are you gonna send praise to your god?
Yes.
Oh.
Actually.
Yes. Can Loops pass Alpha 7?
How do you feel about WBG potentially being able to buy Order and QZZ? That'd be kind of fire.
Oh my god.
WBG gets Order and QZZ.
Wait, we're doing better than Wolves. Wait, we
Where's
have to...
Paraboy? When does Paraboy play?
He's on
He don't play in this.
Paraboy don't make it out of regionals anymore.
Damn.
Actually, wait, what?
Yeah,
He's in a different team, and his team is like not good.
Bro accepted the Supermax to a shit team, dude. He's on the Hornets right now.
But he's getting the money. He's getting the money, bruh.
Bro, he does not care. Bro bought a fucking house.
Bro has like he has 3 worlds.
I'm taking the yay deal. It don't matter.
He has like 3 worlds wins, 2 worlds MVPs under his belt.
He
Like
does not care.
he's just going for money now. Like
I can take a league minimum, so Gio can take a league maximum.
Thanks, bro. Why are you taking minimums for me?
Dude, you're just the homie, bro. Like rarely.
Don't worry, I have a picture with Paraboy though.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Wait, hold on. You do?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, no, send it, bro.
I have a picture of Paraboy knowing.
I swear, Paraboy isn't real.
Wait, how much is
Has
this?
seen him IRL?
No.
Yeah.
Have you
Yeah.
ever seen him in an interview or anything?
I've been to his house before.
Alright.
Gio,
Does he
Does
have
his
like a
house look like a
mansion?
White House? Yeah,
His house,
Yeah,
it's like a 3-story house. It's their gaming house.
Land at Paraboy's house.
No, it's just we went out there and we were the number one.
Wait,
We were the
wait,
number one
wait.
NA team and they were the number one China team and they wanted
So they
us
flexed
to.
on you?
No, they wanted us to go over there and do interviews and together with them and like talk to the.
House?
Mobile interviews at Paraboy's house.
Yeah, it's at the game the gaming
He's
house.
the goat. He's the fucking goat.
Bro, it really was the goat.
He's got second place.
He actually owns everything.
He knows six, bro.
They bought the whole store. They're running it, baby. Where are we going with that? I don't know.
He's like,
Bro, we know
calling up
Paraboy
Paraboy to do
does.
interviews at his house.
It's still funny to think that he was on top of the world. I mean, during transfer season, I saw that he got bought out for like $500,000 instantly or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
what's up with the photos not loading, by the way? How do I fix this?
Photos not loading.
Photos for what?
Like when you send something?
Yeah, like.
Oh, you have to
like
close your
old
Discord and
photos.
just reopen it.
No,
every
no,
time.
no,
It's
no,
weird.
no, no, no. Like my photos, like my library or whatever.
I think China's
Oh,
running up
like
on
none of the
SSG
photos
right
won't
now.
load? Oh, I don't know. Maybe turn off the access to your photos and settings and turn it back on, maybe?
Cause
China's warming
I
up on
can't
SO2.
send old stuff. Like it just glitches out or something.
Silas is the face of the game, not shit boy. Whoa, you
Whoa.
don't say that about him again.
Whoa. I'm pretty sure they'll
Silas.
actually kill you for that. Like, you might get an
You
anthrax.
can't go
now.
to China anymore, bud. I hate to break it to you.
Like, I don't think you can say that.
Yeah, Loki could be Silas. I think Silas
Whoa, what is that? What are those earnings?
I
What?
think-
Are those the team earnings ever?
What?
Who, Paraboy? No, Paraboy's individual.
I'm looking at your stream and I saw you pull up a bunch of teams and they all had their earnings. I saw
Those-
100 million.
Those were individual, or no, it wasn't 100 million. What?
How much was that?
Individual players have around like 1 million to like 2 million in China. Majority of them.
Nova as the org probably has 10 million.
They have
right?
6 or 8 million. Where can I
Jeez Louise.
see this at?
Nova Cam, bro.
Is it 'cause
I
have to
think if we
represent.
win, first land, they can't stop all of us from taking 100. Like 100% of the earnings.
I don't think
We
Nova's
send
gonna pick up
HH
an
in
NA
there.
Team again, bro. Remember
We
what
send
happened last
HH in
time?
there to talk to them, and he comes out a winner.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
No, or
Nova's not
you send an
picking
H,
up NA,
you're
bro.
losing.
Nova is not picking up NA.
Who is Tianba?
Yeah, I'm a Chinese team.
No shit.
Yeah, I've never heard of them.
It's implied in the name, buddy.
My bad.
4
They're
Angry Men. I know that Chinese team. They're actually hype.
4 AM? Yeah, they got a PUBG team.
They have a Hawk team too.
Tiamba has a PUBG team too.
Everyone has a fucking PUBG team, bro.
Gonna say, where's the Crossfire teams, bro? That's what I'm trying to see.
It's only Chinese orgs.
Yeah,
Dude, chat, SDG is 20th in earnings? Holy shit, dude. They've been to Worlds like 7 times in a row.
Who?
S2G. S2G has 6 global tournament appearances and they're 20th in earnings.
That's crazy.
That means they're not playing very good.
5th place, 11th place, 9th place,
Oh, isn't
1st
that the
place, 4th
Turkish
place,
team?
4th place.
Yeah, that's the Turkish org.
Yeah, they're in Hawk too.
Alright, I gotta delete Wild Rift.
You gotta delete.
God.
Holy moly! What are
God.
you working on, man? What are you sending?
He's like an iPhone 12.
Carried by QZZ.
My goat, dude.
I literally couldn't remember a single Chinese player's name to save my
Getting
life.
spawn trapped in SO2 by Brazilians. Lucioto. Yeah, I'm sure, bro. Lucioto.
The 1.1 kitties cooking you, bro.
India will spend 500 million to count its entire population. Nice.
What? To count it?
Yeah.
To count it.
Bro, don't you just stop counting after 1 billion? Because what does it really matter?
I don't think anyone cares.
I think they try to get an
Who
accurate.
cares?
But they're down below 2 on what's it called? Like they're not producing 2 at a time anymore. It's like 1.9 now.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Like the thing where you
Birth
you
rate
make more
per
people than
couple
you
or
got.
some
Birth
shit
rate?
like that?
Yeah, their birth rate is like 2.
I wonder why. I
Or
wonder.
1.9. 1.9 now. It's below 2. It's below 2.
I wonder why.
Over 2.7 million workers are expected to help count nearly
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a
1.5
very
billion.
blurry picture because it's fucking broken. I don't know. I need to fix.
Boy, I'm kind of scared.
QZZ is
I've
worth
never
1 million, but I
I've
doubt
never
anyone
seen
would
my
buy it.
goat.
Yeah,
Where is
QZZ
it?
will probably go for like
I'm on the
800K.
far right. Do not say it
Around
loud.
there.
Wait, send
Wait,
it to
which
me.
one's
I'm just.
Paraboy? Is he the
Send
one
it
in the
Jen,
black
send it in
shirt?
Gen Chat.
Yeah.
He's the handsome
See,
motherfucker,
he's not
man.
even wearing a uniform. That he owns them.
Wait, Geo, send it.
Can I send it?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
But
Wait,
it
I'm
is
asking for
blurry,
permission.
yeah.
My prince.
That's not my photo.
Bro, I haven't. I don't know why I can't fix.
No, H is like so nonchalant, bro.
I was next to
nonchalant.
Order and Paraboy. That was like the big
Did
two.
you like steal a strand of hair?
Huh? Alright.
And he's tall, bro. Like
It's
holy
so
fuck,
funny.
he
I
did
knew
that to
exactly who you
Medora.
were, not by
Wow.
seeing you, but by your haircut.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Wait,
Have
he
the
has so much
Hispanic
aura
hair.
to him.
He's not in a jersey, a suit, or
Only
anything.
one not in a jersey.
Yep.
And he's doing the Andrew Tate.
Oh
hand
wait,
shit.
H. Oh my god.
Oh
I
my
thought
God,
you were the one on the
wide
far
stance?
left.
Oh my
god. I
God.
just saw you. I thought you were on the far left, H.
All right.
Wait, send me the
thought that
pic real
was
quick.
you.
Yeah, H, I never seen that
No,
pic.
and then I had to look at the end. I saw you're next to him. Okay, we're okay.
It's because I never posted it.
QZZ is listed at 1.1 million USD. God damn.
1.1 million.
Who is that on the far left?
That's J7.
That's J7.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
no way. He did not look like that when he played Cut M.
Sorry.
H7.
Is that my goat Rain in the middle?
Hold up, bro. That's fucking.
Bro, I remember when Jason
that's
had
not
to move over
regular.
to Cut
Dude,
M for a little bit.
The way Pairboy's sitting just had an insane fucking aura. Holy
Look at his
shit, man.
posture, bro. Look
Bro,
at
and
his posture.
imagine
Bro.
sitting
Have you
next
seen
to
a
Order
gamer
and
with that type
Paraboy.
of posture?
Holy shit.
Like, dude, like, just look
When
at
have
him.
you seen someone who plays mobile games?
The
with that type
wide
of
leg
posture,
stance, bro. The hands together, locked in, dude.
Yeah, pussy face in the world, no fucks.
And he
given,
won
bro.
the event too.
He's
bro.
sitting
Like,
up,
damn.
perfect
Oh,
back
yeah.
form. Like, dude,
He
he
literally
just
showed up like a casual, normal day.
Gio,
and
take
just won.
notes, bro.
holy
Take
shit,
notes.
dude.
That's
Y'all
already
gotta,
me, bro. That's already me. That's already me.
Take
I don't know what
notes.
to tell you.
y'all gotta be on this level, dude. I need all of y'all to be on this
I
level when
have
you're
20
playing.
black
I don't know if we
shirts.
can
I have
do all-
20
okay.
black shirts.
20
bro.
black shirts.
That's crazy.
I wonder if I would ever be worth 1.1 million in my life.
Bro, didn't he like buy a
Depends how much
Ferrari
you
or
work.
something?
Depends how much of you work in the Valence. So
I'm working. I'm working.
if
I'm
you
gonna
really
just
want to
sell it and do
make
a
it,
shorts
you could
YouTube
be
channel
like
if I lose
Paraboy if you
Worlds.
really want to make it. Bro.
I want it. I want it.
When do we just do YouTube?
I'm gonna give it to-
as, like reaction videos.
Like the
You,
con
never,
people
because
could
YouTube
be-
Shorts will get you $2.50.
I mean,
For example, like
I'm pretty
Punch out
sure
8 of
Surfing
them
Boy
an
is
hour.
rich.
Okay,
I think
okay.
Surfing Boy is
All
like,
right.
disgustingly rich.
Well, yeah, because he has fucking like 30 million subs. And he's like the OG YouTube Shorts guy. Like,
he grew that shit super fast. What do you mean?
yes, because he grew it when it was like shorts were like the thing, like the initial like boost of shorts. Like, you're not just going to instantly start making 30 million subs off of your shorts. His shorts are purely clickbait. Like, it's completely different.
I know a dude who does shorts right now. His do you remember Dienzio?
Yeah, Denzio, he does good shorts, but
Yeah,
he does the
has a
same.
shorts channel.
Doesn't he do the same thing where he purposely does like clickbait, like League of Legends? Like,
He just sits there and talk. No, he does random stuff now. It's not even League anymore. He made an entirely new channel, and it's all random shorts, and he just sits there and talks. Says nothing, by the way.
yeah. So, unless like this doesn't have anything to do with like what do you call it?
For NA, I think
Let's see, when was this last short?
Dude, but Surfing
One
Boy
day
literally
ago?
pulls 10k views per short, but he posts 15 a day.
Maybe they can take today, or maybe
Yeah, I'm looking at two of them.
as
Look at an AI picture.
Million?
Yeah, he's doing the same thing as fucking Denzio. Like, you don't even. This isn't even gonna be for Valorant. And also, all these viewers from shorts, they aren't actual subscribers, right? Like, if you go live and you stream anything that's not brain rot, you're getting like 10.
That's not the point, but he's getting paid.
I miss stars.
Fuck it.
Yeah, but it's close
out.
Last year during the spring season.
It's super low effort. That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah, you push out 20 of them a day, and 4 of them hit 1 million, and the others are settling around triple 100Ks. Then it doesn't matter. You're making money no matter what at some point.
YouTube Shorts pay 1 cent per 1,000 views.
This has to
Oh,
hurt
yeah.
the soul a bit, though, no? It's gotta, like...
Oh yeah, I mean he tried it on his main channel, but then eventually he just gave up because it was so bad.
It's gotta hurt the soul.
But 16 cents, imagine you have 16 cents and you're pumping out 18 million views a day.
But 16 cents is going to be for certain countries. We're going to be in the lower one. It's going to be like
no, we're
1
gonna be
to
in the
5
higher.
cents.
We're gonna be US.
What? What do you...
No, for mobile, it depends on what you do it on as well.
No,
like
he's
mobile
not
games,
making
you're getting
mobile
less.
content, bro.
If I'm gonna put
Yeah, I know, I know.
post on
But
TikTok,
I'm saying if for y'all, if y'all do it for mobile, like if y'all do shorts.
I'm just
I'm
posting
not
it
gonna
on TikTok for publicity more than
I'm not gonna
anything.
deface my beautiful game like that with fucking low effort shorts.
Everything just
Everything I do
AI
in this
shorts.
game, I'm gonna do with 100%, bro.
The AI shorts, holy.
I owe it to 10 cents.
Points, not a short.
Bowman Zauba.
All right. Yeah, what does that mean again before we start saying it?
That means let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
If you look up the
We
honor
can
of
scream
Games
that one.
esports, like the things they say at the beginning are so funny. They all sync up at the same time, and they all just start saying stuff.
Dominating North America. I wonder if maybe all that domination allowed them to just continue on making mistakes that they're truly being punished for here in America.
I'm
With some
feeling
of these
on that so
Brazilian
too,
teams
Gio.
not
It's
giving
feeling
them the
good, bro.
chance to make those mistakes that they were maybe getting away with in Titan Series.
Well, good rosters. One that you left out, though, that I'll talk with Enigma with.
6 live, Goon Sesh activated. All right.
Phenomenal Miramar team. Go back towards the Titan Series, the Premier season, even the grand finals of the Premier League for Titan Series. It was X-Force winning both of the Miramars during the grand finals of both days.
Amareth and her husband.
One of them, mind you, I don't know if
Is
you're
her husband?
but they did so with 16
You haven't seen that shit on Twitter?
It was a powerful game, super
They just
strong.
have fights on stream all day, and she calls the cops on him.
Is, if you remember for PMSL historically, North
Oh
America,
yeah.
Yeah,
I
go
seen
look up
that
the
shit.
drama, bro.
Bro, every day, bro. It's been going on for what? A year? 2 years, man?
14 years.
She said that he doesn't make her wet, and then he exposed that she had some like health condition. It was
Huh?
so
Oh,
bad.
you know, it's
bro.
all stemmed because she cheated with the fresh and fit guy, and it's like
What?
the ugly
Myron?
one.
Wait, no, the other one?
The ugly one.
Oh
I got into
shit!
it 7. Our NA
In a
boys,
car.
maybe they
You just
got
gave him a
comfortable with
quickie.
that NA mindset, getting
Dang.
them too much even in that Titan
All right, well
Series
then I
tournament and stuff
then I feel
like
for
that,
that
bringing them
guy.
up
I
against
mean,
Brazil, Latam,
Yeah,
regions
and
that
some of the clips that's
understandable
come out.
crash out.
I gooned at Amaranth. You can ban that guy, no?
Because right now we're not making it.
I think Outplace has said too much wild
Yeah,
chick.
I'm pretty sure we can get that guy gone.
Chat, type of one if we ban Outplace.
Yeah, let's do that, guys.
Yep.
Taking as a
Yep,
squad,
I like how
we're
you do
going
that.
for the fight.
That's it. Well, hey, comfortable or not, look, X-Force I think is going to come out strong calling it. That's my prediction.
Guys, let's get some more
X-Force,
ones.
they're
Yakuza.
taking this Miramar, and they're doing it with 16 eliminations.
Is Vizexis an Asia team or something? No, they're a Latam team.
That'd actually be nuts, bro. That would
But
be crazy.
I think they
believe
sold
it.
the
I
org.
see it. And look, 26 points. That's what it would have
MDS, Vizexis Esports.
puts them up into top 3.
What'd you say?
Vizexis Esports.
Let's put a North
Okay.
American roster up
Sounded
into
like
top
a slur.
3.
No, it was really hard to
They're my
understand.
guys to do it. I wouldn't be upset if Wolves
Wait, did I
I'm
gain
not gonna
aura
lie,
from
but
sitting with Fair
X-Force-
Boy or what?
No, you actually
Yeah.
lost it because you drained your
should
aura.
actually keep that in your wallet, by the way.
We are going to be
That's
going
so crazy. Don't do that, please.
You should do that. Whenever we go to our first land, show that to Vincent,
Yeah.
and we're going grand finals instantly.
And say that like you got to like touch his hand or something.
Yeah, say you caressed him a little
I
bit.
think I did give
Okay.
him a handshake, and it was like his
Oh,
hands are
yeah.
so soft. Those
What's
kind
that
of.
one?
So soft is crazy.
I'm gonna assume you don't wash your hands, so it might still be there.
Me?
What's that one
Yeah.
guy in Golden State Warriors that sucks at basketball?
This team needs to narrow
Draymond Green?
down
Yeah, Draymond. When Draymond said he wouldn't wash his hands if he shook LeBron's hand because he doesn't want to wash off greatness. Same thing, bro. Same thing.
That's wild as fuck, but honestly real.
Did he actually say that?
Like if
I don't
LeBron
know.
shook my
I saw
hand,
it
I'm
on
putting a
TikTok.
glove on so it never gets
I also have a
contaminated.
picture.
Actually, yeah, you
Sarah,
keep
by
that
the
photo,
way.
and it's like VIP access to anywhere in China.
Yeah, but
Literally,
picture.
just keep it on your neck at a lanyard. To be honest,
Yep.
you don't want to get it crumpled in your wallet.
Like you show that in
Yeah, but
any
picture of
restaurant
food.
in China, bro, and they give you free food.
Crumpling a photo of Fairboy is like defacing our
They're
Quran.
literally going to execute you out.
Like some North Korea shit, or like I have to keep it safe no matter what.
Bro, how many
Oh, okay.
subscribers does he have on that Chinese app, streaming app?
Don't know, probably a couple million.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, he won like Man of the Year in China, dude. I assume he has a few.
No, yeah, no, and doesn't he model for Nike too?
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
Models. Yep.
Holy aura, bro.
So
He,
bad.
he makes most of his money from modeling, I'm pretty sure.
All that from one mobile
Like-
game, bro.
Like he's
Yeah,
so
that's me,
successful.
bro. Hold on.
He's so
Bro, he
successful
bought a
that
Ferrari.
PUBG Mobile is a side gig for him now. Like that's how successful
The
he is in
balls,
life.
guys! Don't forget the balls. Sorry.
No, I'm
He
getting
bought a
more than the balls,
Ferrari off
dude.
of PUBG, bro.
I'm getting
How
more
does
than the
that
balls,
make
We already,
you
we
feel?
already got the balls. We already got
Dude, trust me, they are soaked down there, dude. You don't know
Hey,
where.
didn't
Jesus.
Dude, they found. Dude, it's Fairboy. It's not even
Wait,
glazing,
wait,
really.
Bro, can we call it Fairboy right now? Can you get him in here?
We
Is it
can't
even
do what the
glazing if
COD
he's the
people did
greatest
that
mobile
one
player to ever
world.
exist? Like,
Six, you can
Can't
get
do it.
Fairboy.
We
in here.
can do that. We can do that in VC.
No,
Sit
no,
back, sit back,
because
sit back.
they-
Look,
No, no, no.
Are you trying to speak
what they
Chinese?
did
What
is,
that?
how do you win 2 worlds?
Oh, okay.
How do you win 2 worlds and not do any content? Like, how are you not even a 100K?
Yeah, no, they all did content after they won Worlds, like after they sucked.
But like, bro, they're
I
not
mean,
even
no,
at
because
100K.
Vague was trying to do it. He just couldn't stay
NJ.
consistent. He literally just couldn't stay.
That sounds like excuses, bro.
What NJ said.
Oh, you wanna see? You wanna see?
Alright, I'll be on for Val M.
Hey, look at hey,
Paraboy.
dude. She would understand me if you should. Sky, look at Gen Chat, dude. It's Paraboy's Twitter account, bro. Look who's in the banner.
Bro, don't say some stupid. Shut up, man. Nobody cares, man.
Acho que pra mim, individualmente, tanto pro meu time é o nosso melhor mapa.
He's gapping
a gente
you.
conhece muito bem o mapa.
Yeah, he did gap the fuck out of me, dude.
É muito bom. É mapa muito grande, eu posso jogar de mini 14.
Wait, so have you touched his hand too, Six?
Yeah, I was having pictures with him. I went to his fucking house, dog. You think I didn't shake his hand? Think I was in his house without like shaking his hand and bowing to him?
Said something insane. Bowing?
Dude, I was on my hands and knees. Hands and knees. Banner boy, please grant me your greatness.
I don't know if you'd say it like that, but...
Does he even still post on Twitter?
No, he hasn't posted since 2019. It was never his account. It was just the managers who ran his account. While he was in Globals, they made him a Twitter and stuff because Zute was talking to him. Because Zute speaks Chinese, so he was talking to him like, oh, you guys should make a Twitter and stuff. You know, I'll introduce you to all the NA players and shit.
All the NA fucking cattle.
We weren't that much cattle back then. So like,
Paraboy, everyone's cattle.
Well, yeah, back then, Paraboy, like he was like it was just a pub to him. Reverse cowgirl, straight knees. I'm telling you, bro.
Straight knees is crazy detail.
And Rebel popping off.
I'm hearing so many motherfuckers in PC just screaming on this shit. Like, bro.
I screenshotted when I killed Paraboy in the practice games, bro.
Hey, all I'm saying is I 1v3 Paraboy in Worlds, dude.
And the Sandhawk at the start of the day. So I'm really worried, like what the
Hey,
elimination.
I have 4 kills on Paraboy, and he's got 0 on me. So therefore, who's the GOAT?
Beck almost
1v4. I have, huh?
Gives a fuck.
Bro.
Ah, shit, dude. Alright, how many kills do you have in Worlds in any game?
Fair enough, fair enough.
How much did Sarbat say? 4 games today or something? And
Well, he wanted him to get 4th, and he's like, no.
Hey, bro, we gotta win World, bro.
We gotta get something under your belt, dude, so I can stop trolling you, dude. Like,
Yeah, can we host a fake tournament?
Can
we get me on Liquipedia for I'm not laughing, guys. Can we make it happen?
We should have been doing the Free Fire, bro.
Shut up, bro. It's not gonna be Free Fire. Can we get me on like one of those Titan tournaments?
Nope.
Oh god, dude.
All eyes on Savage Esports.
Dude, next season.
Fuck the Hezcath, bro. Hezcath don't fuck with me.
And this fight seems to be underway. They're crashing in, and I'm actually shocked at that. I thought this was going to stalemate.
Oh shit! Shot it! Shot him from that far. What the fuck?
We need to get Geo one too, bro.
Already going for the quick revive, but the pressure's still on. United for Gaming continues to work their way up, pushing into Savage Esports, trying to dismantle them piece by piece. Mystic with the utility from the back lines.
Six would have a Ferrari now if he wanted to. Six is a very humble guy though, and chooses not to be the best player in the world. Facts. I literally retired just to give Paraboy his light.
So incredibly well, very methodical.
I just didn't want to be the GOAT.
Comes back in.
Actually, it wouldn't be a Ferrari. It'd be a Lambo. Actually, it'd be a Charger.
Will lose their lives
I want a bicycle.
early on, and it will be United for Gaming.
All right.
3 members up of 4 total.
But it's like, you know, this aren't as expensive as car. You got it.
I want a real nice bicycle though.
It is, and 2 teams.
Look, a nice one. My grandpa has some nice ones. One of his road bikes that he does when he goes on his like long bike rides is like a $3,000 bike.
But now they have to be
ready
ready
here.
here. Luckily
Yeah.
for them, they only ended up losing just 1 player, and I say luckily.
He literally goes on 70-mile bike rides, like these little marathon things with his friends. Like they're all just like, on a.
Yeah, we ride it. Oh, we robbing your grandpa. I don't know why I said we ride it.
What?
What to his grandpa?
What? God. Just don't even finish after saying that, dog. What? What are you and Sky doing? Oh my god. Alright.
I honestly don't know what.
Jesus.
what they just executed on.
Holy
Rose
shit.
War having the
God damn, bud.
early knocks with the frag grenades, not going to find it. And this is one of those
Elderly.
buildings, Taylor, where it's so
Sound
hard
like you're having
to
too
pin
much
down
fun.
players.
Dude, I know Aries is.
What do you mean
Aries
by that?
having the time of his life.
Careful pushing into this because even though United for Gaming has only 3 players.
Alright, can RW push us already? They got the free kill.
Rosevoir's
Free entry.
building
Oh,
come
is
up.
the
They
game on?
managed to push up into
You know,
top
they're like
7.
15 minutes into the
There's
game.
no
Or
indication
8 minutes
that
actually,
they're
but not
slowing
like 50.
down, but United for Gaming, they won the fight here already.
I turned it off when we started
There's
talking
no
about cheese.
indication
I got a
they
little too
can't win it once
excited.
again.
Brandon lock into the cheese combo.
Just narrowly missed out
Holy
on the
zone
chance
shift.
of
This
beating
is
Alpha 7
something.
on the Erangel. Just a
You know,
map
worst possible
before.
shift for us, but you know,
Will
we'll
they
take it, I
unravel in
guess.
This engagement, well, it's potential, but United for Gaming are holding on tight, but with the bit of utility damage, Zhao will take it. And he's forced to heal up. Hate, who's been the linchpin for the success of these fights for United for Gaming, especially against Savage Esports, is down low, trying to play the off angles alongside his teammates. And Hate is really the guy that opens up these engagements for the side of United for Gaming.
Man, they're still fighting this?
Yeah, for like 3 or 4 minutes now.
Being cooked. Victix desperately trying to get his med pack off.
Getting bored of the fight, dude.
Does the nade connect? It does not. So now we're back to business as usual. This fight is going to extend. And 7,
I really
like
thought you were
Nico mentioned,
J7H.
sometimes this fight in this building can take a long time.
Sorry, dude.
It can take a long time, and we're currently seeing that too. Even though United Gaming had a disadvantage at the start, right, in regards to number of players, they made it so they slowed down Row 19. And Row 19 right now is having to think about how they're going to be making the push, because now it does become a 3 versus 3. He's going to be able to peek, and there you go. That's the opening that at least Row 19 needed to be able to find. They need to make sure that they still stay collected. Cool, coming collector, making those rotations. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. There goes another player from United for Gaming, and that is it. It took a little bit to start up, but as soon as the first knock came through, they made it a breeze. Row 19, easy 3 eliminations.
Yeah, but look at that in the distance, 7. We saw it right at the end. It's going to be.
What place do you need to advance to the next round of World Cup? Top 3.
Was able to hear the vehicle pull up from
So,
Friends, but X-Force
all
in
3
an
Brazil teams
opportunity spot to get
that are in
some
the
knocks,
top.
and yeah, they do see it.
Hey, X-Force! Let's go, X-Force. Third party. Let's take the fight. Win!
Pulled straight north, so this compound not in circle anymore.
Actually,
it is early
they
on
kinda
enough
need to
where
zone,
Friends not going to be
supposing.
murdering you just yet, but for X-Force and Friends, the squad is desperately needing. I would honestly like to see them take this fight. You know, there's one player down in the compound. You're 4v3. If you can just get those eliminated.
Would have been nice to see each of them show up for NA and Free Fire.
Something that could
And
happen.
NA needs heroes. Real, that's what I'm saying, dude.
I don't know what just happened, but Coops eliminated early for Wolves.
Team Liquid y'all are going down, bro.
You wanna see
Bro,
it now.
why do we
Loops,
keep
they're
saying H in
progressing
them?
down
It should
onto
be
the building,
Geo in
Honcho
them.
and Doran.
Well, because you guys are so much of randoms that no one knows who you are, so no one's ever going to say, like, NJ and y'all. Or not NJ, I mean, NJ said Agent y'all, but, like, no one's going to say, like, Sky now.
Fucking stray for no
in the
reason.
clip to finish it
Nice.
off of Loops. Taylor, they're wasting no time on the aggression baton being the next one.
Oh.
Question, and the name comes through.
Chat.
Big win.
Dang.
Wolves, 13th place. About to be doing worse than an actual random team that's never made it here before. Like, he's about to be doing worse than Dauntless, dude. A guy named Bob is doing better than Coops right now.
Wait, I was gone for 1 second. They already got squad wipe? What the
Yeah,
hell?
they got wiped. They got farmed, brother.
Typically slow off the start.
Dude, I'll give him a. I'll give him a pep talk tonight. What do you mean?
Whoa, why is that desk moving and everything? The hell?
They've taken quite a bit of damage. They've lost 2 players off the rip, and well, hey, I got a shout at Homelander out there. Homelander said, well, now that I'm in chat Alpha 7, there's no chance that they're going to win the next 2 maps. They've already lost. So, Homelander, if you want Alpha 7 to win, leave the chat. I'm joking.
NJ, where you at?
When NHP had names like 6 Chinese
ball a little bit.
players.
But 7, I do peep the top left, and well, for 9Z, they're kind of surrounded a bit, but I love their vantage point. They've got S2S just below them. They've got VIP above them. And for 9Z,
Hey,
do
MJ,
they
bro,
full
come
send it through
VC.
S2S, or do they choose to
That's
fight
what I'm
to
saying.
clear them
That's
out
my boy.
so they have
Yeah.
a clear path into stage 3?
For 9C, it's going to come down to how many vehicles and what kind of vehicles do they have on their possession, because if they can avoid any fight here with S2S, if they can just maybe go on a rotation towards the south, or you know what, just set yourself up like they're currently doing right now and take on the fight to S2S, that could work as well. if they don't want to make
I
me
can't
make the
hang with
push.
the other regions on Free
fact
Fire.
that S2 has kind
Yo,
of
NJ,
allowed
I
them
want
to
you to go
leapfrog
watch the
and get in
Esports
front of
World
them.
Cup
That's actually
on that
quite
game
impressive
in
for
Season
9C.
1, bro. Look
Great
at their
awareness
HUDs.
out of this team. And now,
Look at their
now
HUDs,
that
bro.
you were able to leapfrog, at least some of the players there, just start making your way.
He can't clash with the Titans.
As I say that, you know what? I'm able to see something here, and for 9C, I mean, it's gonna be a tough push regardless. I would hope, Enigma, and I don't know if you agree with me on this or not. I would hope that
An hour and 23 minutes.
Either go north or south and just avoid any fighting.
Yeah, if they were to fight Shoot to Survive there, they would have been completely just wiped. Klaus, even though he's the one that was honestly 1 HP, if he was to get knocked, it's a different story, but him being able to stay up on his feet...
Scott can't hang with the other regions on Free Fire. He can't clash with the Titans.
Really focus on the players driving on 9Z, because Miramar's got those big canyons, those big gaps.
They actually had a chance when Nova Hyper had the team. They could have made PNC together, but most of them had visa issues. Yeah, which is unfortunate.
Unfortunately for them. You know,
hey, don't diss Koi, dude. Koi is cooking in Worlds, actually.
Got to deal with as well, that back
Almost had a 2 KD.
I'm not sure if this is really even going to be too safe of a spot for him.
I think.
What's going on in the background,
they
bro?
can't even stay
I don't know, dude. Like, you know, abducted?
I live in the middle of the hood, bro.
Now they end up doing what I thought they were doing earlier, which was leave.
Guy, that shit sounds familiar, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
End up getting into any type of engagements. Try to find your spot within this map and for Shoot to Survive.
Why would it sound familiar?
I don't know, bud. I'm asking you. I'm asking if it sounds familiar for you.
And then set up a
Not for me.
towards your rotation. Meanwhile, 9C still driving around trying to see what they're going to be doing. Let's
What
see
did NJ just type?
I don't know. I don't.
Oiled up? What?
I was watching a Free
It's not
Fire
me, it's
motherfucker 1v1ing people all oiled up or something, but the motherfucker was shiny as fucking wet and clapping his hands when he would win 1v1s.
That's some shit you see on TikTok.
It's like a copy and paste, dude. That like.
Everybody, Royals of War has to push it into Power Grid potentially to challenge that of Loops.
NJ, send me that for research purposes.
What?
please.
Like, okay, I'll be right back. On that note, we'll be right back.
Shoot to Survive is now engaging onto 9Z.
Oh, Fate with the SKS? Demon.
Intense game up ahead. Fate's desperately trying to run away. He'll take a bit of damage, but he'll be fine for the time being.
Alright, we just need to kill IG on our backside. We're chilling.
On Vios Gaming, he's going to be just up ahead. Team Liquid off to your right, but yeah.
Oh my God,
Export's
that's
intense game. The back and forth battle continues.
No, Bob.
Yeah, these nades are getting a little too close for my liking. Fate going a little bit too close to going forward. Silence as well.
Ooh.
Just being able to just piece apart. And unfortunately for intense game, they're allowing X-Force to really start creeping forward, get in front of them in this circle shift. And I'm honestly surprised that X-Force...
Bro, I had hella viewers.
They didn't decide to make a full set play, whether it's towards the center of zone. There's a lot
Dude, bro,
of
maybe that's the method. They
map,
just do some
or
fucking
they
crazy
just
shit
fight
when
to
1v1ing.
game while fade out of the Overwatch. But
1v1 viewers all day.
time passing. They've still got 2 minutes left on the zone to really work in what seems to be 50, 100 meters into those ridge lines and compounds that are on this outside of zone. But these squads
Actually trying to fight it. Oh, they're pushing Fate.
Silence.
Yeah, they're a Brazil team, dog.
They don't care.
Loadout, SKS, and a pump shotgun.
They know this team's playing like really scared because we're not holding power positions to gatekeep them, so therefore they know that and they're just gonna take the fight on us because they know we're holding it badly. See how we're all ultimate low ground basically? Like this is most likely gonna go badly for us because we just don't have the angles that they're gonna have.
He doesn't really have that much loot to work with.
See how they just have height over us?
Allowing it, what Fate did was kind of a bit of a distraction there. 24K now and the team pushing up and seeing if they could possibly end up getting some shots and connecting on intense game. But
we got shots in the back. That's so fucking bad. We took too long, got third partied.
From Team Liquid is going to be able to spot 24K and knock them down. Meanwhile, intense games, getting a different angle.
This is horrible for us because they just have all these angles on us. Yeah, now we're getting shot in the back, shot from front, naded, Team Liquid, above, down. We're actually just
He's by himself. Oh my God.
We're literally just in the worst spot known to man.
Oh my God.
And Team Liquid has moved in. I was curious when they were going to get involved. They were skirting around the outside for a long time.
Fate is so screwed.
They just take the one. Your rest of your team's dead, dog. Like, you take the one and die, or you don't take the one and die.
Fate finally pushes up, gets one, goes for the second, just narrow.
Okay, peek. Get the double thirst.
From the low ground,
my goat. Hit those meds.
So much damage.
but finds an opportunity.
He doesn't even have. He got bandages.
But can he pull the hat trick onto Adrian up ahead?
You know this
They
guy's
both
above
have
him?
basically zero health. I'd call them both one shot. Will it be Fate? Will it be Adrian? For the team's success, X-Force, intense game. Fate waits for the perfect opportunity, but Blue will
That's
force
it.
him up,
He's
and
dead.
Adrian will take him down. Intense game will win, but at what cost?
I'm not gonna lie, they were positioned so horribly, bro, and they took so long.
And Adrian, unfortunately, that 1v1
Don't understand
with
it.
Fate taking just 1 or 2 seconds too long, not able to support Padrino, who, by the way, was getting knock after knock on a Team Liquid, holding the line down for the squad. And now intense game, even though it's the 1v2, I was gonna say maybe it has the angles on a Team
Oh
Liquid.
my. Oh my, Adrian.
Mythic's getting caught in the open, hitting the gun swap, getting the one, but where's the teammate, Chief?
Mythic
I'd be
and
honest,
Adrian, I don't know what I was watching, bro.
Another Team Liquid player getting the shots. I'm not sure what happened on this ridge line,
Silent
but
Toe, most
intense
known for
game
his
somehow
song,
salvaging the third party
Watch Me
for
Nene,
Team
was
Liquid.
sentenced to 30 years in prison for killing his
Showing
cousin.
why they're truly
What the
in
fuck?
top 3
Watch me
when it
whip,
comes to the overall
whip.
ranking
I watch me
in
nene.
tennis.
Watch me nene.
Honestly, a lot of people don't really expect much, but with the way that they were able to play the PMCO, with the way that they were able to win PMCO Brazil, showcasing why they could also be one of those teams maybe trying to fight for that top 3 when we get to the grand finals, maybe try to make it to the Esports World Cup as well. Only 1 player left alive, 5 eliminations. Honestly, if I'm that team, I'm sitting happy.
Sitting happy indeed. The series of events that just took place was nutty. But Chief, where was he and why wasn't he helping his team? You definitely wanted to be there to help out your teammates, man, because he could have made all the difference in the world against Adrian from a tense game. They could have cleaned him up, I think, anyways. I mean, a 1v2 is a better odd than a 1v1, especially when you have the low ground, but you got to give credit where credit is due. Adrian from intense game winning the fight against Fate, and then also taking down a couple of members from Team
Yo, NJ, I just peeped how many viewers he got on that one stream. That's crazy.
But now it's all about damage control. Adrian's going to try and stay alive as long as he
Bro,
can.
he got 527 views. Okay.
We all know he's
on the
now
stream,
just
on one
trying
stream.
to get top 3 if he possibly can. And for Chief from Team Liquid, well, he's the last remaining
That's actually
member.
insane.
Inco Gaming has them in their line of sights.
Yeah, it seems like Vitali already priming the nade early, Chief, trying to get the aggression going, but both Inco players not allowing him to get that free 1v1. Both not pulling out the shotgun, Chief trying to get the response, not getting a little bit of damage, but this is the issue. When you're solo, when other squads understand that you're the last remaining player,
he is.
you're gonna get pushed up on. You gotta have
No, he's playing on iPad.
At least that's
iPad,
not gonna be the case. McGrellan putting them down, 4 players up for
I don't
Inco.
count that
Oh
as
my
mobile.
god, I
It was
found
just
the
one
oiled up
elimination.
stream.
That's a big moment.
Oh,
Taking
Yeah,
out
I'm just sending it in
not
chat.
only a solo, but
Oh,
also the Team
shit.
Liquid squad who is
Okay.
Another one. I was just
throughout
clicking
these
through
last
his
5
streams.
games. Hopefully this next Miramar,
What
they're
the
able to put
fuck?
some more
Is he in
points
a
under the belt.
bathtub?
But Inco Gaming, man, 4 players up. They've got that strong eastern side, that eastern positioning on the mountain. Can they make use of it? Can an NA squad finally take their positioning and put it to the test and use it for success? And 7, I think a lot of it's going to come down to this next circle shift. Can our squads, at least our
What do
NA
the teams that die early
also,
do?
be
They
able
just
to
sit there and watch? Yeah, you sit there and you realize how trash you are for dying early, while other teams around you that are better just win.
Where
Guys, look at
influence
this
rage
timestamp.
is going
Basically, just what
to
you gotta
be
deal
because
with
of
is
that
being
terrain,
bad.
because of that 2-2
Look at
split.
the time.
Bro.
Influence range has so
Look at
much room to work with. You can see opposite.
Bro, what the?
2 players earlier to Wolves. They've been able to just wait.
All right,
it
let me
out
click
because
this
of
link
what
on my
the Circle
phone.
has been doing, and you know what? They're gonna be able to wait it out
Fucking, he
even
deserves it.
longer.
This is high
And with
energy.
AGG,
This is-
I know that positioning might not be the best.
There's not
to
even
be able to
music or
get
anything, he's just
eliminations while
dancing.
you're sitting there, but at least you're just not gonna have.
Hey,
to
you
really
gotta do what
worry
you gotta do for
about
those views, I
teams
guess.
coming near you, and if they do, hopefully they are.
That's
positioned
crazy.
in a way
Wait,
that they can
6, can you
defend
show
it.
that on stream?
I mean,
Shots taken
he
into
is.
Rose
what if we
Victix.
just- No, I know. Like,
Diego
show this to your
also
stream,
up ahead
bro.
of him. Rolling
Nah.
Okay,
Very spot,
alright.
but luckily they got the van. Are we taking the jump?
Oh,
Yo, honestly, I thought we were pulling tricks out here, bro, in the middle of a
Why is
PMSL
he-
America Spring match.
Where's the little
Guys.
version of him on the right side? Like, what is
Rose
that?
is very
Pretty sure that's a
comfortable.
sub
They're just
notification.
having
He
fun.
dances
Yeah.
for subs.
But no, they'll pause, and that's going to be some decent coverage. And for
Got
them,
an hour
looks
and
like
14
Influence
minutes,
Rage is
bro.
gonna disengage. They're going
Is
to
this
push
what I have to
in,
do to
which
be
will
famous?
be just.
I
I
guess
mean,
so.
yeah, if you really want to be famous, this guy's making bank,
Who's gonna
dog. Like,
be up ahead for Influence
He definitely
Rage.
is.
Page to do
Actually,
this. He
quite
rubs his-
short-lived. Loops will
his
fall. They'll finish off.
My target audience is definitely not gonna be NA. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
a very good game as far as I'm concerned.
Dude,
They'll miss out on
1 hour
places, but
stream,
they were
500k
and
views,
I
dude.
don't
Like
know
That's what I'm saying, bro.
What do they
fights, and
speak?
they were winning the majority of them.
Where?
Influence, Rage,
In
and
India.
Row, they'll now
India?
advance a little bit on the outskirts.
Hindu.
Now I want to focus
Hindu?
more
We
so
gotta learn Hindu, bro.
on. I think
No, I'm not doing Indian, bro. I'm focused definitely on Middle East. That's it.
his miraculous win
Yep.
They have a huge mobile ads though.
took down 2 members from a tense game.
I already know the time zone that I'm gonna be streaming in.
Also,
I'll do like
Middle
a
East,
little
Sky,
bit.
you want to get into the Middle East scene of Valorant Mobile because they have a shit ton of fucking money and do a random like
Yep.
$1,000 tournaments.
Who is just
Yep.
above him, and I don't think they know
Like
where
all
Adrian
those
is at.
community tournaments that you see, a majority of them are just Middle East dudes with a shit ton of money that just want to do a tournament.
I'm here for it.
Can I,
Yep.
can I play for Falcons and still be an ally?
It could happen.
Nope.
Something that we need
No,
to point out
sorry.
as well is that
Yeah.
AGG
It's kind of like one or the other. So like, I don't think you can play like Valorant Mobile and be in Falcons. It kind of like
Yeah,
counts.
that doesn't
on
work.
top of this,
Yeah.
right there you go once again, making sure that they get pushed back. But yeah, if they're not aware.
Also,
of
like,
Adrian
look at like
Covington's game,
your
it
hand.
could be a
I don't
matchup
think
where
they,
it could
you know.
be possibly
Really?
3, 4 points that could go
Really?
his way.
Have you ever seen one of the Falcons before?
The right timing as VO's
Well,
gaming is just currently making
still.
sure they put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, for
Infantry as
a
well.
fighting game. They have a
Okay, fighting game doesn't count, dude. That's like, like you got it, you know.
Especially even now,
Like-
and they go for that 4v4 fight. They try to leave the mountaintop because Adrian, he's able to take those.
But they watching an Indian belly dancer willing up? No, it's literally just.
basically no. He's not wrong. I mean,
It's literally just this
Basically
dude's
did.
YouTube, bro. Like,
Row getting eliminated, and now
he
he's
just plays Mobile Legends
They're going in for the
and
invite,
Free
trying to
Fire
get
all
that
day.
action going, and
And like,
Endor, he's trying to get
like
the
this is what
shots
NJ
under
was
the
talking
game.
about.
They've already
Like, what is
collected
this?
down onto the smoke,
He's
getting
just look at the amount of subs he has, dude. He's just pulling banger views, dude. Like, it's the method, apparently. Playing Free Fire in India, like.
Players strong and alive. If they can get Nunez,
He knows something we don't, that's for
final
sure.
knock, it'd be a disastrous scenario for Vios Gaming and
Oh.
Influence Rage. I mean, they're having complete sight to them. You can't prone in the open.
Oh,
Squad that had the positioning, unfortunately, not.
A7's still alive? Oh,
oh
wow.
Under these other
I think Equal's gonna win, though.
I was wondering what Adrian was.
I mean, not
doing.
Equal,
I was wondering
INF.
if Adrian was gonna make any type of appearance here, and as soon as I was wondering that, we
Wait, it should
switched
be
over to Diego, and
INF,
Diego was just
pretty
peppering
easily.
him, saying, "Don't you dare move, or you're gonna end up getting eliminated. You stay behind that vehicle."
You stay put, bro. I've seen what you could do, and I don't want you doing it again, okay? Adrian, just be happy you got a couple more placement points.
INF should drop like 10 kills here.
Allowed it to happen, okay?
Farming.
Vitali's actually just above him. I am curious if he decides to potentially challenge onto Adrian, but AGG has potential for a wonderful
We got
finish.
4
They've,
Brazil teams
got
alive,
struck
an
a little
NA
bit
team,
here.
and a Latam
Currently
team.
at 0 eliminations, but the good news is they are
And it's
still
the worst
alive.
NA and
They've got a
Latam team.
compound, and they are within the next stage, which is great news for AGG as a whole. VIP might decide to challenge them a little bit later on. Flaw has dropped. Diego should be able to get the cleanup and the pickup. Thank goodness we've got different elevations on Miramar. But we're down to our top 6. Alpha 7 in shambles with only 1 player. Intense game. We know Adrian still alive. Meanwhile, everybody else relatively healthy. AGG with 4, Inco with 4, VIP with 3, and then Influence Rage with 4. So we're going to have some epic team fights. And speaking of which, we got VIP going against AGG Enigma.
Yeah, and VIP for the most part.
Wow.
This is a squad that's already down 1 player. Fran actually catching Poppy Sour out with the frag.
Oh,
grenade,
okay.
1 and done. They have the position and they understand there's a squad behind them, and ultimately not allowing VIP to even clutch onto the ridgeline here. Now we see it. Melgar and friends throwing the frags down, trying to keep the pressure, at least damage going down. And Fran,
Oh.
the 1 knock here is just absorbing every single utility that VIP has. Everything that's not even getting for the damage, and now you've got a lot of this time. Charlie actually wanted to see the squad kind of group up and maybe push VIP on the ridgeline. Instead, opting to play the zone. We see it now. Blue zone starting to tick, getting a little bit of damage on Ayuya.
Why is Legend the right side, not left side pushing
Fran.
in?
Now
It's like the
AGG,
worst way
this
to
is your
push in.
moment. You have the reset. You have the push. Can you get the
You're not even
damage?
zone over
Charlie from the outside getting the knock, and now it's just Ayuya on the inside.
What was his plan? You're gonna vault into the open? Like, no wonder you guys suck. Like, holy shit.
AGG wiping VIP, and now the site's turning
Dog
towards
shit,
AGG.
I mean-
dude.
Rage, who's
To be fair, they had all angles.
Yeah, but they
Might
need to go
cover it
left
up.
side. 2 of them went to the right
Yeah.
and just got farmed in the open. Like, if you go left, you at least have a chance to get a kill in a thirst. Knock in thirst.
Yeah, they were dead anyway.
AGG, with the way that they're controlling position, they're gonna have to push into the circle, and they'll be pushing to
All right.
Excited, bro?
possibly a
What's up?
You excited?
With that 2-2 split that
Let me see. I'm checking the time right now. 1 hour and 9 minutes. Bro, I am farming you, bruh. I'm farming you, bruh. You're my savior.
When y'all get higher rank, y'all should queue snipe each other.
I will legit not do that. I'm gonna spend like 2 hours straight just to try to get everything down.
So far, this team has played it perfect. We always talk about
You're not like that, little bro.
a little
Relax.
bit too passive. This team has been taking the action to everybody between.
You're not like that, little bro.
So
Relax.
the reality for Influence Rage, they've already won today. They won map 2 on Aaron
Sure.
Gale. They won with
Hey,
11
PUBG Players Cup
eliminations.
Americas is on right now.
Elimination count this game. They're currently
Wait,
in
America's
four
PUBG
players
and
alive.
PUBG Mobile both
Positioning is
the
great.
exact same time.
But
What the
what's
fuck?
significant
That's
about
crazy.
Influence Rage, they can close this out with a win. They could
Got
very
less
well
years than the
pass
Mobile one.
Loops in an early exit in 9th place with only 7 eliminations, but they were in 2nd place with 40 points, only behind that of Alpha 7 at 66. I'm throwing a lot of numbers out there, but the point is, Influence Rage with a win and also pick numbers out there, but the point is, Influence Rage with a win and also picking up the rest of the eliminations.
Chat,
could very
my
well
bad.
pass
I had my
Loops,
fucking stream
secure
or the stream
second
quality in
place
720p
position,
and not
and
1440.
could go into day 2 or even the final map
Control,
very
no.
strong with the chance to, I don't know, maybe catch up to Alpha 7, but more
The fuck?
importantly, again, just being top 2 would be a true testament to how good this Influence Rage
Delayed.
roster
Now
is. So there's a
arriving
very
Monday,
real
June
reason
16th?
why they want to win. AGG,
Hello?
one player is going
Oh
to
Wait, what?
shit, dude! I need it to be the 17th already.
and for Influence Rage, they're going to keep the pressure up with their utility, and those dates are getting close. If I'm AG, I'm a little bit worried. Plus, I'm losing players to play zone left and right, and now Lil Boy is connecting.
Chat, should I start streaming my PC games?
They're now gone.
My random ass
And
games I've been
Influence
playing.
Rage has matched the elimination lead of Alpha 7
Screw it.
from the last game
Six,
as
why don't you stream
well.
PUBG and rank or
There's
something?
nothing
Because
stopping
I
them
don't play
from
PUBG
getting
Mobile.
Eco Gaming. This is going to be an Influence Rage win, and
But I
they
think
should
the rank
jump up to
system's pretty
second
cool.
place. I mean, Enigma, they have played so well, but I say that
Playing
being
mobile
in
hurts my
territory,
hands
Bruno's looking
and
at
like
all
my
smart
back
angles.
and neck because I'm like
Yeah,
looking
for
down at
sure
my
as
phone.
well. Getting the knock going down, that's a
Bro, I
big
really
one
got
going
like
on,
permanent
rotation going
disability
down. If
because
we
of
were to get the reset going,
PUBG.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
My back is screwed.
dude,
Blue
my
zone's
fingers,
gonna become
dude.
a factor. All 3 of these
My
players
fingers
No, my
were-
fingers used to hurt like a lot. Now, like because I haven't played for so long, they're good. But no, my back is actually like kills me.
Well, yeah,
It's
my
just
hands
solely
were
'cause
bad,
of-
but like I stopped playing and I didn't notice it. But when I started playing again, having my fingers in that same position again, like it started.
Yeah.
Like, you feel it.
The meds are still happy. They're still
No, thank God. I took
man,
a really long break. Thank you, Lord. I quit when I had to. Because I definitely wouldn't be playing if it hurt like it used to.
Just yet, but Inco Gaming, you gotta push into Influence Rage. Law
Yeah.
and Diego are close, and there's the one. Inco Gaming not together. The Ridge is just spelling disaster.
All right, chat.
for the
So
squad.
what I'm gonna be
Now
playing
3-3.
is this when
I'm
this shit
with you. I
drops.
think, Taylor, it's gonna be this.
Ooh.
Actually, we'll watch the rest of this real quick and I'll show you.
One, now just Bruno's in.
Influence Rage.
Hold on, we gotta
won.
go back. Kind of like fucked over, chat. My bad. Hold on.
Inco Gaming, you gotta push into Influence Rage.
We already know INF's gonna win, you
Diego
know,
are
because of the
close, and
goats.
there's
But
the
like,
one. Inco Gaming not together. The Ridge is just spelling disaster for the squad, and now the 2v3. I'm with you. I
GM
think
saw the
Taylor,
links
it's
in
gonna
chat
be
with
this
no
Influence
context.
Rage win. Get one. Now just Bruno's in. You're gonna have over. Not
1
gonna
hour
allow
before your
the
life
plays
changes,
on
and this is
Bruno
what you're
winner.
doing.
Chicken dinner for the Influence Rage squad.
oh
You're
god.
thinking, you know, it's gonna be over that 12 elimination mark. I know they
Dip
got
chat. I'm gonna be playing this when it drops on August. Dying Light, the Beast, my favorite game. Shit's so peak, chat. So peak. For me, it was my wrist. Yeah, my wrist. Mostly, it was mostly my back, because when I played PC, I played sitting up my PC, I did a hand cam. And like, that would just kill my back, because I'd have to like lean over.
I hope we get skins for free again this beta.
God only knows what the
Yeah,
plan's planning to
there is
do
on the
with
right.
monsters.
Or am I tripping? Like a little download button.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
I
be
need
there
this
like.
shit to drop, chat. It's gonna be so peak.
No, it's just the textures and skins.
Oh, okay. I thought it was skins. Alright, we'll see.
Last time.
Yeah. Pure peak.
I don't care how high his walls are or how big his army is. That fucker will pay for what he did to me. All the years he took from me. All the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do.
Played 5 fingers for your fingers cook? Real. I only played 4. Wasn't a 5-finger demon like y'all. Big.
3 of those, all 4 can be loops.
Alright, what are the scores now? Did they show? They didn't even show the scores yet, man.
That's a team where they keep getting those elimination points under their belt. The placement's lacking, but with them having that win earlier, right, Taylor, the placement points, they have enough in my mind, at least today.
Yeah, sure. You know, they've done great, and they're going to very well be up there in top 5. And that's based off their consistent performance. This end game, I was kind of feeling it for Bruno. You know, Bruno's the playmaker 7, but he couldn't get it done in the end. It was Influence Rage who end up taking the win, and some big moves coming out from Flaw, who shows himself as a very dominant player. 6 eliminations, but Diego, talk to me about him, right? Diego's a very talented player, a powerhouse player indeed, and 5 eliminations alongside that in conjunction with Flowboy and Larazan. I mean, this roster is just lights out.
The impressive part, too, out of Diego, especially for this match, if we just look at the stats, right? The player with the least amount of damage and also the player with the second most eliminations, meaning that he was just being fully aware of everything going on there on the horizon. And this is what I was talking about in regards to those 2-2 splits. One thing, too, that this team was able to do quite well was when row 19 was close to them, they adjusted from that 2-2 split. They decided to do a 3-1, and it ended up working out for them as well. But for Diego, yeah, I mean, 5 elims with only 300 and something damage. I'm not mad at that. 26 points total.
26 is crazy. Our top game of the day. No one's been able to match that. The closest was Alpha 7 with 12 eliminations, but Influence Rage breaks the mold with 16. You got to give them credit where credit is due. That's massive, but we'll go on to our second page, and we'll see some teams that obviously ended up falling a little bit behind, unfortunately. Loops is there, but we gave credit to Loops, gave them their flowers with 7 eliminations, but Team Liquid, again, the struggles continue. I hate to say it, but we'll be in a partner team. I think I'm just going to get off that narrative, and I'm just going to wait until they do something, because I'm tired of discussing it, because they just keep, unfortunately, dropping the ball, and I hate to solo them out, so I'm done with that narrative unless you boys want to bring it up later on. But we look at the overall. Influence Rage successfully moves past Loops up in second place with 50, and Alpha 7 will stay in first with 70. But
chat, look at that Brazil top 4.
Top 3.
What is the Team Liquid though? 16 points.
Starting to develop into a more competitive race, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, for those squads, we're seeing it's the only 3 teams that have wins under their belt. We've played 5 total matches, 2 for 2 on the Influence Rage and Alpha 7 bus, but really just got to be looking at this right side. The placement points, none of those teams are in the double-digit range for placement.
Bro, Alpha 7, 70 points.
Early,
oh my god.
And they just kind of stop. They don't make it. They don't want to play, I guess, maybe after the first 10 minutes of the match, because these squads right now are really struggling to accumulate any sort of relevant points. Alpha 7, we can even use them as a perfect example. They got 7, 8, 10 eliminations, only getting 1 placement points.
I mean, is this turning? Shit, like 8, I think, something like that.
Placement points, those
Yeah,
top
6
3s,
have,
which
you
I
read
gotta shout out
Embers?
Inco Gaming,
Yeah,
by the way.
Embers is?
Second
Yeah.
place, one of our NA partners.
You read it?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's really good. I was trying to get Kelsey to read it. Yeah, it's basically like a dude who's like all over IQ and built like Kunigami, and he just plays pure defense. And he's just like a demon at like stealing the ball and shit. And then he has like a
Panel, they're gouging their eyes out, bro.
yeah, bro. It'd be getting intense in that bitch.
Is it? What does that mean?
You gotta read it, find out, dog. It's only on chapter like 15 right now.
Are they actually poking eyes out?
No, I think it's just one of the panels. Like it's like they just did that panel, you know.
Oh,
See,
so
what-
he didn't actually blind. Oh yeah, the
Oh.
recent chapter is called Blinded.
Yeah, it's 18 total chapters. I'm 4 chapters back, so I'll read it and update you on what actually happened. You also gotta read it. I'm mistaken for a soccer genius. That shit's banger.
Sky, 1 hour exactly.
I'm just not gonna do that. But
Can I get one of
thank you.
those? This looks
Yeah,
nice.
fuck you, bud.
You got that here? Yeah. With the
Read Chain Soldier. You
America's
read that?
little necklace thing, your uniform looking fly. Everything good?
Who the hell is this again?
Good, estamos muy bien. Los muchachones no
estamos preparando bien, se sienten bien, que es lo importante y como siempre te digo.
What team is it? Is this INF?
Metemos como siempre.
Yeah.
That's going to be
They
hard
won.
for me to translate. Vamos a meter mano. How do we say that in English? He said that we're feeling good, we're feeling confident, and like we always say, we're going to try our best and beat them. That's the PG version, I think. It's your second time here. How important it is for you to have experience, especially for your team that 2 with experience, 2 without. How you working with them, you know, with the nerves and all of that?
Como tú dices, es mi segunda vez, 2, Ayuyi y yo somos segunda vez aquí, Fradi y Legend primerizo, pero ellos se sienten como si ya hubieran estado aquí, ellos se sienten muy bien, muy cómodos, allá se sienten excelentes, hemos estado jugando bastante bien, aunque es test match, pero hemos estado jugando muy bien. Y como te digo, es algo que solamente tenemos que seguir enfocados y seguir metiendo manos, eso es lo único que vamos a hacer.
He says that the 2 new guys feel confident, like they've been here all the time. They just have to work. They feel really confident that they're going to do good and just fight it out. Papi, mucha suerte, bro. Let's go back.
Chat, this is the ugliest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life.
What the hell was that? What the hell did I just see?
Look at Jen
Yeah,
chat.
the
Just
skin
look
on
at Jen
the-
chat. I'll post it.
What the hell?
Whoa, whoa.
I just literally.
He's more blowing up in that now. It's actually gas.
Dog, imagine crashing, getting crashed by that.
It's actually gas. Now, how much is that? I don't even play, but I might get on to buy that.
Yo, they got a foreskin for that.
That's funny as fuck.
Oh, that is fucking wild.
Oh, wait, the backpacks are actually kind of fire. Hold up.
Wait, this M foreskin is actually gas.
That's what I'm saying.
Colossal backpack's pretty good too. This is actually a pretty good collab.
Nah, I'd be heated if someone crashed me with that vehicle, bruh.
Reaches.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the 2025 PMSL America Spree season. The final game of day 1. Let me not get carried away. There's still plenty of time remaining for your favorite team to catch up. There's 2 phases, after all, for the league play, and, well, then we still have the grand finals. But final game of the day, hopping back into Miramar, which was just incredibly fun, at least from Map 5 Miramar. So many clutch moments, big plays, and a new contender jumping up in the top 2, dethroning Loops, who was in second place for the longest time. Obviously, I'm talking about Influence Rage, who had our biggest game of the day, 16 eliminations, with the winner chicken dinner. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Seven and a Nix at saying, look, this is how we finished yesterday. We're coming into today as the champions.
Yeah, and for the most part, a lot of these teams, unfortunately, are hoping to get this last sort of match under the belt. But so far, it's been Alpha 7. If we were to split this day up into the sections of 3, those first 3 and the second 3, it's been Alpha 7, Influence, Rage, and then Loops. And now in the last half, it's been Alpha 7, Influence, Rage. Going to this last match, I think Loops is definitely wanting to match it and have that win under the belt, because that's a team where they've had the eliminations. They're neck and neck with Influence, Rage right now, and I know they're able to get a win under the belt. It doesn't matter how half these other teams perform. If they're able to make that point buffer even more in the top 3, that's a nice, pretty seat for them to see.
Neck and neck, you say? Well, let's truly find out, Seven, if they really are neck and neck as we look at our head-to-head between Influence, Rage, and Loops.
Oh, Loops currently being able to get him in regards to the eliminations there with a 33, but Influence Rage just being able to get some more damage. And also, they do have those 2 chicken dinners. The big question mark, though, and the big thing why we're seeing a bit of a gap when we end up looking at the overall is those average placing. Even though these teams have been able to get some wins, even though they've been able to get some eliminations as well, the average placing is still at 8, and Alpha 7 has been able to just put up, even when they don't end up getting those average placement points, they end up getting the eliminations. I mean, they're currently sitting at, what is it, 41?
Having 2 wins and being averaged 8th place is kind of wild.
Trying to catch him. Loops Esports trying to catch him as well. And right now, they're doing everything within their power. And you got to give some props. Even though we're currently looking there at Influence Rage and Loops Esports, got to give some props for Inco Gaming. You were doing it too, Enigma, before we went into that break. First NA team to be able to crack the top 7.
Yeah, I mean, top 7. That's exactly what we want, right? And for the most part, that's a team where we didn't see them in the Titan series, right? We didn't get that sneak peek of what that, I guess, roster could kind of really push forward. But for that squad to be able to come in here, a lot of our NA teams, I think, just struggling with that back-to-back format, like I was saying earlier in the day. Luckily for them, the Miramar, that switch-up, I think, was really that key component for them. And for Inco Gaming, I'm hoping this game they could honestly finish it out with a win.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
I said I want Loops to keep that sort of momentum going.
EPS, they say.
3 teams winning, but we also want to show love to NA. We also want to see our boys be able to dominate in the lobby. And the closest team so far, I thought it was going to be Wolves or X-Force. They're going to be proving me wrong. It's going to be Inco Gaming holding up that top spot.
Inco Gaming. Well, let's talk more about Inco with McGrellin now. How much of an impact does that have on him, Seven? McGrellin, once on really champion, right? So world champion, now joining the likes of Inco Gaming from North America to go from the top region and top team now onto Inco. What does that mean for his mindset, and what does that mean on his redemption arc?
I think for his mindset, first of all, it's a bit of a freedom in a way, because now you're going to a team and you are being the player with the most experience in regards to championships. You have been able to say, I'm the one that won a PMWC 2024. I'm the one that has been able to do this and that with Alpha 7. Yeah, they did end up dropping me, but now you're going towards Inco Gaming. You kind of have a bit of a target on your head, maybe from the other players, and you got to be able to showcase it. In that last match, he was able to showcase it. Yes, he did end up overextending here and there, but his teammate was there to pick him up, and he was able to back it up with some eliminations as well. And I think for McGrellin, if he can just get into a groove and show everybody why he was part of Alpha 7, he'll be working wonders for Inco Gaming.
Amazon gift card, get it. It's the last one up today. There's plenty more to come in the future days, but this is
no finals. No, there is a finals, I'm pretty sure. Wolves equal frauds, Clint. I think we're gonna have to talk about them being frauds, dude. They're just some NA farmers, apparently.
Going for each and every one of you. Hey, we're hopping into it. It's game number 6, the final game of day number 1 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season.
Nope, I just hit my mic on accident.
Influence Rage. This is their stomping ground. If they can somehow miraculously pull out another win with 16 eliminations, they could dethrone Alpha 7 in first place, and we could already have our biggest shakeup. But hey, my head's in the clouds. I just want to see a good game regardless, and it was phenomenal gameplay in map 5 Miramar, and I hopefully will get the same here on map number 6. Enigma, where are we going?
We're going to the sandy place. The Miramar map, one of my favorite competitive maps. I know it's obviously Alpha 7's favorite. Unfortunately, not performing maybe the hottest that they would have liked to last match. But for these teams right now, at least especially today, we're seeing a lot of consistency from our top Brazilian squads. Obviously, we can maybe ignore Team Liquid for now. It's a separate discussion after this match.
All right, chat. This is the last game. We got to lock in, boys.
Salvage their day, but A lot of these teams, man, they're gonna have to be VOD reviewing all these matches, really looking back and saying,
And then I'm gonna go take a nap.
Certain zones, I'm seeing a lot of open terrain that teams aren't taking.
I don't think if there's any fucking
On Erangel, I'm seeing a lot of teams take fights in that stage 4 or 5 area. And so I'm not sure if it's just because of the format or maybe these teams didn't do enough research against these other competitors in the lobby. But I'm interested in seeing what changes we're gonna see today compared to tomorrow.
I mean, I'm gonna be looking, especially when we end up finding out what after this match, what the second half of the overall is looking like. First thing tomorrow when we come back, I'm looking at those teams very closely. I'm trying to see some adjustments. When it comes down to Wolves, I want to see them being able to just position themselves better so they can be within placement points, so they can be within those top 6 situations, and hopefully Coops can position himself in a way that he can frag out. For Savage Esports, I mean, another team that has been able to get some eliminations, but they are currently there within that second page in regards to the overall ranking.
How many days is
And
this?
then you
6?
go towards the bottom of the leaderboard, which is Shoot to Survive and VIP Esports. I don't know what this team is going to be able to do anymore, to be completely honest, especially if we have another top-heavy day when it comes to Brazil, when we have Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and Loops just being able to get wins back to back to back.
What's up, Clint?
4 out of 8. What is that, right? For NA's teams in that bottom half.
Yep.
3 of us being in the bottom 5. So Inco Gaming, I don't want to say it just yet. Maybe being our sort of star seller NA roster talent. But right now, this is looking like a little bit of a troubling sign to me. It's going to be Savage Gaming, or excuse me, Savage Esports, actually catching out one of the solo players in X-Force. They're changing it up, baby. They're going for the playstyle. And is that a Winchester on Fate? Valak getting knocked, but they get the one. And X-Force, they changed it up already, getting something different, but you got to get Valak up. He's 1 HP, and I mean, we get the knock, but is it really worth it on this last match?
No.
That's an oversight. No. Yeah, that's an oversight. Fate was just shooting off in the distance, by the way, too. He's really... Hey, look, Fate was that guy. In the interviews, like I mentioned all the time, Fate's the guy that's cool, calm, and collective. One of the coolest guys out there during the interviews, for sure. And during that 1v2 that he clutched up earlier, only beat by Adrian, look, Fate's really, really on fire, and that's why he's just shooting the Winchester off in a distance, literally 500 miles away, and he's just expecting to collapse heads. He's not, but it's worth the try.
Yep. Yeah, it's worth the try, but it's not worth the try when you end up losing a player of the caliber of Valak that early on just for one elimination. I'm pretty sure they're currently just like, bro, what were you doing? But you know what? That will happen during their VOD review. Another team that we were mentioning and you kind of don't want to talk about any more reflections, he's going to be Team Liquid. I've been expecting a little bit more out of this team when it comes down to Miramar. So far, at least with this match, they are going to be within the zone. They're a bit split out for me, way too split out for me, but luckily for them, there's nobody nearby. But Enigma, Team Liquid, I want to see some changes, and I don't mean just in Miramar. I want to see some changes when we go to Sandhawk.
My God.
We go to Erangel. Those maps is where you need to be able to pick it up on, especially Erangel.
I think Sandhawk's going to be a real sleeper because it's the starting point. It's essentially going to be you having to force a 4v4 early on. It's not the map that you want to be playing passive on unless you're really going for that top 3. Maybe you get that zone blast on the positioning. But Team Liquid, you're bringing it up. I see they were actually dropping around Hacienda water treatment split. They've rotated early towards the center. Just east of Picado is going to be that center point on Graveyard. They're going to start really positioning themselves how Team Liquid likes to and taking those center spots. But we've seen a lot of these zones today shift away from the center after stage 2 and 3. A lot of these teams that opt to rotate early, especially the Latin American and the Brazilian teams who have opted this tournament to rotate to the center, really struggling to make these rotations happen. A lot of these teams, especially Team Liquid, I got to bring it back again and again. They need to find themselves 4-man in these center spots. It looks like they're trying to do that, but another team, Taylor, I know I've been rambling for a bit, but Inco Gaming, they need to win this fight, and they need to do it now.
Yeah, I was going to say Savage. If Savage wins this fight against Inco, there's a really good chance Savage Esports Savage Gaming, can jump up in the top 8. So this is a big fight for them, but as you also said, for Inco, winning this fight secures their top 8 finish, most likely for the day. And who knows how far they can go. Influence Rage broke the mold. They went in from, I believe, all the way down, and I'll just double check here. Influence Rage going into game number 5 was in 5th place. They were at 24 points. Now look at them. After one banger of a game.
All right, boys.
16 eliminations.
Back. Someone
in
give me the update
place.
on what happened.
They're in second place.
How did X-Force lose a player?
Just behind Alpha
It's a
7.
UT.
One
How
good
is
game
UT?
can catapult you up the standings, and it
What the
starts
heck?
in these fights.
What the hell?
It starts
What the
against
hell?
the four-man roster. Savage Inco.
What even is this?
Most likely going
PMSL
to be
Americas.
one,
It's the
exploding
title.
relatively soon. They're taking their time. They're a bit spread out though, and Monte could be pushed up on Vitali. But you guys wanted to keep the Team Liquid story going. Well, let's keep it going. Look at how chat can't see it. 7. Chief,
Show us the map,
Cardozo,
please.
just in Narnia, bro.
If we get a chance, just show the map real quick so we can actually show the viewers what we're talking about in regards to Team Liquid, just how spread out they currently are. They're within that 2-2 split, and it was even more before. The thing is, though, look how many teams are currently surrounding them. They are lucky that nobody's currently rotating. The circle is currently set put. I mean, we're chilling, right? It's circle 1. But for a team that has so far today been caught off guard many times over and over again and forced to just come back together in times where they're not expecting to, I'm actually surprised that they're sticking to this. I thought that we're going to maybe end up readjusting, but the fact that they're not, I don't know how I feel about it. I'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that team tomorrow on day 2.
Yeah, it's nuts to me. It's nuts. I mean, this is where like my soft side comes out, and it's like, oh, I hate talking about Team Liquid this much. I really do, but it's like, but then I look at that and I'm like, what is going on? And it's not like Chief Cardozo up on the north side. Yeah, they're separated from their team, and nobody's around them at the moment. But like the reality is, you have AGG who could push into you. You got Intense Game who could push into you, and Alpha 7's not terribly far away either.
Yeah.
You could easily get caught out, and for
corn.
Chief, he could get caught out by himself, and then Cardozo can follow after that. It's not like they're even together to play together. So I worry. I sincerely worry about Team Liquid and just what's going on with their play calls. But hey, we're sounding the alarm. Reality is, all 4 are still alive. They can reposition, and they can get together, and they can be just fine. We take a look at the map one more time as it transitions from stage 1 into stage 2. You got a couple of usual suspects who's going to be center zone. That's going to be Loops, who are also spread out a little bit too. I hope they converge together on Mercado. There's a good chance that they will. But it shifts over to the left-hand side, and, well, Enigma, quite a few teams need to transition now to the west.
Yeah, and the main teams I'm looking at is going to be 3 NA squads. Shoot to Survive on the north, Wolves, Esports being in that centralized spot, and then VIP just on the coattails of them. These teams are the ones that desperately need the points at the bottom. Inco Gaming and X4 still kind of being on their off lonesome on that eastern or southern side, but those 3 squads that got the circle shift, they need to rotate in sooner versus later. They've been playing too passive on the Erangels. They've been allowing teams to rotate in front of them too much, allowing the placements to fall through their fingertips. So I want to see that western side, when this sort of stage starts closing, that we start taking prime spots. We got to start taking shots. You can't allow it to leave it up in 7. I feel like you got to agree with me on it. These teams right now, especially outside of Inco Gaming, we're making way too many mistakes on NA.
Yeah, I mean, you can currently look at X-Force. Let's just pick them as an example, right? They went down to Portona, and they're now just having to start rotating towards the circle. And it's yes, you might be able to get within the circle, but everything is just going to be taken up towards the center, and then you're going to have to just pretty much play for scraps in a way and hope that the circle ends up going their way. That's just not a playing style that we want to see out of this team. It's not a playing style that I personally want to see out of this team. So as we see Intense Game here taking some shots at Vios Gaming. Vios Gaming, I know you've been hype on them, Reflections. I've been trying to slow my roll here a bit. I don't want to get too hype on a team because sometimes I feel like I end up cursing them or I end up blessing them. So I'm just staying neutral.
Hey, I hear you on that, man. They're excited to see.
Yep.
You know, the thing, they fizzle out too early, though. You know, that's my biggest problem with Vios Gaming is they have these incredible moments and don't get me wrong, like highlight plays. Like a lot of our highlight plays for day 1 today have been Vios Gaming just pushing into a team or getting pushed and handling their business. They're exciting, but the reality is they're not lasting long enough to get to benefit from the placement points and ultimately benefit from the eliminations towards the end zones, and that's what does them in the end. They're a team that I think is going to stay middle of the pack, but I'm going to continue to support them. They're excited to watch. They're just an exciting team in general, but they're just not at that level yet to where I think they're breaking through into top 5.
I'm with you in regards to that. Yeah, I'm enjoying the excitement that they provide, right? They're being able to clutch up eliminations. Every single time we end up going towards them, I feel like they always end up fighting. But let's see what's going to happen with this team, especially after a couple days, after they get a chance to do a lot of VOD review. Sometimes I kind of hold back on some of these teams just to see how they're going to perform after they maybe do some VOD review, after they have some time to rethink certain things that might have not gone their way. But with the circle here, as I was talking about earlier about X-Force, look at X-Force. Now they're kind of having to deal with row 19 because of that rotation they were doing. Luckily for them, though, it looks like their prayers to the PUBG Mobile gods ended up working out because they are still within that second circle.
Yeah, but I'd like to see them still even at least make an effort to get deeper in. This has just been an X-Force classic of they get enough of the zone where they want to stay, but it allows these other teams to rotate in. We're talking United for Gaming. We're talking even Wolves if they potentially wanted to rotate. Shoot to Survive. A lot of that southern side is free. If you allow these other squads to rotate in, you're going to just be congested way too much. And that's the difference I felt what we've seen with the likes of Alpha 7 or Influence Rage or even Loops, where they're applying pressure on the map. They're being a force to be reckoned with in each and every match here tonight. And some of our squads, especially NA, I feel we're playing too passive, not applying pressure when it's needed the most, especially in these circle shifts, 3-4 stages. This is what I've been harping on. Our teams need to survive. And wait a second. Oh, that is not what. He's a no damage.
What?
Wait. Oh, no. Please don't lose this, Igor. You can't do it like this. Oh, I feel so bad.
Let's
What?
go, Pedrinho. That was the
What?
insane jump I've ever seen before in my life. I can't believe you
There's
didn't end
no
up taking
way.
fall
That's a
damage.
fraud.
He ends up working out for you. And you know what? Intense game. A team that's currently there fighting for the top 4 somehow secures elimination to their name.
Yo, is it a thing? Like, I know in certain
No.
games, like, you can hug the wall and, like, not take damage.
He
when
definitely
you
wasn't
fall.
close enough for that. He definitely
I don't know.
wasn't
Hey,
close
look,
Let's just
enough
say
for
that's
God
a 1 of
bless.
1
That's
right there.
unfortunate. That's an
God bless the
unfortunate
PUBG
series
Mobile
of
gods on
events.
that one, bro. He said, Jesus, take the wheel. And he flew, bro. That was incredible. And he gets to kill? Come on, that was awesome. All right, well, fair enough. That ends up working out. I'm going to like this hilltop fight because you've got Team Liquid who's on the low ground. They've got to work their way up or just around in general. We get a replay. Look at this. It just... No, he definitely didn't hug the wall. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm blown away. And he gets the elim, bro. After that, if he doesn't get the elim, it's just a tragedy. But he gets the elim, he's a hero. I don't know what he did, but he's a hero.
For anybody that's currently watching this, figure out how he did it, make a clip, post it, you hashtag PMSL Americas, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get a lot of views because, oh my goodness, I've never seen that before in my life.
That's crazy, dude.
I mean, people are thinking maybe it's because he punched the air. I think he just landed perfectly where he slid on both ridges and it like caught him in a weird way.
Right. Dude.
It just cradled him in the air because he didn't move instantly and he took 0 fall damage. If he took any damage, I'd maybe believe he was able to ride the wall like you were thinking, Taylor. But nah, that was criminal.
Well, you know the thing, dude, that's amazing, and I hats off to all the pros across multiple different titles, but specifically PUBG Mobile is the things these players figure out by happenstance or just because of their game knowledge is just out of this world, 7.
Maybe that was the case. You know what? I want to see it twice. We'll see
Can
if
you
it
do it
happens
2
again.
times?
Show me you can do that again, please. As Alpha 7 Mafioso almost getting knocked right there, but is able to get within the building. Squash now having to back up as well. I mean, if Alpha 7 gets another win here, they're going to be able to do what they promised this Sour Patch, being able to get those 3 wins. Meanwhile, though, VIP with a turnaround there. Sit down, Juancho. That was nasty.
Sit down, Juancho.
Nasty indeed. Wolves a bit spread. One's already down. Torin, though, I'm curious. You know, I like this angle from him. I really do, especially with Coops unleashing on VIP. Getting the finish. We'll go up close and personal. AGG on Poppy Sour. Poppy Sour holds his ground. Fran from the distance will take down Ayuya. He's going to reposition, and you got Poppy Sour still.
Who is a sleeping VC now, bro?
And Fran's got to pick up a 1v2, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Great movement, good damage,
Motherfucker
but
slump.
not enough. AGG will
I was taking
finish
a nap, bro.
You just missed it, bro. This motherfucker was snoring 2 seconds ago.
Only 1 elim. They can't be happy with that. But
Taking a little nap,
VIP's
man.
job was done? Well, not just yet. They still have Wolves to deal with. We're going to be up ahead.
Good, bro. You win.
Yeah, I
He's
thought
in
they
a
were gonna be
shower.
coming in clutch. They had those two initial knocks on the Wolves, having Coops and Doran forced out of that sort of hillside. But AGG, they came pushing in and
Said he was
just
taking a
pulled
shower to
VIP's
wake up, so he
attention
didn't fall
away
asleep.
from Wolves, allowing that reset to happen. I believe Wolves able to keep all 4 players up. So now them taking
34
this
minutes.
fight, they're full 4-man strong.
People
9Z
said they're already
is
in.
on the back foot, and even though
What?
this compound isn't
Oh,
a
I
circle,
guess
if they
time
can
difference,
clean up
maybe?
the 2 players,
I
maybe
don't know.
only losing
This
one
guy's already
member
in the
here,
game.
it'd be a
Ooh.
big move for Wolves Esports. And Doran,
he's
he's
off
taking
key.
action.
I'm watching
Yes,
him right
okay,
now.
finds one. Coops is calling it out onto Reyes.
How the hell
and
is he
full
in? What the
squad.
fuck?
The
I don't know,
pre-fire, they eliminate
the servers
9Z
went live
Globe,
earlier.
and
I
now
can't get in.
having to deal with the VIP
I
duo,
think I got
believe,
scammed.
just
Unironically, I think I got
Great
scammed.
play there by
No, you need.
Wolves.
Well, it
Relaxing
says
and
on
having
the
run,
app it
continue
says
under
33
pressure
minutes right now,
through that
44
nade,
seconds. So
forced them to back up even more. They still have all
after
4
that, it should
players
be
alive,
live
meaning that they
for
were able to
everybody.
pick up Juancho after he ended up getting knocked.
Fade going
And I'm also
down.
enjoying, honestly,
Wait
right
for
now
it
what I'm
down.
seeing from
Oh,
this
shit.
team in regards to it's not just Coops getting the eliminations, right? It's also Doran sitting with those 3 eliminations. Earlier, we joked about, okay, if there's an NA team, who's going to be able to win it? I forgot which one Reflection said earlier with 16 eliminations. And then there you go, X-Force. I ended up saying Wolves. Maybe we were joking in regards to the match, okay? Maybe we meant this match.
Game 6.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
That's totally what we're going with.
Without question. No,
damn, I really was slumped though.
Well, except for X-Force. I'm not with you on Game 6. They only got 1 player left. But Wolves, absolutely the case. Eco, opposite of Team Liquid, and then Aleem also in the background. Somehow, someway, Team Liquid has found themselves getting pincered between a solo on X-Force and then the roster of Inco just up ahead. And Aleem can play spoiler to Chief, especially if he jumps out the window, depending on how he wants to play it. Meanwhile, we go into the CQC fights. Mythic is down. Ayala locking in the stairs, goes for the attack, manages to get the drop onto 1 Inco member, plus the full finish. Now, the attention onto the last remaining 2 members, Ayala and Chief, forced to try and stay alive against Inco's Gaming's onslaught, which is going to be 2 members themselves, plus, again, that solo from X-Force. So this fight can get a little bit weird, and I'm thinking to myself, where are they at whenever
Shatter Wolves locked in?
the map anyways? I think they're going to be just on the cusp of that zone too.
Yep.
So winning this gives them a little
What was
bit of
8
time
kills?
to
They
recover.
finally
a bit.
they adapted?
Getting Mythic back
Oh,
into
A7's
the
about
fight
to kill
could
them all?
be critical for Team Liquid.
Some breathing room there from some of those teams to influence Rage there. Once again, having to just a lot of room to work with. Alpha 7 is going to be outside of the circle, currently fighting Wolves. That is not the first time that we see those 2 teams fighting in regards to Miramar. Last Miramar, Wolves actually ended up making sure that Alpha 7 lost 2 players to them before they ended up getting.
Is that the
eliminated.
same
So interesting to see that rotation paths might end up clashing at
Yo.
least between Wolves and Alpha
Skype,
7.
bro,
We'll see if it happens
we
again
have an
tomorrow,
issue.
or if there's any readjustments as loops. Oh my goodness, on the elimination fee, being able to find
I'm
Diego
bro. We might have an
from
issue.
Influence Rage. Now Juancho,
Try to log in.
the only player left alive here from Wolves, trying to survive a little bit longer.
Bro,
trying to
servers
clutch
are
it out,
live,
but for
and
Wolves,
where
you
is
I gotta give
120
them some props.
FPS?
They're up to 8
Yeah,
eliminations.
we have
It's
bigger
not the
issues
placement
than
points
that.
I don't want to see
Y'all
as they
couldn't
get
have
eliminated,
called
but
me out
they
of my
are
shower?
up to
Let me try
8
to sign in, bro.
eliminations.
Am I gonna
when
be
they
pissed?
end up
Am I gonna
getting
cry?
sent back to the lobby.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
think
really
so.
surprised to see Shoots
Wait, why? What's going
going
on?
for that 1-1 split, getting that off angle onto the
gonna be
Wolves
WeChat only,
esports
right?
squad, and for them it
No.
works out. Unfortunately, they're going to be
Bigger
just
issue.
a duo on that mountaintop. This northern side.
got a
just
face
on the
ID
other
that
side
you're
of the
China.
hill. This is going to be a very important forward.
Over
for
serious?
No, I
Wolves
think
Rage
I
versus
just
Alpha
got
Seven. The jump shot
lifted
from
for
Frio.
80 bucks.
M4
Did
swap
we get
almost
robbed?
catching Lil Boy. Fortunately, winning the 1v1,
Alright,
keeping
can
it
you
in
get
an
in?
even trade. Revo now forced to spearhead the fight, forced to go for
The
the
top 2
main
teams
play
just
here, and
inting each
got
other?
enough
Alright.
time to work with. Can he find himself a good enough position on this ridgeline? And I
Yeah.
think if you're Revo, you gotta go for
Ah!
it. Your teammate gets the good damage in
Is it just
That's
What did it
well,
say?
okay, the DBS, it doesn't
just
do
one line
enough,
and
but he
then a
cleans
dot
it up
at the
with the
end?
M4.
You
Now
kicked me
Alpha
out.
7 being
Yeah,
just
it said-
Revo,
it
trying
says
to
your
salvage
account's
this
not
fight, trying to at least get
registered.
another player up, but Taylor, he's
got
down to the 1v2. He's got to figure it out. Getting
Oh,
one!
gosh.
So,
And he goes
Oh!
for the shot, he got both of
Revo!
them!
Revo's the fucking
No
goat, chat.
shot.
Alright,
Revo
bro, hold on.
does
Come
that.
candy. Come candy.
Revo, out of this world performance, already
Holy
the elimination
shit,
leader
dude.
for the day. You said it best. Such an important fight. You've got Influence Rage, who's knocking on the door to catch up to you, knock you down to second place, albeit very early in the tournament. Alpha 7 doesn't want to fall to second place, especially this early. And Revo clutches like he did, but not only did he clutch, he was also placing smokes down to keep his teammates safe for a little bit, right, to obscure the views. He was playing masterfully with just a ridge to help him out, or just a little hill.
No, Revo down!
He will fall to silence, but in my opinion, the victory's already underway. The victory's already in. Alpha 7 putting on an absolute clinic. Revo leading the charge. He is the tip of the spear for the roster, the tournament in general, and the MVP when it comes to eliminations. We hop on to Team Liquid's perspective along with the Lean from X-Force. It won't live very long. Team Liquid will win the fight. And remember, the last time we were on board with Team Liquid, they were fighting against Inko, and then you had that straggler from X-Force. Well, Inko decided to leave, and then that led Team Liquid to focus all their attention onto X-Force's solo, which was a Aleem. So well done to Team Liquid. They stay alive. They could make a deep run. This could be their best and deepest game we have seen so far.
It could be. One thing that this team has done well, as we've been nitpicking them, especially me just talking about how they're not really playing like how we saw them last year, is whenever they do end up making that push together as a team, it ends up working out for them. We see it right now, and we also saw it earlier in Erangel when we were in Military Island. Now they're trying to see if they can maybe spot Inko 7. But they need to be careful because Nunez from Vios Gaming is currently trying to get some off angles here, trying to see if he could possibly get a cheeky knock in the third party. He's going to be able to spot 7 from Inko Gaming, and that's going to be an easy knock. But Team Liquid, are you going to try to steal it? Who's going to end up getting this elimination here? Because there's a lot at stake. And for Nunez right now, it's easy pickings as Team Liquid is forced to push out as this zone is just closing in.
Yeah, no vehicles. Took too long to clear out 7 from Inko Gaming, resulting in you just having to make that full send. Not even really a smoke to your name in front of you. Maybe just 1 down. Team Liquid luckily having Chief still alive, but we're talking it's top 9. You're not getting any placement points if you go out here right now. A lot of these teams, unfortunately, taking casualties early on. With this being stage 6, having 9 teams, I'm kind of surprised about 22 players remaining. Every point's going to matter, especially if you're on the edge, and we get to see the demise as Chief actually make it to the ridgeline. It looks like Vios Gaming
Chief
not
clutch in
being able to
chat?
get the knock. Intense
There's no one there,
as
bud.
well, not even looking his way. Team Liquid may be able to scrap by with a few placement points.
That's surprising that Chief there was able to use that terrain to his advantage, getting at least a little bit of the timing right. As he was looking up towards the mountain, I was just giggling. I was like, how's he going to be able to make this? There's so many eyes just currently looking at him. He's able to find it, but I mean, I feel like he is prolonging what's going to ultimately end up happening with how many players are currently keeping an eye on where he's at.
Yeah, Demonor, I think, has his number. Chief has no choice but to continue to push up. And look at the elevation and the amount of players on each level. Inko off to the left with Bruno. Chief also, again, big story around him trying to push up. Even above that, you've got United for Gaming, who's almost at the peak, it seems. Intense game, too. So many different things happening. Chief's been spotted, but manages to get inside the safe zone and get a little bit of cover with that mountain wall. And I was paying attention to Ro. Ro has also moved forward and has put the pressure onto SVG, Savage Esports, who will ultimately be eliminated. And Ro might continue to scout the land, see if they can find some potential cover up ahead. My eyes, and this is
Didn't
for
fight anyone out for the
Loops. Loops has a chance to not only pass Influence Rage and secure their second place once again, but also finish with a win,
is this a Loops win?
which would be their second of the day.
They just have the top hill.
Yeah, it's looking like a really good zone shift too for Loops, by the way. Only one other team really.
Like, it's just a guaranteed Loops win already. Like, this is boring.
Obviously, we see that Alpha 7 solo potentially able to sneak in on the north, but the eyes are really going to be set on what nooks and crannies you're going to be able to play on this mountaintop, right? Inko, Team Liquid, even Ro have to find their spot in this next circle, and all of them, they're just
shit on
forcing the
instantly.
1v1s.
God
Luckily,
damn.
Bruno, he's expecting it. He's seen you walking up the whole time, picks up the freebie point, but it's always a matter of which spot you're going to play. Are you going to play the low ground? Are you going to contest the height? Or will you play out towards the edge of the circle? And in my mind, I think it's going to play out exactly as I was predicting. Loops Esports potentially matching the other 2 squads with 2 wins. Them having 4 players up. I know they don't have an elimination to their name yet, but the quiet ones are always a scary group to deal with, Taylor.
Yeah, without a doubt. Intense game is an interesting one to talk about as well. They could very well move up into second place too. They've got 4 players alive, but my only concern is Well, they are a bit split apart, and but I say that they do pick up one from Vios. We focus our attention, Royals of War, and this Vios fight that's been taking place for so long, and you got to feel bad for Marlon and Demeanor, who's going to be on that low ground in the crevice, just taking utility after utility, nade after nade, and it's only a matter of time before they get finished off as Victix throws another one. Will drop Demeanor. Marlon last alive. Now he's got to try and pull off a similar play that Fate pulled off earlier from X-Force, and well, it's going to end in almost the same way. Picks up one. Now you got to focus on top. He's too focused on the cleanup and not the mission at hand.
Oh damn, they're getting
which is
farmed
the
from
remaining players
Loops
from
now.
Row, who's just up above him. But as we transition, Loops now finally awakening from their slumber as they focus their attention onto Royals.
Wait, does
of
IG
War,
have top hill,
who
not
just won
Loops?
the fight against Victus.
Wait, Loops aren't top hill.
On
IG's
top
top
of that,
hill.
you have Intense
Wait, so
Games
IG wins.
making sure they take full advantage of this high
Why
ground
is
that they
Loops
have.
not up
That's why
there?
they were currently so
Are Loops
split,
dumb?
because they're just splitting out. Nobody's gonna be challenging them here as long as they don't overpeak.
Why is Loops
and
not
engage
4-man
with
on top
that,
of the
being
hill?
able to secure some more eliminations. They're currently up to 12. Intense Game is saying, okay, we want to switch things up when it comes to the overall. We want to also be one of those teams that ends up getting a win today, not just the top 3 teams. Loops Esports currently in a great position.
Oh, this
as
should have been
well.
Loops' game
Intense
to win,
right
but they
now,
just
still
don't
within
have
the
the
circle, and if it does end up going their way, I don't see any way that any of these teams is going to be able to beat them because of how proactive they're currently being there, Enigma.
Yeah, and my scary thing I'm noticing right now is just the circle shift. It's centered right up, I believe, on the mountain that Nielzda got thirsted on. So Intense Game able to see essentially the dead center of the circle. What
No,
I'm
they
really
were
hinting at is
below at
Loops
first,
essentially has
and
to
no one was on
rotate
top.
up that
Loops should
mountain
have
to
taken the top
contest
side.
Intense Game as a 4-man, who, by the way, I believe it was 13 eliminations under the belt.
And if
while Loops
IG was there the
sitting
entire
at
time, this guy
USEC.
right here wouldn't
So
have
a
died because he
team
would have
that
known that they
I
were
was
up there.
expecting
They
to
had
get
only
the
recently
win,
been up there.
having to make this rotation, having to take this fight against a squad that has just been slaughtering the lobby, really just is putting a thought, you know, an almost fault in my stars, to say the least, for these squads. And for Intense Game, this is the moment. I know we have Bruno's in, we have Royals of War, 2 teams that are desperately needing the points as well, but man, Intense Game really just showing that they're here for the competition.
Well, what were you doing?
Big moves. Intense Game could very well take over second place. The question is for Loops, can they hold on tight? Can they get a win? But I agree with you, Seven. I mean, it's almost an impossibility with Intense Game proactively setting up on top of the hill. It is nearly impossible to take any of them down. Even if you get
they got
a knock,
juked for $80, and I don't think the accounts are registered.
and they'll get the pickup once again. And Intense Game has had a phenomenal game. We're talking 13 eliminations and 16
Gio and,
eliminations was set,
yeah, both of
which
them.
was the record for this week or for this day alone.
know?
Was set just earlier.
They were
by
just talking
Influence
about it
Region now.
before they left VC.
And that can be blown out of the water from Intense Game.
The servers are live right now,
Goes,
and they can't get in.
For this format, we might be on to something. Loops stuck between a rock and a hard place, man. I mean, they can't really break out of this hard cover. Luckily, they're well within the stage 9.
They're not
but
live right
you
now?
know, again, it's just going to continue
They
to
are.
collapse down.
They are.
And
They are.
Intense Game are quite
A lot of people are
rapidly
playing it
dead
right now.
center. But here
The games
goes
is
Ro.
out.
Ro has to try and break free, but they're not having any luck.
Intense Game did have to use a lot of utility.
I just try to log into the game.
Find some more angles.
It's different.
As they're gonna continue to just get eliminations.
And obviously my
over
account
and
is
over again.
not
They're currently up to 15th.
registered,
we are on
whatever.
the last circle. This is gonna be closing in towards the center. And if I'm not mistaken, from what I'm able to see here, Intense Game is currently at the center. Loops Esports will have to push out. If somebody can make a difference here, if there was ever a chance, Bruno needs to find a way to get up there and make Intense Game's life a little bit harder, but it's easier said than done. As Pedrinho trying to duplicate what we saw earlier, yeah, that's not going to happen again as he ends up getting knocked there to fall damage, and he will get eliminated. Loops Esports now trying to find an opening here. Oh, that smoke is going to be gone. It's easy pickings here for Silence with the P90 as he's able to get 2. There's 1 left. Is he going to be able to make this jump?
Go.
Yes, he is.
Cook.
There's
Let him
that fall
cook.
damage that we were expecting earlier. It's just 1 player left from Loops and 1 player left from Inco.
Yeah, and I'm wanting to see
Only a
Bruno. You
matter
gotta
of
get
time.
active. You gotta get
active
going.
indeed. Well, what can you do, man? I guess full send everybody, Enigma, because Bruno's the last one alive. Bruno!
They had
Bruno's
18
fine.
KVs that game. Jesus.
Gets to win 18 eliminations. Give them their flowers, boys. I believe they just took over second place, Enigma.
yeah, the Sleeping Beast being able to really just frag out. And unfortunately for the rest of the lobby, that's not a team that you want to really start performing on Miramar. First day, a lot of these squads were struggling to put the points under their belt, but with a zone like that, you got the positioning, everyone struggling on the edge to find their way into the circle. It allows you to remind the lobby, hey, there's a reason why this mountain is a force to be reckoned with. There's a reason why the high ground reigns supreme. And for Intense Game, obviously they got the win and stuff like that, but Inco Gaming as well, even though it was a snake by, you know, maybe a little bit of luck, a second place back-to-back on Miramars, I'm starting to like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, second place back-to-back, I mean, that's great. It really is, and it shows consistency, which at the end of the day is what wins you championships and ultimately wins you tournaments. Well done from Inco. Loops as well, you know,
servers are up.
our teams that were on the cusp trying to break in right into that second place position.
Yep.
Everybody got a little bit of a win, but Intense Game got the biggest one.
Yeah, Intense Game with that high ground. I mean, as soon as I saw it happen and as soon as I saw them being proactive too, not just chilling up there, I was like, okay, it's going to be really hard. If the last circle goes their way, if they're somehow still within that center circle, nobody's going to be able to overtake them. And that was the play that Pedrinho, I think he was trying to duplicate again there towards the end, which it didn't end up working out for him. But
No
at least
way
it
they
didn't
got
work out
scammed,
on
bro.
one situation. You see there, Wolf Esports, once again, props to that team. I think they ended up with a total of 8 eliminations. So great performance. Hopefully tomorrow we'll start seeing a little bit more of those placement points and hopefully start seeing some of these teams push up. One thing, boys, that I will say before we even go to the overall leaderboard is that with this lobby so far today, especially being so top heavy with almost just the top 3 teams being able to get chicken dinners and backing it up with eliminations, it kind of does allow the rest of the lobby to be very close in regards to points. And that's why we saw earlier Inco Gaming being able to just push up there towards the first half of the overall.
Oh, nice. Look at this guy. Yeah, Intense Game taking over the high ground. Well done. But you're right. You know, it's top heavy. But, you know, big games like this can just shift things tremendously. Going into the final game, I highly expected, you know, honestly, I expected Influence Rage to replicate their success or at least have a much better game than they ended up having and, you know, catapulting them up even closer towards Alpha 7. But not the case, and it's just Intense Game. Ultimately get the win with 18 elims, which is huge, and it is top heavy, but it's a lot closer than I expected it to be after looking at the score line for map 2 and map 3. Wonderful game indeed. Silence picks up 5 eliminations, but Pedrinho was the top elimination leader for this game in regards to Intense Game. And you know, Alpha 7, I do want to say that clutch from Revo was incredible, and the fact that he did so while also providing coverage to his teammates, to have that wherewithal, to have that insight, just shows and it really proves why he is the best in the world, because he can just take all elements into account and, well, pinpoint it and focus it into success. 28 points. That is insane, Enigma.
Yeah, and for that squad, they were just short of breaking 4,000 total damage as a squad. A team that really was just taking the most out of their positioning, and obviously we saw 2 of those squad mates having over 1,000 under their belt alone. It's a team that definitely, if they can get the right situation going, they get themselves up right in the right positions, they can put up numbers like Alpha 7 and the rest of these teams that have won tonight. But for the most part, you got to do it more than once. We've seen it time and time again where teams have their one-off games, whether we want to call it luck or whether we want to call it skills of brilliance. Whatever the case may be, you got to be able to do it more than once, especially now with there being these 2 phases going into the finals. Got to make sure you get the points where it matters the most.
Yeah, that's it. All right. We take a look at our second page, but now I want to see overall. That's where the story should be told. And Alpha 7 will remain in first place. No surprise. We weren't expecting any changes, but Intense Game, much like Influence Rage, right? Going from Game 4 to the conclusion of Game 5, they jumped up to second. Intense Game will take a page from their playbook, but do it even better by getting more eliminations by 2 and jumping up just below that of Alpha 7. Loops below them, they've had a great day, highly consistent. They've managed to stay in top 3. They haven't dropped below that, so I'll give them their flowers. Influence Rage also keeping it competitive. So you talked about how top heavy it was, 7, but the big thing for me is, honestly, with the way the day started, I wasn't expecting top 4 to be this close. I was only expecting top 2 to be running away with it and everybody else to kind of just be, you know, fighting for scraps, fighting for third place. But the fact that top 4 is as close as it is gives me great excitement moving forward.
True, it's good to see that it's not a full runaway, especially for